someone's trying to represent a full house, but you can see other people have folded those cards. So I think that's what I'm going for.
Yeah, I think also sometimes with the one card, when you're post flop with someone and you see one card in their hand and it's like a 7, you can sometimes really narrow down their range to, you know, pocket 7s or a7, you know, king 7 suited type hands. And that can just be a ton of information. Sometimes one card secretly gives you both cards.
It's always interesting when the dealer exposes a card, how that plays out. Like always happens, the dealer exposes a 10 and there's 2 10s on the board. Happens every time. Every time.
I had a very funny one at Maryland Live, one of my first tournaments ever. I was in the 1 seat and I thought I was the button, but I was the cutoff. So I started reaching for my cards before the button got his last card and I accidentally bounced it. And it was the King of Hearts. And he had looked at his first card already and he looked at me and he was pissed.
Seething.
And he gets a new card. I'm like, oh, sorry about that, man. You know, I'm new. I thought I was the button. He just says nothing, stares at me. Ends up getting it all in. Ends up having pocket aces. So he would have had ace king suited against queens. Instead, because of me bouncing the card, gets aces, holds the all in, and with the ace king suited would have lost the flip.
Wow.
So it goes from being pissed at me to being like, oh, sorry, buddy. Yeah, we're all good.
Let me buy you a beer.
Yeah, it's like, well, of course we're good now, you know?
Well, that's the thing. People get upset, but sometimes it works out in your favor. I had one that worked out for me in the mystery bounty. There was a card exposed and flipped over. I got a second one and gave me ace king and ended up winning a flip and ended up final tabling that one. So
it's funny how that goes. So apologies for the bit of the technical issues we're having here. Just got information from our stream operator, who we like to affectionately call God, that they're just had some issues with the software, getting things all fixed up. So we are going to miss out on this one hand. But while we are waiting for the graphics to catch up, did want to do a quick shout out to Octopi, our new sponsor here at PlayLive. Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive. 1 month free access to literally anyone who's hearing this right now at that link, Octopipoker.ai/PlayLive. Comes with access to the vault where you can see all of these live streams with analysis on the various hands, including from some top pros. Obviously, face of Octopi up there in your corner, Stephen Chidwick, the legend. So if you've ever been on the live stream at PlayLive and you want to see yourself and see what the computer thinks of how you played, you could do it for free. Don't have to put in your credit card info or anything. Just sign up and it's free. So enjoy that. Shout outs to Octopi. They've been awesome to work with. I am getting a note here. Okay, so from what I've seen, it's been an open from Minaj, a continue on the flop, and a continue again on the turn. Sorry about all that, folks. Just working out all the technical difficulties. Graphics will catch up here in a moment. We've been fixing up the audio as well. Stream really not cooperative the last couple of days. But let's chat a little bit about the state of the tournament. So we have, now we're still in hand mode, so it's not showing the players in the top left. So production, if we can get that added back to the screen, that would be awesome. But to answer the question in the YouTube chat, no, we are not yet in the money. So we are near the bubble. I do believe there's right around 50 players remaining and 42 paid. So, okay, how many players off do you start to kind of take those bubble considerations in mind when you're one of the middling stacks?
If I'm a middling stack, it's going to really depend on the players at my table. I played the main event APT in November, and I had 40 or 50 big blinds, which is great. But there was a guy with 100 big blinds, 2 to my left, and he was relentless. So in that situation, even though I had a lot of chips, I just played very tight.
Yep. You just sit and let him do his thing, right?
Yeah,
Try and
well,
find some spots.
I opened a hand with Jack 9 suited, and he 3-bet me very large, and I'm typically not a fan of folding, and I thought he was messing with me, and I did a very uncharacteristic fold. I just felt, fine, take it.
It's good.
Take it.
Sometimes you got to take the path of least resistance, right? When you are not the big stack at the table. I think one of the interesting ICM points that we've talked about a couple of times on the stream is take a $1,500 buy-in like this. Min cash is $3K. So it's a $3,000 ladder, right? Because you either get 0 or you get $3K. The next ladder after that is like $300, right? For the next $3K ladder, you have to go pretty deep into the tournament.
And it goes both ways, because if someone covers me, but they're not interested in playing a lot of pots, then I'll just start opening up.
Yeah, you can kind of become the de facto chip leader, right? Because they're not taking the opportunity.
Yeah, so I'll tend to just read the table as it is, and sometimes if I'm the chip leader, I don't hide it. I just start raising every hand, and some people know, and if no one pushes back, then you just keep going.
I did play a World Series event with Mr. Parker Talbot. Shout outs to Tonka. And he was the Omega chip leader on the direct bubble. And I caught him pretending to look at his cards. He was opening every hand, and he would like peel his cards and just sort of flicking him in raise. And I totally just absolutely sniped him. I was like staring right in his eyes, and he 100% did not look at his hand. So I thought that was kind of gangster. It's just like,
yeah, very nice.
You know, he's made the decision that he's opening every hand, so he'd almost rather not know what he has. Just stick in the C bets on the flop and then check his hand after that. Decide if he wants to keep the aggression going.
I tend to still look at my hand because I won't open the deuce 3, the deuce 4, the 3-4.
Yeah.
But I think I'll stick to 85% of hands.
85? Yeah.
I think 85.
Are you a big believer in game flow? Like, you know, you open 4 hands in a row and then you get a medium-ish hand. And you decide to let one go to kind of remind everyone that you're not opening every hand and, you know, show that you're capable.
I am a big believer in game flow. Very big believer. If I've gotten out of line a couple of times, I'll rein it in, and then vice versa. If I've been tight for an hour, I might try my luck with something a little out of line and see what happens.
Yeah, I do feel like that's one of those underrated components of live poker that you're not going to get as much online as, you know, those kind of game flow dynamics. Interesting fold here. Simon Shaheen, 6.5 bigs, King 5 suited in the hijack. Definitely could have been a jam. Wonder if there's some ICM considerations in his mind.
And going back to that thing before, a term that we used to hear maybe 10, 15 years ago that I don't hear so much anymore, changing gears.
Yeah, talk a little bit about that.
Well, very much game flow. If you've been very aggressive and you've played a lot of hands, and you decide to tighten up, but people think you're playing a lot of hands, and because you've tightened up, you've got something very good. People just aren't going to expect it.
That's very true. Shoutouts to Matty Jin in the chat. Is this the Grand Prix main event? It certainly is. So I had dinner with Matty a few days ago. When we first released the poster for the Grand Prix Series, he was like, "This is a huge missed opportunity to call it the Grand Prix," which, I mean, he's obviously right.
Matthew is spot on, mate.
And so I messaged him after it. I was like, "You couldn't have told me this a week ago? Like, I totally would have just changed the posters and made it." So for next year, I think we will definitely be calling it the Grand Prix. And on the stream, it has become the sort of de facto unofficial name.
Everyone loves a good pun.
Especially for poker. It's back in my old run at Once Job, we used to do a Halloween PLO sale every year. And with the help of Mr. Guy, our lovely stream operator currently, came up with Oma Halloween. Was very proud of that one.
Oma Halloween, I like it.
Yeah, so credits to Guy there. My boss was like, "Oh, that's really clever." And I was like, "That's what you pay me for. I definitely didn't ask my friend for that idea."
Well, Simon did dodge a bullet there, folding the King 5 suited and avoiding the queens.
Yeah, would have walked into it. So that's one of those small, invisible forms of, you know, run good or playing well or whatever you want to call it, like where the fortune aligns. You know, you make a borderline decision, and
those short stacks can be hard to play too sometimes because you know, sometimes you get 5 big blinds. It's not always clear what the best play is, and then when you're coming up to the bubble like we are now, it's just sometimes gets a bit confusing, and you're not sure what to do.
Absolutely.
All right, we've got another small pair coming in for a raise. It's a 55 big blind stack. And yet, manager's not going to fold king 9 offsuit.
All right. Going to a flop here. Let's see what we're working with. Ace-6-3 rainbow.
It's going to be bet nearly always by Amir. And you can't see Manjo. I don't think I'm saying that right.
Minaj, yeah.
Minaj. Sorry, Minaj. Sorry, mate.
Yeah, I think with just king high, no board interaction, probably just going to throw this one in the bin. But I will say, Minaj is a battler. I've played a lot with him, played some cash games with him as well, and he does not like to let you have it easy. He will put you to the test and make you earn his chips.
And Amir has size down, so if he's going to call anything, it'd be a small size like this.
Again, this is one of those spots where this, in theory, might just be a call, right? King high for such a small sizing, but it does just let it go. I think that's probably the prudent approach, especially near the money. Battling one of the only other stacks that covers you, right, or has the same amount as you is a threat to your tournament life.
Could be drawing dead, so
could just be completely drawing dead. Yeah, there is always that risk. So we're at 816 with a 16K big blind ante. It is 1 hour levels on day 2 here in the main event, so it is going to be nice and slow, really, really juicy structure in these main events, as you might come to expect. Speaking of main events, this is not the only main event on our mind here at Play Live Melbourne. Yesterday, we had our first 8-seat guaranteed satellite for the APO main event in Sydney. Shout outs to the folks at Poker Palace and the Australian Poker Open. We are doing our collab with them. Not sure if you've seen any of that on social media, but we did have 8 people book tickets into the 3,300 main event there at APO, so that's pretty cool. And I'll be up in Sydney playing that myself for business purposes.
Sounds like a tax deduction to me.
Yes, sir. Until I brick 15 bullets and everything, and I'm like, this is the most expensive business trip of my life.
I need to change my occupation on my tax return.
Yeah. Just like, no, I swear it was for business. Come on, you guys get it?
I definitely needed that 5th bullet.
Yeah, I had to. You don't understand. It was to make a good impression.
All right, Jack 10 suited. It's a very, very attractive hand. Looks very pretty.
I like to call it the short deck because it does famously flip with aces in short deck hold'em, which is so crazy. You know that? It's a pure flip, Jack 10 suited versus aces in short deck.
I'll have to take your word for it. I don't even know the rules of short deck.
Oh, really? They take out all the deuces through 5s. The wheel is ace, 6, 7, 8, 9.
See, I didn't know that one.
And everything else is the same. There's one other weird thing, which is that a flush beats a full house.
Okay, so I knew the flush beats a full house.
Yeah.
Didn't know the wheel A6, 7, 8, 9.
That's it. Those are the only 2 kind of weird components. When the game first came out, I played it a bit on ACR, and trips beat a straight. And then people decided that they just did not like that. It was very confusing for your brain. Because like trips isn't even a 5-card hand,
Yeah, I remember playing it for about 5 minutes, and I thought, you know what? I'm just going to stick to Hold'em and PLO.
Yeah, it's a fun game. I think people thought it would be the future. They thought it would be like, oh, it'll be like Hold'em, but a little bit more gambly
more
and aggressive.
Action. Yep.
Ironically, had kind of the inverse effect. And I do find this the same when you play something like PLO 5, for example, versus regular 4-card PLO. The idea behind it is that it'll be more gambly, etc. But the optimal strategy is actually to be far nittier, right? In PLO, you can splash around with a lot of double-suited hands. In PLO 5, really all 5 cards need to cooperate to make a good hand, and that happens so much less often. So sometimes in poker, you do get that kind of unintuitive inverse outcome where things that are designed to make the game more gambly actually make it quite nittier.
See, I play a lot of PLO, but very little 5-card PLO. And when I do play 5-card, I'm just pretending I'm playing 4-card. 4-card with an extra card.
You honestly can't go that wrong with that approach. If you have the good PLO fundamentals, then it'll go a long way. And look at this.
Simon can't believe his eyes.
This is always so nice when you're really
Scratching
short.
his head. Did you notice that?
Yeah,
Scratching
yes.
his head.
Do you wonder if that's a bit of a live tell or if he's just feeling itchy?
It definitely can be.
So
The old
Minaj,
weak when strong.
Minaj opening up the ace-4 suited. I mean, for Simon stack size, after an open, this is just going to be a super easy call with the suited ace. You are very much priced in.
Yeah, can't be folding here.
55,000 to win just about 200K. So even if he shows you pocket queens, you have more than enough equity to call.
Yeah, definitely. You
But-
hit some straights, some top pairs, some flushes.
Let's see what can happen here. 8-7-3,
Not
two
much going on
clubs.
there.
Pretty good start for Shaheen. He's going to need an ace and an ace only to do it to him dirty. And that's going to be a hold from the Wahesh. Simon Shaheen,
It's gonna be a
13 bigs now.
big sigh of relief for Simon. Now he's got 13 bigs, and it's funny because sometimes when you're on 13 bigs, you feel like you're short and you're desperate. But after being on 5 bigs, you're going to feel deep stacked.
You're on top of the world, you know? You're like, wow, I might actually cash this thing.
Now he can maybe min raise a hand. He's got some fold equity if he jams.
That's such a great feeling. You're like, oh my God, I don't only have to go all in. I can raise now.
Such a funny feeling going from 5 bigs to 13. And the worst part when you're short stacked, like Summer was just then, having one of your big blinds in the ante. There's nothing worse.
Do you have any funny stories of winning a tournament or making a deep run off of a hilariously short stack? One big blind into first place type of stories?
I think everyone's got their story. I didn't win, but I had a quarter of a big blind, and this is before the big blind ante, and that was on the final table bubble. This is probably 2010. Ended up being chip leader on the
Whoa.
final table, but then ended up finishing 7th. So it was a bit of a rags to riches, back to rags.
Back to rags.
Back to rags.
Still an amazing run, though.
Yeah, I think everyone's got their story of the one big blind run up.
I famously, I've told the story a few times, won a tournament off one small blind with 30 people left 2 summers ago in Vegas. Small one, only for 5K, but still,
Beautiful.
it's pretty cool. Apologies. Does seem like the video is freezing again. Not sure what's going on these last couple of days. We are having some major technical issues, so we will work to get that resolved as soon as possible. So apologies there. Just getting some notification here from the production team saying that he's a little bit, do we think tilted is fair at how the software is performing?
I don't think they're having a good time down there.
Yeah. And don't blame them. Trying hard to put on a good show for all the folks at home.
You're doing well, mate. Keep it up down there.
Sometimes technology does not cooperate. I do think I'm a big AI coming for all of our jobs type of doomer personally. But I do think that technology, we often forget it does not work 100% of the time. It requires maintenance and, sometimes you got to unplug it and replug it. So I do wonder how we're going to fare in the era of robots everywhere.
People keep saying robots and AI is coming for our jobs. I'm still hoping AI can cut half my workload, but it hasn't been able to do it yet. So I would love for AI to just reduce my workload. I can pretend I'm working.
Yes.
That would be
Have
very
it be
good
a
for
bit
me.
chiller.
Yep.
I do think there's going to be that dream middle period where it can do 50% of everyone's job and your job is just way chiller. And then, the question is, does it keep going from there? But who knows? I just yap and talk about poker, so don't feel like the AI is coming for my job anytime soon.
All right, hopefully we're back.
Does seem like we got it resolved. Well done to the boys downstairs.
Dale Code is someone I've played with quite a lot.
Yeah, what do you think of Dale's game?
Well, first of all, he's a funny guy. I love being on his table.
He is very entertaining.
But he seems to do very well, like a lot of good runs, and
That's true. He's had a lot of success at PlayLive in particular.
doesn't do anything silly and pulls the occasional move to keep you on your toes. So, yeah, he's always fun to play.
Blind versus blind here. Suited king for Simon Shaheen. Do think he's just going to jam this one in. But this close to the bubble. Yep, he is checking out the clock to see how many off the pay jumps we actually are. And that will come up on the screen in a little bit as well. Production did confirm that they got it added, but of course we are on a 20-minute delay. So things do take some time to adjust. Does announce the all-in.
Didn't leave a chip behind, but doesn't need to.
No hipster all-in needed, just the regular good old-fashioned one, and it gets the job done. And again, like another nice one to win, right? Because he wins back the big blind and the big blind ante he had to pay one hand prior. So now he's got himself a free orbit and 15 bigs.
Yeah, 15 big is going to feel very comfortable for Summon right now. Can go a few more orbits, can maybe pass on a marginal spot as we approach the bubble. Can still get some good fold equity. Can still rejam even if he wants to.
Absolutely. So look at this. Over 100K for first, 106, 180, 65, 6, 40K, 28, 5, 23, 2. Some pretty nice payouts. So we do have a 6 figures up top. That's always a nice to win a year's salary for a successful Australian after 3 days of playing poker.
It is nice to play and see 6 figures up top. Very nice.
Always feels like it's a bit more motivating, you know, when you're in the middle of the field. So,
all right, so Dale's coming in with a pocket 7. Now, these hands get me in trouble sometimes. Sometimes
Yes.
I play them, sometimes I don't.
George Yang with the ace king. He does cover Dale here as well. This is going to be one of those awkward spots. If George finds the 3-bet, which I do expect, it's going to be a pretty awkward spot for Mr. Dale Code.
I think if you're Dale, you're probably just going to have to fold to a 3-bet.
I think, yeah, with 20 big blinds, this close to the money, out of position, against the stack that covers you, when you add up all the components. Oh, look at this. Speaking of awkward spots, Manoj Tapa, pocket 9s. What are your thoughts here with the 9s?
The first thing I look at is the stack sizes. So he's got 47 big blinds, which is a very healthy stack, and he's been, well, he hasn't been 3-bet, but he faces a 3-bet by someone who covers him. So I think I'd like to say just take the low variance option and fold.
That is a very nice fold from Manoj. Yeah, I think the problem is you don't want a 4-bet, because if you get 5-bet, you're going to have to fold and get blown off your equity, and you're inflating the pot close to the money when you have a pretty much guaranteed ICM stack if you ITM stack, excuse me, if you do take the kind of safer approach.
And there's still so many people behind yet to act. So
Absolutely.
So many people can still wake up with the queens, kings, aces.
And when you do just cold call, you kind of admitting what your hand is.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, I have like 8s through 10s, you know?
I might have ace queen sometimes.
Maybe ace queen once in a while. Yeah, it makes a very narrow range, which can be quite predictable to play against.
I'm interested to see what Dale does here. So I can see his bit of a character shining through now. He's got a bit of a cheeky smile. Makes him fun to play with.
And he does opt for a call. George Yang just absolutely giving him none of it, though. Dale trying to engage, maybe get a little information. Getting put on ice. King 6-6, and this is the exact issue with calling with the 7s in this spot, because you can't fold on this flop. So it's going to start to get expensive.
Yep, George is not giving anything away now.
Look at that laser focus.
Yep, very poker face.
Do love his fancy scarf setup as well. Has been a bit of a signature characteristic for his appearances on stream.
What size do you choose here?
I was just about to ask you the same. I think on the paired boards with... Okay, this is an interesting one. So he has just over pot. So there is a world where you could just jam flop and put him in some really awkward spots with hands like 7s, 8s, 9s, right? Where they don't want to fold and they don't want to call. I do think if you're going to bet, given the stack size for your opponent, I like this sizing. Something really, really small.
Yep, I do like the small size. Because if you've got a hand like ace queen, it's a cheap bluff. If you've got a hand like ace king, which he has now, you're just trying to tempt him in a little bit. So it serves multiple purposes. I like that sizing.
And Dale does find the fold, and I do think that is a prime example of why fold pre was probably the preferred option.
But even opening in the first place, I'm not saying not to open, but the first thing I said was they get me in trouble sometimes. So I can see a situation where I'm 20 big blinds approaching the bubble where I just choose not to even open the hand.
Yep. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I do remember a spot I had deep in the Aussie Millions main event, my first time ever playing it, where I had like 19 bigs and 7s. And I was on a table of all crushers. And we were down to 6-handed at that point in the tournament. I just decided to open jam. Because I was like, I don't want to fold, but every time I raise, I'm just getting 3-bet and blown off my equity. So I was like, I'm just going to rip it.
How'd you go?
Yeah, I got it through, you know.
Nice.
It's not a fun approach, but sometimes if you feel like you're struggling to actually realize your equity, can just be the best thing to do.
It's funny, I played a tournament here last series. I think it was the Super Stack, the 2K, and I had 14 big blinds. I think I was under the gun +1 with pocket sevens. And I thought, oh, what am I going to do here? This hand gets me in trouble. I decided just to open jam it, and someone woke up with nines behind me. And then as I was driving home, I was like, should I have shoved there? Should I have folded? So I had to go home and look it up. And it's one of those ones where it's right on the fringe, where it shoves sometimes, it doesn't shove other times.
I love when you look it up with the solver. It's like 1/3 of the time fold, 1/3 of the time min raise, and 1/3 of the time shove. Like, that is so unhelpful.
You're supposed to be telling me how to play here.
It's like, yeah, you can really just do whatever you want.
I kind of like it other times, because it's like, well, I didn't make a mistake.
Yes. You're just like, well, no matter what I did, couldn't have been too bad.
All right, so who's the chip leader now? Has George got the most chips? 68 big blinds. It looks like he does.
Yeah, just over a milli. He's going to be a table captain, and we do see him taking advantage of that, putting in the open from under the gun +1 with the ace-8.
Which I like. He's got the most chips on the table. He's got an ace in his hand. Why not just open up and see how people want to play? It's one of those ones where you just put the feelers out and people are going to play back or not.
Yep, and does get it through, so we do expect to see quite a few opens on the looser side from George throughout the next couple of hours until the bubble is settled. That number is going to come up on the screen soon with how many players are remaining. I'm trying to look at that clock in the background. I feel like I can almost see it. It's like 40 something, so I do think we're quite close.
I think you got better eyes than me because all I can see is blurry numbers.
There we go. 56. Okay.
So we're still a little bit away.
Still have some time. ICM considerations definitely kicking in, but no one can fold their way into the money.
Definitely not. Still got quite a few hours to go, I would think.
Especially with this main event structure, 60-minute levels. It's going to take a while to...
That's another good point. 60-minute levels is nice. It rewards some patience. No need to be going to gangbusters.
Yeah, just trying to find some good spots. Liam J, who opening up the King 9 suited here under the gun +2.
I do like King 9 suited as a hand.
Me too. I feel like it's a hand I used to have a more sour attitude toward, but in recent years, I've come around on it.
I just like how I can make it straight because King 8 suited is nowhere near as attractive.
Yeah.
King 9 suited's got a nice feel to it.
Sorry, lost my train of thought there. Do you have a favorite hand outside of the premiums?
I don't think I do. I like the suited connectors. I
Yep.
like the 7-8 suited, the Jack 9 suited, 10-8 suited. I like those ones. I like to try and hit some sneaky hands.
I'm a 9-10 of hearts enjoyer myself.
Yep, that's up there.
So whenever I play prop games, the 9 of hearts is always my prop card. Liam gets that one through with the King 9.
Yep, it's another one where the big stack is open pre-flop with a king in their hand, an ace or a king, and got it through.
We'll probably see a fair bit of that. If you are just joining us, by the way, we're live on a 20-minute delay, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Come say hi in the various chats. We are in the booth. Myself, Josh Abity, one of the co-owners here at Play Live, with a special guest, first time in the booth, Mr. Benny Pockets. We're 14 off the money, so we're definitely cooking.
Not going to open the Jack 6, 10-4 off. We're not going to open that either. Hopefully someone picks up a hand. Wouldn't mind seeing some action.
Yeah, I do feel like we're owed a bit of action here.
A mere 9-6 suited with a big stack. This is playable.
Got a good day, lads, from Mr. D King. Hello. Good day to you, too.
Now, 9-6 is a bit of a favourite hand as well.
The 69.
The 69, I was in a tournament recently where I had 5 big blinds and I had 6-9 offset under the gun. I thought, you know what? It's 6-9. I'm just going to go with it. And they ended up busting.
We do have a wild Denick Klinger in the booth. Thought he might come in for a cameo, but it looks like he is in the middle of the mixed game tournament. Shoutouts to Shannon Vanderberg, the Prince of Poker himself, running a 9-game currently upstairs. We also have the Deep Freeze currently on, started at 415, 200K start stack. No re-entries there. Freeze out in that one. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that. 50K guarantee on that one. And then we got a 25K guarantee, $600 mystery bounty later. A lot of fun stuff going on today.
All right, check this hand out. Dale's made a call from the small blind with the short stack and he's come out with top pair.
And he does just opt for a lead. And I think that is probably just going to get it done. Amir has a gutter and backdoor diamonds, so could consider doing something a little sneaky in position, but with Dale so short, I don't know if I like the float.
I was going to say the same thing. If Dale was deeper, you can get behind some continues with 9-6 suited, but if there's not many more chips to win, then you might be just forced to fold.
I think that's one of the interesting concepts in poker, right? Is how much hand quality changes based on stack depth. Things like 6-7 suited, amazing when you're 500 big blinds deep. When you're 10 big blinds deep, not appealing at all.
Here we go. So now he's picked up an
Spicy
additional
turn
gut shot and so,
diamonds.
That's right.
I mean, can he even fold here?
Got a lot working with the hand. Look at that. 9 outs.
If you're folding this turn, you're basically folding every turn except for a 7.
Well, it says 9 outs, but he probably thinks he's got more.
Yeah. Yeah, we see that 6 of his outs are folded, so from his perspective, he'd have 15 outs. And so, I mean, I don't think he can really fold.
Dale has chosen some funky sizing as well.
I was just about to say, he's left himself it's going to be like 1/6 pot or something left behind. And a repeat 8. Not going to do it for Amir.
It's almost like Dale was trying to milk him a little bit with that sizing.
It did seem quite deliberate. And it did work.
I wonder if he was thinking he's up against an underpair, and if I bet small, I might get some more action.
It's a very interesting one, right? He wants to keep all these weaker hands around. D King saying, I'll be here all night. Let's rock these thumbs up likes or you'll get bad beats all year long. You heard it here. If you're watching on Facebook or you're watching on YouTube, go ahead and click the like button. It really does help us so much. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube and 5,000 followers on Facebook. We are unbelievably close to both milestones. Liking the video takes half a second, costs you nothing, affects your life in no way, but does help us get the stream out there to other people who might want to enjoy it as well. And as we've now learned from Mr. King, it will help you fight off a year's bad luck.
See, now I'm going to have to log on and to like this video.
Yeah, whip out the phone, Benny. Come on.
I feel like I get enough bad beats as it is. So, D King, you got me.
As you can see, I've done that myself.
All right, I'm jumping on. Well, that's cool. I'm going to shout out to my daughter, Scarlett, if she's watching.
Shoutouts to Scarlett.
Yeah, and my wife, Catherine. My wife loves watching when I'm on stream. She's had some nice things to say about your commentary, Josh.
Shoutouts to her. She's got good taste. Her favorite American, I hope. How old is your daughter now?
She just turned 7.
Oh, man. Cute age. And you just have the one, right?
Just the one. I say, do you want to watch me on YouTube? No.
No.
Not interested.
Oh, man. Kids are so brutal, bro. They always tell you exactly what they think. My 7-year-old niece called me cringe recently.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
All right, so we've got a bit of a hand here. Simon's opened up with the King Jack, which he can do with his stack now that he's not so short.
And a defend here from Minaj with Queen 7 suited. And he does take the lead. Queen 5 deuce rainbow. And this is a board that Simon Shaheen is probably going to see bet quite often.
If not always.
If not literally 100% of his range, yeah.
Small sizing I'd like to see. So the pot's 88, and what's he going here?
Looked like 21,000. Love it.
Yep, beautiful. Very quick call. So probably put him on a queen or a 5. Not as many 2s because they probably fold pre-flop.
Jack on the turn here. Now, here's the tricky one if you're Simon Shaheen. You could theoretically continue to value bet now, but I do think close to the money with this stack, I expect this to go check pretty often. Try and take his showdown value to the river.
You could go for some value if you think you can get called by worse, but I think a lot of people might choose to fold a 5, so checking back works very well.
And the 8 of clubs on the river. Now the question is, if you're Minaj Tapa, are we leading here? Are we checking? What are we leaning toward?
I think I'm leaning towards a bet because Simon's check back pretty quickly on the turn, so you're probably expecting to check back on the river a lot as well. And you're trying to want to get some value from, say, ace high or pocket tens, pocket nines, or a jack.
It does feel like a lot of his range will be hands that were taking a stab, then felt like they had some showdown value.
I think the real question is how big do you bet?
You know, what size? Let's see what size he opts for here. That looks like 40,000, if I'm not mistaken. 45,000.
Yep, it's going to be very tempting for Simon. Very, very tempting. It's a small bet.
I don't know how much experience these two have playing together, but if you've played with Minaj, you'd probably have to just flick in a call here. He is extremely capable. He's run some nasty bluffs on me in my life.
It's just so gross sometimes seeing a small size because you don't need to be right that often, and it doesn't really cost you if you call and lose, and you get surprised with what people show up with. But at the same time, you think to yourself, are they trying to milk me here? So you sometimes get in a bit of a leveling war.
Shoutouts to My Name is Draven in the chat. It says, let's go, Minaj. Got some Tapa fans. Simon does flick in the call, and Minaj is going to show him the bad news. King Jack, no good. That's going to be a nice one for Minaj Tapa. Simon Shaheen down to 8.5 bigs, so back in... are you a Pokemon fan at all? You ever play the Pokemon games?
I could probably name 3 Pokemon.
Oh, wow, man. Well, when you're low on health in the Pokemon games, there's a sound effect that plays. It's like, ba-dum, 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 to let you know that you're close to KO'd, so... I often, when I have like less than 10 big blinds, kind of picture that sound effect in my head when I'm playing poker.
Does it make you play any better?
I think I play pretty poorly either way, so...
Might tempt you to put your chips in even more.
Yeah.
Just to turn that bloody...
To make the noise go.
Yep.
Sup, Josh? He says, Draven, what's happening? What's happening? Are we doing a hoodie comp tonight? No, those were Josh Monk specials. We're actually almost out of merch entirely. We have ordered a new batch that'll be coming in soon, but we sold and gave away so much merchandise that we are starting to run out. My nephew just got me into Pokemon. Beginner's Luck pulled a gold card. Damn. Do you know what card it was exactly? Sounds like he might have pulled something worth some money.
They get some big following, those Pokemon cards, don't they?
Absolutely. I, as an early birthday present, recently got my girlfriend a... Do you know what the PSA card grading system is?
All I know is 9.5 is good.
Yeah, okay, so 10 is the maximum. So she's a big fan of the Pokemon Dragonite and its many iterations. So I got her a PSA 10 Dratini, which is like the little one, the first evolution of that, which is pretty cool. Definitely a unique present, and also opens me up to 2 future presents because there's 3 stages of evolution. So I've now set myself up to...
Sounds like a rabbit hole to me.
Yeah, it's a perfect rabbit hole. Yeah, some of those PSA 10s for, I mean, if it's like a Pikachu or a Charizard, I mean, we could be talking thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars for just a perfect condition card from the 90s that I probably once upon a time had 3 or 4 of.
Oh, no.
It's always a tough pill to swallow. My brother and I recently actually, okay, just quick interjection, getting a note from production that this hand's not going to come up on the graphics as a delayed outcome of the crash we had earlier. So apologies. Going to get it graded in the moment. Gold Mega Lucario Beast. Damn, congratulations, Mr. King. That's definitely worth some money. Yeah, my brother and I found an old binder we had, and it has all the original 151 Pokemon, all holographic in order. And so we found it in storage in his house because my parents are retired and they live with him. He has a big house in upstate New York. And we agreed, we're like, whatever it's worth, we'll chop up the value. Because there's a chance the binder's worth a few $100, and there's a chance it's worth way more. Oh, we do have an all-in here. Simon Shaheen, that is going to be his tournament life. So it looks like he did jam. I believe that was blind versus blind with the Queen 3. Got cooler, got called by a good hand within the Ace 10. Could not get there. So GG's to the Wahesh. Straight to the rail for him. I do expect to see him in the deep freeze or potentially in the mixed games as well. He's quite a strong mixed game player, so we might even see him come upstairs here in a moment and fire this 9 game.
I did get invited to a mixed game, home game once upon a time, and I was there and someone was teaching me how to play I think I dusted off $1,000 in 30 minutes, and then I went straight to Crown after that.
You're just like, maybe not.
Yeah, I thought, no, there's I think there was a game called 47 or 49 maybe. It was a game you have to get a lot of tens. And
Oh, yes, I've heard
Yeah.
of this.
and a guy beat me. I drew a couple of cards. He held on to 110 and drew 4 and beat me. And I thought, you know what? I think I'm gonna stay in my lane.
I think I'll stick with No Limit Texas, hold on to him.
But I did like Dramaha.
Drama has a very fun
Dramaha
game.
was fun because I used to like playing 5-card draw on PokerStars back in the day. And I do like playing Omaha, so I thought that was a really cool game.
We, in my old home game, used to play a game that we called Billy Poker, named after our friend Billy. Shout outs to Billy. He does watch the stream sometimes. And it was 5-card PLO, but you could make a 5-card low with the 5 cards in your hand. So if you were dealt absolute trash and the low was 10 or lower, so if you were dealt 5 unique 10 or lower cards in your hand, you have like an absolutely terrible PLO hand, but you're pretty much free rolling half the pot.
Yeah, these games start hurting my head.
Yeah, it's definitely one for that can be a bit of a head scratcher. Liam J, who opened it up here, defend from the 6 deuce of hearts, is going to c-bet this flop. Does it in the string betty-ish way possible. Not that it matters because it is a minimum bet, so he is allowed to do that, but just a bit of a funny one there. We're at 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante now. So blinds have gone up once. We have lost a couple of players, no longer at 56, so that graphic will get updated here pretty soon. So yeah, okay, so anyway, so my brother and I, we found this binder, and there was like a legitimate chance that the binder might be worth like $1 million, right? Because we were massive card collectors in our youth, and we understood to like take decent care of them, put them in sleeves, put them in the binder, and we have this holographic binder in order, complete set. Went through, not a single first edition in any of the valuable cards.
I could just imagine the excitement taking it to the shop or to the valuer or what have you. Just, what if it's this?
Oh
What if it's
my
that?
God. I video chatted a friend of mine who grades cards for a living in Germany. Shout outs to Jay. And I'm like showing him the Charizard we have. He's like, yeah, that one's no good, bro. I was like, no. So yeah, I do think the whole binder was worth about $1,000, and we've decided just to hang on to it.
Well, you would have got a good sweat in the lead up.
It was like we were in his office actually sweating bullets, and we'd agreed that if the binder was worth a house, we'd just buy a house together and split the equity and just figure it out from there. Try and like literally trade a Pokemon binder for a house. But GG's, bad beat there. So
I'll give you a little bit of excitement, something to get the juices flowing.
it definitely got the juices flowing. D King saying he wish he kept all his cards from the 90s. You and me both, brother. I had some first edition everything. I used to collect all the various cards, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic. I even had Harry Potter cards back in the peak of the Harry Potter era. My very first pack, I pulled a holographic Harry Potter, which I assume was the best card. I don't know.
Well, what's that worth now?
10 cents. If you can find someone to buy it off, yeah.
I used to collect AFL footy cards from 1996, and I have a gold card, $30.
$30.
$30.
A whopping $30.
All right, so we're probably 54 or 53 left.
Yeah, I believe it's at 54 on the board in the background. So 10 off, or 12 off the money, excuse me. Just about.
All right, so Minaj coming in with the Jack 10. Trying to work out what kind of stack size is behind. The button looks like they got 57 big blinds.
Yep, so he was opening into some deeper stacks, but does get it through.
So it's good to look how many deep stacks are behind you to see if you want to open your hands or not.
It really makes all the difference in these types of scenarios, right? It kind of determines whether you're the big stack or not, right? Proverbially in the grand scheme, but for this exact moment in time.
They don't even have to 3-bet to make your life uncomfortable. You just get called on the button by a deeper stack, and then it's like, ugh, now I've got to play post flop.
Out of
He
position,
covers me,
he
we're on the
covers
bubble.
you, yeah.
It's good to know who's playing back and who wants to play hands and who's just trying to wait.
There's so much of that kind of subtle sussing it out.
Yep.
I think that's one of the main reasons I love live poker so much more than playing online. When you're playing a million tables online, you can't focus on this stuff. You're just jumping around between all your hands, trying your best to play poker well.
The guy could be 1 tabling, he could be 10 tabling.
You just never know, right? We got a new challenger at the table, Mr. Joe Wong. Does fold the pocket fours under the gun. Quite prudent, I would say, off 17 big blinds.
7 deuce is a welcome gift.
Yao Yifan sitting down to the 7 Dewey. And look at this. He's got over 1 million. 1.1 for him. Not his first time on the stream either.
Are you going to do mystery hands?
Yeah, we've talked about this. Players are inconsistent enough at scanning their cards that we organically get this opportunity once in a while.
Okay.
So it ends up being 1 in every 50 hands, I would say, where a player doesn't scan their cards in the correct spot and then opens it up. So we kind of get this, like I know some of the like WSOP streams and stuff, they pick specific spots, but we like to do it the good old fashioned low budget way here. Shout out to Kiwi Special in the chat. Daniel Desmond in the Facebook chat says, Ben, is it true that you're a filthy wreck and not in fact a pro?
Not sure about the word filthy there, mate, but definitely not a pro. I did try that once upon a time, and I decided that working was going to be better for me. I still play a lot, though. I try and play as much as I can, but yes, I do work a job.
Would you say poker is like a supplemental income for you, or just a hobby that you happen to be good at? Like, what is your vision about poker in your own lifestyle?
Well, it depends on what month.
Yep.
I find that tournaments, because I don't play as many, for example, I had to skip a few this week because being busy at work. I don't play as many tournaments as I would like, so that definitely doesn't help. But I try and get a lot of cash in online, which does, it does give me a little bit of spare coin on the side.
Yep.
Nothing to write home about, but just to keep my tournament bankroll going, to be honest.
I think that's smart, right? Tournaments obviously famously very high variance, so but when you bink one, it's always pretty nice.
I'll let you know when I do.
Yeah. He's like, I wouldn't know, but I'll report back when the day comes. Oh, ace queen here for Idris. Yeah, fun. Opening up in the hijack with the ace 3 as one of the big stacks. If you're Idris Hassan, 12 off the money, ace queen. Very jammable hand.
Yeah, this is just going in. I can't see any other way to be playing it. It's one of those ones where you look at him and you think to yourself, is he really thinking or is he pretending to think? That's something I always ask myself at the table.
That's always an interesting one. He does seem like he is giving it a good old-fashioned proper thought. I like his watch. I'm trying to see what kind of watch that is. If we have any watch aficionados in the chat, but is it just an Apple Watch? I can't tell.
Looks like he hasn't gone all in either.
Yeah, it looks like he's chosen a raise to not all in. Yep, he has just chosen a good old-fashioned min-click 3-bet. This is an interesting choice from Idris. Certainly never folding if he gets jammed on. So I'm not sure what the logic is here out of position. Maybe trying to bait some worse hands into continuing against him.
You do see at the very top levels a lot of small 3-bet sizes like this. But given he's out of position in the small blind with this particular hand, I personally feel more comfortable shoving it. But you never know, he might find something more creative. Maybe he gets to play post-flop against a far worse hand, or maybe he gets someone to 4-bet jam a worse hand. So you just never know.
And he does get the pre-flop result that he would want if he could see his opponent's cards. He gets a worse ace to call, but now, bit in no man's land, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, this is not the flop you want to see with ace-queen.
Does have the ace of clubs, but Yao Yifan, very capable opponent in position, gets the stack he covers near the money. Wouldn't be surprised if he starts getting after it.
And Yifan's no pushover. He can show up some creative lines.
Absolutely. Including here. Let's see what sizing he opts for.
There's 200,000 in the pot. He's gone 1/3 sizing.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
And now if you're
setting up for a jam on the turn, right?
You're very uncomfortable now with ace-queen.
Yeah, now this is, I think, a prime example of why the jam is preferable pre-flop, is you just realize all your equity with the ace-queen, you avoid scenarios like this. But Idris does make the intelligent call, not giving up so easily, and a repeat 7 on the turn. Definitely one of the better turns if you're Idris Hassan.
It's a nice call to find with the 2 over cards backdoor flush draw, showing he's not scared either.
It didn't 3-bet, not all in, to just give up, right? And another 7 on the river. So now if you're Idris Hassan, ace-queen high is actually looking pretty good.
You're hoping it goes check, check.
If it goes check, check, you're going to expect that you're winning most of the time.
Some people might want to put out a little block bet here, but I think I prefer checking. only because the block bet, if you get called, you're not going to be good.
Yeah,
But it does serve the purpose of not getting bluffed into.
that is true. Yeah, those block bets are very interesting. If you were gonna block as Idris, what size do you like? You like something really small, like 40,000, 1/9 pot type of.
I do like the small size. I flick it out every now and then. I'll go like a 1/10 of a C bet or 1/10 of a river bet.
My old roommate in Vegas and I tested a strategy in 2-5 cash games when we were grinding back in 2017 for a while, where we would bet a singular chip, one big blind, on huge rivers in spots against opponents we perceived as like very capable of kind of blowing it up and punting it off, and had a lot of success with that line. For some reason, people feel like it's an emotional slight at them when you bet one big blind.
I did pull it off just this week in the 5K. I bet 1/10 on the river, and I got someone to put it all in, and I had a full house, which worked out pretty nicely for me. But interesting in this hand, the small 3-bet got called by worse, and he got a little bit of extra chips on the flop, so it worked out very nicely.
Yeah, well navigated from Idris Hassan. He is showing the opposite end of this, of like we preferred the jam pre-flop to avoid navigating these awkward scenarios. However, he did correctly navigate the awkward scenario and then won way more chips for it and got himself up to a really healthy stack. So that is the flip side. If you are going to make these small 3-bets, take these more creative lines, you have to kind of have the gumption to realize your equity. And he made a very nice call on the flop and was rewarded for it. So
Yeah, sometimes for me, I like to just take a simple line. And if you go all in pre-flop, you know you've got a hand that's more than good enough. It's more than approved. And you can just don't have to make any mistake on future streets, especially when you're out of position, you're on the bubble, the guy covers you by a lot. I personally would have just gone the more simple option, but it worked out nicely.
does have 10-8 suited here now on the button. Covers the small blind. Do expect to see an open here.
It's one of those hands I like, the 10-8 suited.
Yes, we were talking about this. This is one of the more fun suited connectors. By the way, I'm seeing that the viewership numbers are starting to climb, so one more shout out here. If you are just joining us, 129 York Street here in South Melbourne, Josh Abity with special guest Benny Pockets in the booth. Benny Pocket pair. We are 53 remaining, 42 paid. This is the Grand Prix, shout outs to Matty Gin, main event, over 100K up top. We are in bubble land.
We've got another small 3-bet instead of going all in.
From Dale Code. Now, you're Idris on the opposite end of this. What's the thoughts here? Are we peeling in position, or are we saying let's just give up?
Well, the sizing's kind of small. You've got a very nice hand that plays well post-flop. I personally would have called, although Dale, I just realised, was 13 big blinds, so maybe a little bit awkward stacks to be calling the 10-8 suited there.
Yeah. I was surprised not to see a jam there from Dale Code, but again, the bubble does cause some funky plays to happen.
Like I was saying earlier, a lot of the top level, when you watch the Tritons and so on, people are doing those small 3-bets.
Yeah, they've become very popular in recent years.
And now we're seeing them here in the Play Live main event, so it's trickling down.
Pretty much the same. Triton, Play Live, no difference.
Just both equally prestigious, in my opinion.
I am. That is one thing thank you for that. One thing I'm very proud of is in the vault on Octopi. So far, the streams that are available in the vault are Poker Go, Triton, WSOP, and Play Live Melbourne.
Very well done.
So we're in very good company there.
I'm going to jump on and see if I'm in there.
You definitely are. You've been on stream quite a bit, so I'm sure you'll find a bit of yourself in there. Again, if you do want to see yourself or any of your friends on stream with analysis, Octopipoker.ai/playlive. You get a month for free. Give it a crack. Just make an account and that's it, baby.
I do like not having to give you credit card details.
Yeah. I think when they told me that was their preference for the collaboration, that was a big green flag for me. 'Cause for me, that's a sign that they're really confident in their product. And they're like, oh no, if people try it out, they'll like it. And they'll want to stay organically, rather than a lot of digital products where the strategy is to sort of trick people into subscribing off the free trial and then forgetting that they ever did that. Adobe got me good this year.
It's like giving a guarantee, isn't it? Or a warranty. It's saying, I'm going to back my product.
Yes, exactly. We got a comment here from the stream I always get the Play Live golden ticket and the one drop confused. Yeah, pretty much same, but different. Look at this here. So we had an open in the cutoff, ace 10 from Idris, a flat in the small blind from the ace 5 from Dale Code, and a flat from the king 10 in the big blind, and just flops trips.
I'd expect Idris to chuck out a little small C bet here. King 7 should be generally safe. The big blind's going to miss a lot. They're going to play quite a lot of hands. Maybe the small blind can connect with some king queen, king jack, king 10 suited, king 9 suited.
But we'll also have lots of ace high, queen high, jack high type hands. A lot of those broadways, some smaller pairs potentially as well, though some of those are going to jam pre-flop. Don't think there's much Dale Code can do here with the ace 5-0. Is staring George down. It does seem like he's trying to kind of chat up this corner of the table in George Yang and Manoj Thapa, and he's getting a little bit iced.
I wonder if he knows it's on him. He knows.
He knows. Just doing a little bit of Hollywood. Having fun. I do love seeing people have fun on the stream table. I think that's kind of like a... Streams are just so much more entertaining when people are enjoying themselves, chatting, not just kind of sitting there like robots, you know? Queen on the turn. I mean, if there's a card you might keep barreling as Idris Hassan, this is one of the obvious ones.
Yeah, definitely. You got a gut shot. Now you got an overcard to the 7. And even if someone calls with a 7, you've still got 2 overcards to hit.
But does just go check.
Now, George, do you ever trap? Do you maybe do one of those small cheeky bets like we're talking about?
He does opt for an instant check. Very interesting. Seems like he has kind of had his mind made up of how he's going to navigate the hand. Yeah, I do think he can try a lot of different things. Idris's range is going to be pretty bluff heavy, but he will also have a lot of under pairs. Hands like, you know, 9s down to deuces even in the cutoff that you could potentially try and target for value.
So George is pretending he's got a 7, just checking really quickly, hoping that it's going to be stabbed at. And you might want to stab at that with ace 10. I think I would sometimes.
Yeah, definitely a reasonable candidate to choose, but he chooses the path of non-aggression, and the trips will take it down. So George Yang, the rich get richer. 58 big blinds now. We're at 10-20 with a 20K big blind ante. 52 remaining, so we've lost someone on an outer table. So 10 off the money now. We're getting there.
Yeah, play definitely slows down at these stages, which is great if you're the big stack, and it's excruciating if you're the small stack.
Oh man, it can feel like an endless slog. When you're one of those medium stacks and you're just stuck in ICM jail, can be absolutely brutal.
All right, another hand for Idris. He's got a few hands to play now, so it looks like he's getting active, but nope, he's just got a few hands. Joe keeps getting dealt trash. There's not much he can do. Jack 3. I think the last hand he was pretending he had a decision. That with the ace deuce, he's not going to be doing much here, I wouldn't think. Maybe some players might choose to do a bit of a light 3-bet with an ace in hand, but the deuce in hand also sucks.
Yeah. I do think he's at that stack depth where, you know, probably better to just leave it be, take the path of peace.
Yep, especially 10 off the money. You're just hoping to cruise on through. George won't be folding, though.
Just going to find a call here with the 6s and the small blind. Manoj with a pretty weak one, getting a very good price, so can go either way.
I think with the deuce, I'd probably pass.
Yeah, I feel similarly. Something like a queen 7, queen 8, you know, has a little bit more playability.
Yeah, I'd want that to be suited.
Yeah, with the suited hand, I'm definitely a big believer in kind of peeling any 2 with the suited hands multi-way in the big blind.
It's hard to go wrong, I think. They're suited. You generally get a good price.
And it just gives you such, like, not only do you have 5% more equity than the offsuit variety, but it's just so much more navigatable post-flop, right? Like, if you flop a flush draw, it gives you a clear path forward, whereas with the offsuit, sometimes it does feel like you get stuck.
Is this a move?
Oh, hang on.
It's a
Naj
move.
Tapa
It's a move.
making a huge move. 3-betting here, massive to 145K. Taking the junky Queen X.
I did think Idris was getting involved a bit. He did have the hands though, so maybe Minaj thinks that Idris is starting to push it. But
Yes.
this is a tough response now because you got 8, so you could go all in, but it's on the bubble. So this is where that pressure really kicks in. This is what I love about poker.
Yeah, this is a really interesting spot. I do think the theoretical play is just going to be a jam here, but very easy to say and very difficult to do. 10 off the money against a player who, while capable, hasn't really gotten out of line, does opt for just a call, taking maybe a bit more of a low variance approach. George Yang instantly folding the 6s. I like that.
Yeah, there's not much you can do with 6s there. You can't really call out of position to 2.
Ace, king, 6. Wah, wah, wah. Folded the 6s pre.
Oh,
Getting an amazing price. I feel like that always happens. You make the discipline fold, you know that it's correct, and then you just instantly flop a set.
He's going to be hating Minaj for squeezing there.
Absolutely. When he sees this footage. Minaj is going to continue with the Queen of Spades on this board that favors his range. And I think Idris is probably just going to have to give it up.
It just goes to show why shoving the 8s here is the way to go if you want to proceed with the hand. It's just really tough pulling the trigger in the moment because if you pull the trigger and you run into aces and kings, you drive home feeling silly.
I mean, very nice just bout of aggression there from Minaj Tapa. Like I said, he loves to put you in tough spots. This, I think, is a prime example, and he gets maximally rewarded. So chips up to just under $1 million, straight off the back of his own cojones.
Also shows the power of having the big stack in this situation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, when you cover people are less likely or less willing to put their chips in.
The risk is way higher. So 50 remaining now. 8 off the money. So we are marching steadily and surely toward the bubble. I'm going to do a quick check-in. Let's see how we're going on the other tournaments today. So the deep freeze is currently running. Again, that is a 200K start stack freeze out. Let's see how many runners we got there. 50K guaranteed on that one. What day am I on? I'm on the wrong day. 35 currently in that field with only a level 4. So that field's looking like it might actually be a huge one. Forget the guarantee there. Probably going to go blow way past it. Pocket Queens here for Joe Wong. It's going to be his first hand of the live stream that he's getting in the mix. And it's going to be a good one. Amir opened it up with the King 10-0. Wong with the Pocket Queens. Do you think this is probably just going to be a jam?
I think it's going to be a jam. I love seeing how people, how they do their body language before they do a jam in a situation like this. Some people just snap jam, put it in straight away. Others pretend to look at the clock and count their chips. Looks like Joe's one of the types that wants to count his chips.
Yep. Lots of blinking, lots of, kind of inquisitive. Checks the clock. Oh, how close to the bubble am I? Oh, man, it's such a tough spot. I definitely don't just have the nuts all in. I told this story once before on stream. I played with a guy in LA at a tournament series at the Bike who every time he got aces would stand up and would never do it with any other hand, only with pocket aces. Not one of the tougher opponents in my life, that's for sure.
Did he give it away after a while? Did people catch on?
Slower than they ought to have. I caught on pretty quickly. I thought it was a bit obvious. He got aces 3 hands in a row at one point in the tournament, and he showed it all 3 times.
Oh, wow.
And so he shows it the first time after standing up. And I remember being like, does this guy just stand up when he has aces? The second hand, he stands up again, asks what the blinds are, even though he raised previously. And I was like, oh, does this guy have aces again? Shows it again. Third hand comes. He stands up, asks what the blinds are again.
And you're thinking, surely not again.
Surely not again. And I had 8 big blinds and pocket 10s. And I made the biggest exploit fold I think I've ever made.
Wow.
And he did indeed show the aces 3 hands in a row. I've never seen it before or since.
So that's a good tip for everyone. Don't do the same thing with aces every single time.
Don't stand up and stop asking what the blinds are if you're the one racing every hand. You should certainly know the answer. It's probably a dead giveaway that you got a good hand, so...
I'm always conscious of what I'm doing before I go all in. Sometimes I snap jam all in just to mix it up a little bit. Because I feel like if I always pretend to think I'm giving it away, so I like to try and do different things different times.
I used to like do kind of a metronome style in my head where I'd count things out. I'd be like 1, 2, 3, raise, 1, 2, 3, move my hands back, you know, like, and really try. And then after years of just playing, you know, 100 to 200 tournaments a year, it just got so old.
Yeah, I remember playing cash years and years ago, trying to be very rigid and not give away certain tells and count in my head. But sometimes I just play. Sometimes I just play.
Yeah, you can't always do it, you know, it gets exhausting. Look at this. Dale Code with a very playable ace-9 suited. Opens it up in the hijack. Menage, fresh off a bluff move, now has it for real. And this is what makes a player like Menage Tapa so dangerous.
And it's perfect too. If you've done it the second time, but you didn't have it the first time, have it the second time, people are going to maybe think the opposite, that you're starting to push the boundaries a bit. But Dale's not going anywhere. He wants to dance.
Oh, and it just outflops him. Ace 5-6, 2 spades. Pretty nice flop if you're Dale Code.
And when I have queens here, I always get confused if I should be c-betting or not.
Yeah. Ace high board favors your range, but you have the exact hand that wants to check, right? So
Menage found the right play there.
Does find a check, and on the ace king high board, blocking both the flush draws too, which is not what you want because cuts down your opponent's bluff combos dramatically. I wonder if Menage can find a fold here. Dale Code is chatting him up, so bit of speech play going on. The question is, will Menage interpret that as strong and trying to fish for a call, or is that weak and trying to, you know, get in his head to induce a fold? So,
I think it suits Dale's game. It suits his character. It suits his game, chatting away like that.
funny enough, I am not a speech play user at all. I am known for obviously being a very chatty person, but at the table when I'm in a hand, I'm completely silent. I find that it's just too hard to focus on all the math and stuff while also talking. I love talking at the table, having a good time just in general, but in the hands, I can't handle it.
Yep, I tried speech play once, and I haven't tried it since. Yep.
How'd you go? Give us a story here.
I think I was bluffing on the river, and the registration period was still open, so I told the guy, if you call and lose, you can still rebuy. And he called me pretty quickly.
And he's like,
up.
you're right.
Yeah.
Call. Thanks, man. Great advice.
I was trying to go a certain level, but I think what really happened and what does happen to me, as I said those words, you could probably hear the nervousness in my voice. So I think that's what really, it wasn't what I said, it was how I said it.
Yeah.
So I tend to be very silent during hands now.
That's kind of my outlook as well. Is it's just really hard to do things exactly the same as when you're comfortable, when you're not actually comfortable, and you're just sort of feigning comfort. So.
And if it's the early stages of a tournament, like the first few levels, I might talk it up during a hand, which is fine. But as the tournament progresses and things start getting a bit more serious, then I'll just reel it in.
Yeah, I'm the same way. So Amir opening up the king queen here under the gun.
I like king queen.
I'm a big king queen enjoyer myself.
Yeah, I'm a king queen fan. Some people like to 3-bet a lot. It makes a good bluff.
It really does, yeah. Great blocker properties, right? Blocking all the hands with kings and queens in them. Pocket kings, pocket queens, ace, queen, etc.
All right, so Nathan's working up with a medium pair. And he does cover me, which is interesting. So we'll see how this one goes post-flop. Window.
Just like that.
Bit of window
set
dressing.
in the window.
Do you have a lead on a medium board like this?
Yeah, I actually am a really big fan of these, I'm the big blind, this favors my range type of leads. I feel like it just puts your opponent in such a tough spot.
I was going to say the exact same thing, because when I'm on the receiving end, I hate it.
I hate it. Yeah, oh man, you have aces here, and they just lead for a third, and you're like, well, I can't fold, but I already kind of hate my life.
Yep, definitely. So I like the lead. You just hope that you can find the same leads with some less nice hands.
Yep.
Really put them in a tough spot.
Some hands like 8-9, 5x hands, club hands. But against the king-queen with no club, just going to take it down. That's always a bummer when you flop a set and
But it makes sense to lead
get
as
no
well,
action.
because people should and do check back a lot. So you kind of do have to leave those sixes there quite often.
So 50 players remaining. We're still at 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. 8 off the money now. We will start to see some heavy bubble considerations coming around in the next hour or so. What's the longest bubble you've ever been a part of?
Oh, they can go for hours sometimes.
Yeah.
Go for hours.
The worst for me ever was WSOP 2017 in the Colossus. 57,000 runners they got in that one.
Oh my God.
And my flight, I think, had like the most. It was the last flight, and it was like 10K runners. And they were just super unprepared for it. It was the first time they'd ever run the tournament.
I mean, to be fair, can't blame them for not being prepared for 57,000
Absolutely.
runners.
It was insane. Yeah, like broke a bunch of records and stuff. And so we're on the bubble. We're like 3 off the money or 4 off the money. They go hand for hand because the field's still, I mean, there's like 1,000 people left on the bubble or whatever. And it took 3.5 hours. And in those 3.5 hours, 5 hands were played total.
Oh my God.
5 hands in 3.5 hours.
Because they're doing hand for hand, right?
Yep. And
Imagine
it was just such a
coordinating
logistical
hand for
nightmare.
hand in that situation.
It was unreal. And a ton of the dealers at WSOP are, of course, pretty green and maybe have never dealt with a bubble before. So, absolute nightmare scenario. Ace-9 open from the Dale Code. And a defend here in the small blind with the Ace-7 suited. Queen 8-5 Rainbow. This is an interesting one. Both players with pretty similar hands. Does just go check.
That's a quick check.
Nathan taking the lead here. Dale does turn a gutter, though. He might opt for, does opt for a barrel here. Don't blame him. Pretty decent card to barrel from his perspective. Nathan with his pair not going anywhere.
Yeah, small sizing too, so you'll stick around.
And a repeat 7 on the river.
I was going to say, I'd love to see Dale go for it. And if he does, he's going to find out the bad news.
Well, does just wave the white flag, though. Stabs once. Trips are going to take it down, so not too bloody a hand. D King in the chat saying he needs to see some blood. We wouldn't mind some blood here in the booth as well. It's always
just a couple of fireworks.
Yeah, a little fireworks is always good for the stream.
Just one of those little bangers, just to start us off with.
A banger or two. It doesn't have to be too many. Shoutouts to Lord Agger. Says, hi, Jebediah. How's it going? It's going good, man. I was pretty tired when we first started streaming. Luke's Bon Me. Have you been to Luke's Bon Me?
No, I haven't.
It's right around the corner here from Play Live. Shoutouts to Luke's Bon Me. This is not sponsored, but boy, would I love to get a collab going with them. In my opinion, the best banh mi in Australia. And that has been corroborated by many actual Vietnamese people. So I don't think it's not a hot take to say that, shall we say. I'm in good company. Place is unbelievable. They were renovating for like a month and a half. They finally reopened. Ate one right before we started streaming and just total food coma. But I do feel like I've rebounded.
We just saw an ace-10 fold here.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. That was definitely on the discipline side.
I think he has 19 big blinds, so he's probably feeling like he wants to get through to the money. I'll probably still open though.
Yeah, I do think hands like that, they perform especially well at those types of stack depths, right? Where they're good at making top pair, and if you make top pair, your hand's inherently strong enough to play for it all.
I just feel like you're risking 2 big blinds only. You can take the blinds down pre-flop, and if you don't, you might flop a good pair. And you can always just shut down post-flop if you want to.
Absolutely. And it's not like if you min raise and, don't win the hand, it's not like suddenly you're crippled, right? You still have 17 bigs, plenty healthy, probably still an ITM stack.
All right, so Liam's mixing it up a bit with the 9-8 offsuit.
Is this a mistake? Liam's not there yet, so this is a mistake.
Okay.
Getting a confirmation from production. So we are going to have a mystery hand here. This is what I'm talking about. We do sometimes get these organically. So ignore Liam's 8-9. Yep, are getting confirmation from production. It has to do with the crash that happened earlier. So we're going to have a mystery hand here. Idris's king-queen is going to be accurate in the big blind. So we did have a small C bet from the pre-flop raiser who opened from the cutoff.
So this is a mystery hand.
This is a mystery hand.
Let's go.
So we had a cutoff open, a defend from Idris, a C bet on the flop for a small sizing, and a check call from Idris with the king queen. 6 of spades on the turn.
Yeah, you think it's going to kill the action now?
Yeah, Idris definitely just going to be checking here every time.
But maybe if it goes check, check, maybe he could turn his hand into a bluff.
And let's see what Yao Yifan does here. Does just opt for a check back. So check, check on the turn, and a repeat 3 on the river. Now, what do we think Yao has? Time to make our prediction. So he's gone cutoff open, bet the flop, check back on the turn.
So we could have a lot of ace highs or broadways that have missed. Maybe he has a weak pair that wants to slow down because the flush got in. But if I'm Idris, I'm wanting to bluff my hand mostly because I want to try and get off ace high.
Yeah, turn your king high into a bluff so that the other kind of bluff hands that unfortunately beat you don't get to see showdown.
You can value bet at 10. You can have a 3 here for sure. You can have flushes.
Yeah, as the big blind, we'll have the majority of the flushes because he is playing any 2 suited cards and the majority of the 3Xs. So pretty comfortable range advantage. We'll also have hands like 5-7 off that his opponent will not have. Does find the lead as you suggested and takes it down. So Idris Hassan is going to win our mystery hand over Yao Yifan, who has question mark, question mark. Maybe we can even get confirmation from production later in the day of what he ultimately had. I'm not sure if that's possible or not.
I'd like to think he had an underpair, just to make the king-queen bluff a little bit sexier.
I think that's pretty nice, yeah. Even if it was ace high, it's a very nice bluff from the king-queen.
Absolutely.
Amanda Pike in the chat, MSP, chat legend, chat OG. What's up? How you doing? Six-five suited here for Liam Jehu. 23 bigs. Does opt for the greedy open. Kisses it. Sends it off to God.
I've got a feeling we might see something here. I've just got this feeling.
If that works, I'm going to start doing it. You heard it here first. I will be stealing Liam's idea if that works. Idris with the king-queen in the small blind. 22 bigs. Pretty much the same stack as Liam. This is a pretty interesting spot.
Definitely.
Could call, could jam.
Could even do one of those sneaky click 3
Do
bets.
one of those click 3 bets he did before.
So I don't mind it in this spot.
Playing some poker myself. Oh, sweet. Playing cash, playing tourney. What are we rocking? Yep, does opt for, okay, not a click 3 bet, just a full-sized 3x 3 bet here.
But the key is he didn't go all in, so he hasn't risked his entire stack. I like the way Idris has been playing.
Yeah, he's been navigating this near bubble scenario very intelligently. Liam trying to decide if he can peel in position given the price that he's getting.
It's getting a good price. It's one of those awkward situations where now you're playing a 3-bet pot on the bubble, and Liam's no man to shy away from that.
Absolutely. I think from his perspective, his attitude is, I'm not afraid to bubble. My opponent probably is afraid to bubble. Let's see what we can do here. And look at this. Ace high board, gut shot for Idris, who's also, as the pre-flop 3-better, going to be c-betting very often. And just the straight flush draw for Liam Jehu. So could see some fireworks here, even though there's no made hands.
One of those little pop fireworks we're after.
A little bit of the pop.
Yep, ace high board with the gut shot, definitely c-betting. And then Liam's got an interesting decision whether he wants to put it in or if he just wants to take a card off.
Yeah, this is going to be a spot where putting it in is good because you realize all of your equity. But, of course, you do expect your opponent just to have it a lot here.
Yeah, it makes it awkward.
And it's pretty awkward, and then you're kind of gambling on the bubble with just 6-high flush draw. So it does just opt for a call. Repeat ace on the turn. That might slow Idris down.
If he somehow finds it, it'd be massive props.
Absolutely. I do think these repeat top pair cards are under-bluffed in general, so it can be good to just go for it regardless. Does opt for a check. Liam Jehu does just take a quick check back, wants to realize his equity, and boy does he. Queen of diamonds on the river, so that's a
What a
pair for
card.
Idris. And the flush for Liam Jehu. I mean, this or the King of Diamonds. These were the Jin rivers. If you're Liam Jehu, where you get there and you probably get paid.
And how's the stack? The stack's half of what is in the pot.
So yeah, they both have half pot behind. So I do just expect this to just be a jam from Liam. Could be a world where he opts for a really small, greedy size as well. Try and get paid super often without putting on the pressure for his opponent of risking busting.
Well, that's the problem. It's great when you're bluffing, but when you want to get paid, you might have to do something a bit more creative. Who covers who? It looks like Liam covers. Are you going to jam or are you going to bet small?
I think for me, I prefer to not get too fancy. I'm just going to jam for half pot and hope that my opponent, you know, has an ace or has a queen and just pays me anyway. But no, he does opt for the greedy bet. Looks like 225. Okay. So that is essentially a jam.
But it does leave him with the chips, so he doesn't have to get out of his seat.
And I wonder if this is deliberately psychological from Liam, of like, let me give the guy the ability to call without being literally all in, so that...
I think it might be, because it really does impact your decision.
Absolutely. I do think there's like quite a lot of logic behind that, where you're not costing yourself much missed value, and the difference in how often you get calls could be quite significant, right?
It's, you know, it's the opposite of bluffing, leaving one chip behind. It's just like that.
It's like the other side of that coin, right, that we were talking about earlier.
Let the guy make a call, but still give him a chip so he can try and spin it back up.
And make some mistakes. And now Idris Hassan in the blender. Not an easy spot at all.
Hang on, we're being told that they both have more than 250k. And now that you mention it, yep, I can see 200k.
Oh,
just
you're
in
right.
orange
Yeah,
chips.
Idris has piles. You're absolutely right. Nice catch there from Isaac Zhao. Shout outs to him. So it's yeah, so okay. I guess these stack sizes are off, so apologies. I think that might be...
Damn, I was getting excited. I thought
I
it was
know,
the
me
reverse one
too.
chip. So Idris is giving this some real thought. I wonder what bluffs you expect to see if you call here.
Yeah, that is the one thing. So he opened pre-flop from early, called your 3-bet, called on the flop, check on the turn.
So you have to think Liam is turning a hand into a bluff. So maybe an underpair or like a 10 jack suited maybe. You have to think he's got one of those that he's deciding to bluff with, because I can't really think of any hands that have no showdown value that are going to bluff.
Yeah, not too many obvious bluff candidates, so that can oftentimes be a factor that makes you lean toward folding a bit more, right? And he does indeed find the fold correctly, so he'll be happy when he sees that on stream later in the day. Happy to know he was correct there. But that's a pretty big pot from Liam Jehu. Chipping up. I'm going to take a manual count of their stacks in a second here. I do think the other stacks look about correct. Dale Code, that looks like 400 and something, so that looks about right. George Yang, over a milli. Liam Jehu looks like 3, 4, 5, 600k and change plus the oranges. It's going to be maybe 8 something there. Chip colors and values. Yes, excellent question. So the yellows are 1K, the blues are 5Ks, and the orange chips are the 25Ks. So the stack of orange is what you're after. So assuming that Liam has it in stacks of 20, he's a professional, so I'm going to safely assume that's the case. Looks like he does have around 800 to 850,000.
Another one of these awkward small pairs, but at least he's got around 50 big blinds. It's a lot more comfortable playing these kind of hands now.
Yeah, a little bit easier to navigate when you're a bit deeper, right? Look at this, pocket tens here for Amir in the cutoff. Do you like a 3-bet here? You like a call?
Yeah, sometimes. My default is to call, but under certain, some circumstances I might chuck in a bit of a 3-bet.
does opt for the 3-bet line here. On the smaller side, the Super Pro 3-bet makes it 115, a little less than 3x.
I like these sides. It kind of entices people to come in, especially when they're out of position.
Absolutely, yeah. You can bait a lot of worse hands to splash around with you. So, Yifan Yao gonna have to decide, does he want to try and flop a set and crush some souls, or is he just gonna let the small pair go out of position? I do think fold is probably the prudent response, but he can afford to get in the mix.
See, I'm not sure what you're supposed to do there because I often call when I think I probably shouldn't. I just always like to try and hit that set.
And when you do hit it, I mean, the upside potential is massive, shall we say, especially when you're covering your opponent. Jack 9-5 just misses, post to post for both players.
He's got that medium stack, so if he bricks and misses, he's still got over 40 big, so that's why I get tempted sometimes.
Yeah, no real risk of bubbling, right, unless something dramatic happens. 49 remaining now, so another player lost on an outer table. 7 off now.
Yeah, Amir's taken a bit of a low variance option in checking.
I think I actually quite like that. And your hand needs some protection against queen, kings, and ace turns, but overall, doesn't need too much protection. And now he can decide if he wants to go for 2 streets of value here or just 1. Did pick up a gut shot to go with his pocket tens on the turn here.
I think if you did check the flop and you're facing a check on the turn, I think that's the green light to put a bit of a bet in now. You've pot controlled once, you probably don't need to pop control again.
Yeah, it can target 9x, some 7x hands as well. And hands like pocket 6s, pocket 8s. And even this exact hand, pocket 4s. Although, from my perspective, if I was Amir, I might assume my opponent wouldn't have that pre-flop.
And if you're pocket 4s, if you do want to continue, you're just hoping to have like an ace-king or ace-queen type of hand.
Yeah, that didn't want to stab the flop because it was a middling texture.
Yeah, so you might get tempted here. No, discipline fold.
Does make a discipline laydown. It's a nice pot if you're Amir. Feels good to win that one. Has 800k now. So looking at the stacks, again, Idris's stack is incorrect. He does have a fair bit more. The rest of the stacks did all look correct when we did the eyeball count. Liam's stack, again, also a bit short. He looked like he had more like 850.
We've seen some pretty solid poker, to be honest.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. The only kind of really out there play we've seen so far was Minaj's squeeze with the queen deuce, which did work when he found that c-bet again in on the flop. But overall, it's just been pretty solid.
Yeah, I think the quality's been quite high. People are playing their hands well. I keep in my head thinking to myself, well played hand, well played hand.
We definitely get a wide range of experiences here on the live stream. We've seen some crazy action. We've seen some, very just sort of solid tables. And some where it's a bit of both. Like you have a couple players just playing 90% of hands and then the rest trying to navigate that reality.
What's your favorite type of table to commentate?
I do like the psycho action, but there is a limit. Like when I was commentating the creator invitational cash games that we did.
Oh, that just looked bananas.
It was just bananas, and it was so hard to follow. And it's just, it's like the quintuple straddle is on, and you don't even know what the blinds are. That was a bit much. It was really fun. Obviously, a lot of great personalities. Everyone's having a great time. But it was difficult to keep track of. But I will say overall, I think my favorite has been the 5K. It's just watching like the really elite players like yourself battle it out. Look at this. Pocket aces.
So Dale's come in for a small raise. And these blind on blind spots are real tricky when you're in the small blind. Do I limp? Do I shove? Do I raise small? And then aces getting tricky themselves.
I like the trap call here, blind versus blind. And he is going to get maximally rewarded. Base Baldy, Eric Baldwin in the chat. He was one of the players in that creator cash game during the Melbourne Millions.
So poor Dale's probably thinking he's got the best hand here.
This might be his tournament life, right? I mean, this, from his perspective, opens blind versus blind, flops top pair on a dry board.
With a good kicker.
With a good kicker, no less. I mean, he's thinking about Vegas and the Mirage.
Yeah, he'll be thinking about how to get the money in. And George is playing very cool.
And a 9 on the turn. Cool. This is actually a pretty awkward turn if you're George Yang. A lot of two pairs and hands like Dale has, pair plus open-ended. The question is, if you're George, do you just get it in here? Aces definitely is going to just be strong enough.
Dale has slightly sized up a little bit. The pot was, say, 240, so he's bet nearly half pot, but he's bet a third of his stack. So now it's getting real.
Does announce the all-in. I like this play from George Yang. Says, don't want to let another terrible card peel off. I do think my aces are just strong enough to play for all of it. And now Dale Code, 6 off the money in a nightmare spot with top pair and an open-ender. I'm not sure if he's ever going to find a fold here.
I did think the look on his face just showed that he probably thinks he's beat, but it's such a difficult hand to fold when you've got top pair, up and down. You've got a lot of outs.
A lot of it, I think, will come down to, do you think your opponent has hands like Jack 10, Jack 9, where he has like a worse version of what you got with the pair and the open-ended? Or do you just think, you're always beat? Can he have worse value hands, right? Are there any Queen X hands with worse kickers that are doing this for value?
Dale's line is quite strong. He's bet again with a slightly big size and giving the stacks. And you can just tell how much pain he's in right now.
This is going to be one of those good old-fashioned think about it properly. Talking out the action, going through the line out loud, and George just giving him absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Dale fishing for a read here, trying to find some sort of tell that can give him a clue. Does George stay still, or is he giving him a bit of a false?
George gives him a bit of a smile. So he is starting to penetrate with the speech play. Dale Code is a very charming man.
What if George is trying to throw out some false information, trying to get a call? Or if you're George, maybe you wouldn't mind a fold at this point.
Yeah, you have already won a really significant pot. Either way, your big stack is going to get even bigger. So in some ways, you might root for a fold, though, of course, it is a value jam.
I reckon Dale kind of has a gut feeling that he's beat, but it's just such a difficult spot to lay down. So I think he'll just be talking himself into whether he can go with his gut read or not.
It's always tricky. Okay, does opt for the call. Can't blame him. Top pair and the open-ended, blind versus blind. Sees the pocket aces, but this hand is not over.
30% is a lot of equity.
King 8, queen, or a jack. We'll find a double for Dale Code. And it's an offsuit 4.
Doesn't find it.
And George Yang with a beautifully played blind versus blind battle. Coolers his opponent with the aces. Sends him to the rail. That is going to be a soft bubble for Dale Code. Unlucky.
That is a nice hand played by George, because if he 3-bets, it's a very good chance Dale folds.
Folds pre, right? By trapping the aces, he wins the maximum. Gets himself one player closer to the bubble. Which, of course, when you're the overwhelming chip leader, look at this, 1.6 million. You can do some real damage now. So 47 remaining, 5 off the money.
Yeah, this is a dream spot for George. Dream spot. Chip leader by a lot too, on the bubble.
GG's Dale in the YouTube chat. Let's get some GG Dales in the chat. Very well played from Dale Code. Can't really fault him. Sometimes it's your destiny to die.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to fold on the turn. Don't blame him at all for putting it in.
I think I would have done the same myself. You could tell he had that, like you said, that kind of gut sensation that maybe my hand's not good, but
I think as soon as the chips went in, just Dale's face is thinking to himself, oh, I don't like this.
he was hoping just to see a call, and then maybe a check on the river, or he improves on the river.
Yeah, it changes really quick. You go from trying to get the money in to all of a sudden someone's doing it for you and you're not liking it.
Pocket queens for Amir. Okay, so we're starting to see some premiums floating around the table these last couple orbits.
We've seen some action too.
We requested some pop fireworks, and look at this. Ace King for Idris Hassan.
Got an old-fashioned flip coming up.
The oldest flip in the book. The ladies versus Big Slick. Now, you know about Big Slick, obviously. You played poker a long time.
I know Big Slick.
Ace Queen, Big Chick.
Didn't know that one. I think it was Little Slick.
Yep, also Little Slick, also Big Chick. And then, of course, You got the 6-9, the big lick.
His king was Anna Kournikova. Do you remember
Anna
that one?
Kournikova, yes. I'm old enough to remember that.
I love this saying as well. Looks good, but never wins.
Looks good, but never wins. That is a reasonable representation of Kournikova's career.
I miss those old sayings.
Eric Baldwin been grinding out in Vegas. I've been sweating a lot of his tourneys out there.
Oh, we forgot. Idris doesn't have that short stack.
Oh, that is correct. Good reminder here from production. Idris is nowhere near all in.
Production's all over it.
So he is just 3-betting to a normal size with plenty behind. I do, regardless, even as deep as they actually are, expect to see a jam and a call. So I think very likely to see a race going on here. Production saying Idris has about 500K total. So it's reading him at right around 250, but he actually has 500K. 500K is 25 bigs. So again, if Amir jams, don't think he's folding ace king.
I actually busted a main event here with Queens versus Ace King.
Which side of the flip did you
I
have?
was on the Queens. I'm getting some flashbacks right now. I limped under the gun with Queens off 25 big blinds. I was trying to be a bit tricky.
Ooh.
Then it went raise and jam in front of me. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to have to go with it here. I was up against Ace King and I was the 2 off the money.
Couldn't hold. Finds the bubble. Now, was that a 4-bet to not all in from Amir? Yep, it was. Click back 4-bet.
Very strong sizing. Very strong play.
And that is 40% of Idris' stack. Does just announce an all in.
Yep, not
Amir's going to call. They got there the long way, but they got there regardless. So this is going to be a 1 million chip pot. Ignore the number you see on the screen. This is for 1 million chips. Queens versus Ace King, the oldest race in the book. Let's see. Ace in the window. Couple of jacks.
Down to 2 outs.
Gonna need a queen. And that is a full double from Idris. So he lost that big 3-bet pot to Liam Jehu, but now wins a nice flip. Gotta win those flips if you want to win the tournament.
I got some feedback for your dealers, by the way.
Okay.
In all-in situations, I want to sweat a little bit, you know? Just draw me out. Just turn and river slow. Just
Yeah,
give me,
nice and
give me
slow for
some-
the stream.
Give me some sweat.
Now, on final tables, we will do that sometimes. The only reason they don't do that at this stage of the tournament is to keep it fair. So we are always concerned about just tournament integrity, and we want the pace of play to be the same on stream as it is on all the other tables.
There was one hand, I think it was all in. I had one of those straight draw, flush draw, overcard draws. I had something like 18 outs, and the dealer whipped it out so quick. I didn't even get my chance to feel any jitters.
Yeah, it is always a bummer, but you will see on the final tables, we'll tell them to slow down a bit and kind of create a little bit more drama for the stream. But yeah, when there's still a bunch of tables going simultaneously, the dealers are instructed to just deal at full pace to keep it fair so that players on stream are getting the same hands per hour as everyone else. Sometimes more, because obviously the stream dealers are some of the best in the room, though I will say we're very spoiled. Some of the best dealers in Australia here at Play Live. So we got me in the box. She's just counting out the all-in, making sure the chip stacks are correct, delivering Idris the spoils of war. So we're going to have one more hand here before we take a short break.
All right, come on. Let's give us something big. I love playing the last hand before break. I love it.
Oh, yeah. So how do you feel about those kind of... we were talking about this a little bit yesterday on the stream, about those moments where you can exploit people like at the end of the day when they're tired or right before dinner break when you know they want to leave. Are you one of the people that likes to take advantage of those spots?
There's definitely a psychological element to those spots because is he just raising because it's the last hand for the break? Does he really have a hand? If I 3-bet, does he think I'm going to be doing that as well? So there's definitely some mind games for sure being played.
Absolutely.
And here we go. We might get those action hands. We've got pocket kings under the gun.
Just like that. Pocket kings.
Ace-8 suited on the button with the big stack. Now, won't be folding, but the question is, will he use his big stack as a bit of a club? I'm just going to call, so we'll take this one post-flop.
Liam Jehu does just let it go with the junky hand in the big blind. He's going to just head off to break and enjoy his time. Let's see. 10-8-6 rainbow with a heart. So George does pick up middle pair and the backdoor nut flush draw.
Yep, so we're going to see some more chips go in, which is always fun.
Wow, a check here from Yao. I do actually quite like that on this texture as the under the gun razor against the button. This is going to favor the button's range, and a 4 of hearts. Spicy turn.
The deck really trying to push some action here. So if your king's now, surely you got to put in a bet, right?
Absolutely. I think once it goes check, check, you don't want to miss out on the value. So many hands that you can target, including the one that George has, of course. It looks like 75,000 there.
Just a little over half pot.
I like the sizing. George certainly never folding. Don't think he's raising very often either. I do think just in position when he has a hand with so much equity, call is very appealing. Problem with raising in my mind is there's nothing you're really trying to deny against, and most of the things that are calling are just currently ahead of you. So, yep, does just opt for a call, and bang! 3 of hearts on the river. This could get expensive for Yifan Yao, who has the overpair on a clean-looking board and the king of hearts cutting down on the flush combinations. Plus, it's a backdoor flush that's come in, so it's going to be even more disguised for George Yang with the nuts here.
So your phone can either check and hope it goes check, check. He can try and bet small for value if he thinks he wants to go thin, or he can bet small for as a bit of a blocker.
Yeah, we're 2 off the money, so this is essentially the direct bubble. It'll be hand for hand when we come back after this.
What might you put George on if you're sitting here with kings?
So we went check, check on the flop, and then bet call on the turn. I think I'd put him on a hand like he has, but without the nut flush, right? Just like some 8x hands, you know, ace-8 suited, king-8 suited, 8-9 suited, things of the like.
Yeah, pocket nines,
Pocket nines, pocket sevens.
A 10 that wanted to pot control.
Yeah, some 10s that wanted to pot control because of the bubble, right? Although he does cover, so yep, does opt for a kind of half potish sizing. Now, the question is, if you're George, is this just a jam? Do we want to, again, kind of take the Liam Jehu approach and pick a big raise that's not all in? Does just go for the jam, and if you're Yifan Yao, this is a nightmare scenario.
He jammed pretty quick as well. I wonder if being on break had something to do with that. I tend to play fast when I'm on break because I want my break.
You want to go take the time.
Because sometimes you can read into people's timing. If they act fast, does it mean something? If they act slow, does it mean something? But that's why the break gives that really fun dynamic.
What is Yifan Yao going to do here?
So he's got to try and dream up some bluff combos because no worse hand is going to be shoving for value. So it's going to be something that he wants to turn into a bluff.
Now the question is, what kinds of hands are bluffing? Could see hands like an 8-9, Jack-9. Could see some hands with an individual ace of hearts, but how many offsuit ace-x combos might he have? Maybe ace-10 with the ace of hearts is feasible.
Ace-10 is feasible. Otherwise, like a turning a pair into a bluff, like you said, like the 8-9. Maybe a pocket sevens with a 7 of hearts.
Pocket sevens, 7 of hearts, very logical. 5s with the 5 of hearts could be as well. So there are definitely some natural bluffs here.
But you really need to think your opponent's capable of turning a pair into a bluff.
And that's the question, is like, what is his impression of George? They've had a small sample of only 33 hands together. Don't know how much experience they have playing with one another in general, so...
It does get a bit mental because you're on the break, which we just discussed, and George is the chip leader.
Right? You could just feel like he's putting the max pressure on you,
and maybe he could. Maybe we could be sitting here watching him do it with pocket sevens with a 7 of hearts. Because if you've got the big stack, what a perfect way to push it around.
Oh, absolutely, right? Ideal spot. I mean, I wouldn't blame him. If he does announce call, he will be one of our bubble boys.
Yeah, this is one of those blenders where you feel like sometimes someone could just be messing with you. Yep, got his head in his hand.
He looks miserable. Even with the mask on, you can just tell he's just not having fun right
I think when
now.
the forehead touches his hand, you know he's in pain. What's your gut feel? Do you reckon he finds a fold?
I reckon he's going to fold, yeah. If I had to guess, I think he'll have a moment of clarity of, I'm too off the money. I still have over 500K. Let me just fold, get in the money. I'll check the stream on break or whatever, you know, when it catches up.
Maybe he does find that fold.
Nice fold from Yao Yifan. He is going to be super happy to see he was correct. So we are going on a break, and this is actually going to be a long break. The players are having their dinner break, so we are going to have, I believe, an hour. So we're going to go to the break. If you want to go get some food yourself, I do recommend it. I think we might go do that ourselves since we have a bit of time off. Coming back to hand-for-hand action just about the direct bubble here at the Grand Prix Play Live Melbourne main event.
Stop guessing and start studying like a professional. Welcome to the Vault at Octopi Poker. The Vault offers powerful study tools and data drawn from real tournaments. We've cataloged the action from the highest stakes arenas, including Triton, the WSOP, and Play Live. This isn't just a library of random solves. It's a curated archive of the most pivotal hands played at the world's most prestigious final tables. These are the hands that define careers. For these hands, we've provided comprehensive pre-flop and post-flop simulations. You can see exactly how the world's best navigated these high-pressure spots. Compare the actual play against the theoretical GTO baseline. Analyze the frequencies, the sizing, and the EV of every action taken under the brightest lights. Studying the Vault allows you to move beyond abstract theory and see how poker is actually won at the highest level. Boost your edge by studying reality, not just theory. Sign up today at Octopipoker.ai. I'll see you inside.
Alrighty. Welcome back. Play Live, Melbourne, Grand Prix Series, main event. Me, Josh Monk, aka Monkey, alongside the big man himself, Jackson Young. Jacko, how are you?
Good, mate. Good. Excited to be here. It's the main event, which is always really exciting, and we're going to see someone walk away with over $100,000 very shortly. So, yeah, excited to see who's still in the mix and, see some fun action.
There you go. Have you got a couple of your mates out there in the field? I know your mate won it the other day, Jordan.
Yeah, I did obviously get to see Jordan win last night, which was great.
Sure.
I actually don't think I have any close friends left in the...
Acquaintances, maybe.
Yeah, some friendly acquaintances.
Sure.
I mean, look, Nelson, obviously a good friend of mine, is still in. I can see his little head there in the corner on the outer table. But I did play against Sean the other day in the 2K Super Stack, which he did take out for a nice little trophy and a water bottle, and he's still in this main event. So not sure his stack size exactly yet. Looks kind of short from here, but he's going to be one looking to make a mark.
Did see him a little bit earlier, Sean. You might actually catch me on the stream. I did check in with Sean Ragazzini, who's sitting in seat 8 here. This is the feature table, hand number 19, I believe. Well, no, hand number 1, I should say, after that break. Now, they are doing hand for hand, I believe, Jacko, downstairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, did walk through just before to get myself a drink and on hand for hand. So good to see that we are very, very close to the bubble bursting. A lot of YouTube comments, which is great. But excited to see some action, and hopefully every hand is fairly quick. As you know, hand for hand can sometimes take a bit of time, but there's only 5 tables, I believe, left. So it shouldn't actually be too crazy. When I was in Vegas, Monk, it was like, I'm trying to think, I think there was 1,500 people on the bubble, right? So what's that like? It's like...
Forget about it. Plenty of tables.
It's 150 tables or something
Plus,
like that.
yeah.
And all the TDs have to coordinate every hand, and obviously more likely someone busts, but they do the bubble with like 10 people, right? Just because it's so big, right?
Okay.
It's like they don't miss out on anyone. So actually, funny story.
Yeah, hit me.
They specifically finished day 3 early because they wanted to bring in all the camera crews and stuff like that for day 4 to make sure that was the time that the bubble burst. So we actually finished our level half an hour early on the end of day 3 with 10 people remaining. So everyone did end up busting, and on day 4 within like 2 or 3 hands, and that took like an hour. So yeah, that's the show game, I guess.
Okay. So it looks like there's been a raise by Shem here. Just catching up on the audio in the hijack with the 6-4, the Nintendo 64 of hearts. Fat Nguyen in the big blind decided to call, and the flop came down ace, queen, jack, 2 hearts. So Fat taking the lead there with top pair, but Shem also picking up the flush draw with a 6-4. As we can see, it's a couple of technical difficulties coming through, and it looks like there's been an all-in and a call. Obviously all-in from Fat with his ace and a gut shot to make the straight. And Shem's obviously called it off because he's got a huge stack too. Shem, have a look at that. What's he got there? 1.3 mil.
1.3 mil.
Yeah, okay, 65 bigs.
And if he wins this one, it's like, 1.8 mil.
Yeah.
Something like that. Awesome.
So pretty easy decision for him to call with his flush draw as the ace of hearts peeled off on the turn. Came queen, jack, 7, I should say. The graphics are slightly wrong in the bottom right-hand corner for the flop. Obviously, queen, jack, 7, 1 heart, the ace of hearts on the turn. And down to the river, and the river card brings in the king that actually makes the straight for Fat. So Fat's going to get the double through there up to 528K or 26 bigs. Shem goes down to 53 bigs, but I don't think he worries too much about that. It's still over $1 million in chips, and I think the average is somewhere along 700-800K, give or take, Jacko?
when I was downstairs and in these main events, the average is around 35-40 bigs always with 1 hour levels, which is good to see. So just another notable name. I am good friends with Daniel Lee, who's a player that I play quite frequently with at some friendly home games. So it's good to see him take the journey to tournaments and potentially look to take this one out. I think we are on the bubble, like the stone bubble. So we do see Fat double, and if he loses that hand, he's just out of the tournament and does not find a min cash. So pretty unlucky there from Shem, but with that chip lead, he's probably, not too depressed that he's there. And we do see the graphics are now working quite seamlessly, which is great. So stick it out with us, guys. It's going to be quite a fun feature table with me and Monkey.
Yeah, there you go. And you were in here until 3 o'clock last night, I believe. Is that correct, Jacko?
11 hours in the booth yesterday.
I have done a stint like that. Berkey and I did 12 and a half
it's
one
fun.
time.
It's fun.
It is fun, but you have to. It's kind of interesting because once you're so deep into it,
Yeah, you don't want to stop.
You don't want to stop.
No.
Yeah, I get it. I completely understand.
It was great because two of my good friends, Paris and Jordan, were actually on the feature
there you go.
table for
Beautiful.
a couple hours, and they both made the final table. So we got to commentate that, and Jordan ended up taking it out for 50K and a trophy. So it was great to see him. He was running so good. Like some of the hands that he was hitting, and I was with Chris in the booth, and we were going crazy.
There you go.
Just,
Beautiful.
Excited because it's our friend, but also just like when someone hits a 3-outer for your tournament life, it's pretty cool to see that. So we were quite wrapped with how that went, and 11 hours in, but it was very, very fun. So no complaints from here.
So those people just tuning into us right now, we are main event day 2, which kicked off today at midday. It's a $1,500 buy-in, 1,300 plus 200. They all started with 100K starting stack. 60-minute levels today, $300,000 guaranteed in the prize pool. But don't worry about that. I think they got 470 and a bit of change, as you will see in the bottom of your screen with that little event ribbon. We'll show exactly how much we got in the prize pool here. And we are down to the last four or five tables, give or take. The information should show up top right-hand corner of your screen at home or on your device. We are live on a 20-minute delay here at Play Live at 129 York Street, South Melbourne, on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. And did you get some activity in all the chats last night, Jacko, with you and Kokonos in here?
Yeah, people were going off. We actually had a lot of support for Geordie. He's one of those guys. He's young, obviously, so has a lot of people sweating him and hoping that he wins it. So there was a lot of support in the chat for him. Did a little giveaway as well for a hoodie.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful.
Took your advice there, and we gave away a Play Live hoodie. The question was something like, what's my favourite hand? And, man, we just got a plethora of comments, obviously, It's hard to sort of know. So we got, 50-plus comments probably over all the platforms, which was great. So, yeah, it was very, very fun, mate. I'm quite excited to do this one again. And once the bubble pops, we're going to probably see a lot of action, which should be quite fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Mackenzie's on this table too.
Josh Foster
Just
as
noted.
well.
Yeah,
This is
Josh,
quite a-
Winston Tan's there as well. Ragazzini, obviously. Fat Nguyen, who I've commentated on a few times. Shem's in there. Jeez, I tell you what, bit of a star-studded lineup. And I know that there's some big players still out in the field. I know that Vincent Wan is out there, a.k.a. Wonky, is out in the field. And hopefully Simon Shaheen's still in the field, but I believe he might have busted earlier, but I'll get a double check from
I
Simon.
think he's straight into the mixed games.
Mixed games upstairs, is he?
Yeah, I believe I did see him.
And on cue, here's some food coming straight in for us in the comm booth as we are hand for hand. It will be a little bit slow. Obviously, when we're hand for hand, it does take some time when you got 5 more. No, I'm good, thank you. 5 tables out there playing hand for hand. So we do apologize if it's a little bit slow, but we're going to try and keep you all abreast of everything that's going on here at Play Live. Now, what else they got on tonight? Oh, the deep freeze started today at $4.15. It's a $1,150 buy-in, I should say. 1,000 plus 150, yeah, 200K starting stack, 30-minute levels, and 75 guaranteed in the prize pool for that particular event. That is a freeze out, so forget about shooting multiple bullets into that. You only get one chance at it, and they'll be coming back tomorrow at 3 o'clock to see the conclusion of that event. I believe you can buy in Max Late Reg tomorrow in the deep freeze. I'll get some confirmations on that, but I believe that is correct, Jacko.
Can confirm that one.
Can confirm. And then at 7 o'clock tonight, which was approximately an hour ago, the Mystery Bounty event kicked off. $600 buy-in, 250 plus 250 plus 100, 25K starting stack, 24-minute levels and a 25K guarantee in that particular event. As we get back to the action here, Mackenzie under the guns picked up the ace-9 of clubs. Pops it up, makes it 50K to go. The blinds are 10, 20, 20. As you can see up in the top left-hand corner, brought to you by Octopi Poker. Do you know much about the Octopi Poker? I did hear you yesterday, Jacko, talk a little bit about the Octopi Poker and getting that free trial for a month using that Play Live code.
Yeah, Nick Mooney actually did send me the link, and I did check it out. I actually really like it. It's obviously something a little bit new because I haven't used that platform specifically, but I do really like its approach, and I think it's quite something that I am going to look to use. I've been playing obviously a lot of tournaments here the last couple of weeks, and it has made me want to improve and get better. So I definitely think I'm going to be checking out Octopi more so over the next few weeks and study before Play Live's next series, which I believe is not too far away. I mean, and probably like a couple months or something, right?
Yeah, the birthday bash, it's on at the same time as the Aussie Million. So if you don't have those big bullets to fire into the Aussie Millions, you can always come down to Play Live and play their birthday bash series. Anyway, Mackenzie did raise it up with the ace-9. He got 3-bet by Daniel. There was pocket 5s that folded by Shem. Pocket 2s were out there as well. I think a 7 has been burnt already. So Daniel looking to find the case 7 remaining in the deck. But he does put it in a 4-bet to 400k, Mackenzie, under the gun. And Daniel Lee here with the pocket 7s facing a raise of 290k to call.
It's actually quite sick from Mackenzie.
Yeah, absolutely.
He is, as we can see from the stack counts up top, he is covered here by Daniel. So in theory, Daniel should be able to put a lot of pressure on him. But Mackenzie sort of said, I don't really care. I don't really believe you. And I'm just going to 4-bet, effectively whack my stack and make you fold a hand that has 50% equity.
Bazza Tube 93 coming in there saying, why don't we have the numbers top right of the screen? They should appear shortly. We are hand for hand. So I think it would be fair to say that there's approximately 40, let's call it 43 players remaining in the field because 42nd gets paid and we are hand for hand at the moment. So it'll be 43 players remaining out in the outer tables in conjunction with this feature table that we're watching at the moment.
I did see Nelson on the way in, and he had about there we are, Monkey. Nice,
there
nice little appearance, saying hi to Raggers.
There we go. It proves the fact that we are on 20-minute delay because that is me saying hello to Sean Ragazzini there.
People can't believe that we're on a delay. Obviously,
have to be. I mean, for the integrity of the game, you know,
it would be bad if we weren't.
Yeah.
But I did see Nelson had about 2.3 million chips, which is absurd at this stage of the tournament. As we can see, our chip leader on this table has about 1 million. So he does have double the next biggest on our table and has about 120 big blinds. So Nelson had the APO main event championship taken out last year. And he's going to be looking to make another big score on this one and had set himself up quite nicely to being the chip leader with about 43 people remaining as we see potentially a big pot brewing on the other table.
First here picking up 106,180 bucks, 65,600 for second, 40,600 for third, 28,500 for fourth, 23,200 for fifth as the scrolling of the payouts is at the bottom of the footage that you can see. This live stream on a 20-minute delay. I did actually see that out of hand brew. I think it was a bet fold at the river, and I'm not sure who the two players were battling in that particular hand, but I did see that one, I guess you could say, live. So if you've got any questions, comments, queries, concerns, whatever, chuck them into Facebook Live and or YouTube and or Twitch.
I love when you're hand for hand and everyone walks around to the other tables and wants to spread all the other all-ins and stuff like that. I guess like making the money for people, it's not more so necessarily about the money. It's just more like the accomplishment of in a big main event, you've actually, got yourself to that top, 10 to 15% of the field.
Yeah.
And now, you've solidified firstly a min cash of 2x, so $3,000, but you're in a really good chance to win the tournament from here. And, it's anyone's game, obviously, but for those that are confident, they could be walking away with, as you mentioned, $106,000, which is just, quite absurd for a $1,500 buy-in.
Yeah, another six-figure score up the top for those people watching at home. 106,000, like you said, Jacko. That's a big whack of change.
I would take it.
Yeah.
I was in the main event today.
Did you?
Yeah, I was in there. Clearly not anymore. Unfortunately, did cop a bit of a gross one, but that's poker, isn't it? As we see, probably a potential huge pot on the other table. I really wish we could see that. Unfortunately, only got the one feature table, but it looks like a huge one on the other table, and everyone's sort of walking away. I don't think we lost anybody. So I still do think we are hand for hand.
I can confirm that pot over there was massive too. There was plenty of those orange 25k chips in that pot on that outer table, but I believe it was a bet and fold at the river. Can't remember the board specifically at this time, but it was a very big pot, but nobody busted. So we are still hand for hand, like you were alluding to just before, Jacko. So back to the action here on the feature table. Daniel Lee picking up the two-side, 4-4. He's going to raise it up to the structure, make it 50k to go, or essentially the structure. The blinds have gone up to 12k, 24k, 24k. Big blind ante. This is hand number 3 of this particular feature table since the break. 5-4 is going to go in the bin. Ragazzini's picked up the Joe Hasham, the 7-3 off.
I think this is where Daniel, as I mentioned, probably more of a cash game player, obviously does have quite a nice stack and can be raising these hands, but we do prefer these like ace-x hands instead of these low pairs and stuff like that, especially on bubbles. Just being able to block our opponent's best hands and stuff like that. But obviously can just take it down here with the pocket fours, and Mackenzie somehow has 2 unders.
Yeah, it's good that he takes it down with the pocket fours. All 4s were burnt actually in that hand. There was an ace 4, and I think there was another 4-5 there earlier that was folded, so no more 4s remaining. But regardless of that, Daniel takes down that pot after raising it under the gun with the pocket 4s, and he's up to 1.191 mil or 50 bigs. Shem a little bit behind him. He's got 44 bigs in play. Chip stacks at the top of your screen. All the information about the blinds and the hands we're up to on this particular feature table showing in the top left-hand corner. This is main event day 2, live at Play Live Melbourne, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. We are on a 20-minute delay. We are also hand for hand. So those people tuning in at the moment, the action might be a little bit slow whilst we're trying to burst that bubble. I'm not sure how long this bubble has been, how long we've been on this bubble for, Jacko, but it appears maybe, half an hour at least, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and I do think that, these bubbles are one of those things that can be over in one hand as all it takes is one couple, 2 big hands to go all in together and that person busts. But then the other times where the short stacks are playing really, really short. And I do think on this table specifically, we do see Sean Ragazzini and Josh Foster as our shortest stacks. And as both of them are professionals, they're probably 2 that understand the ICM best out of potentially this whole field, and we'll, get to see them be exceptionally tight because they understand that their stack, they're very rarely ever going to win the tournament, which is, not a guarantee, but the reality of the situation. And when you are really short, there's like a weird paradox where when you're short, you actually want to be tighter than when you have like 25 big blinds, right? So Josh and Sean are actually going to want to be tighter than like say Winston and Mackenzie and Fat, who have, that 21 to 25 big blind range.
Yep.
Because, those guys actually do kind of want to double up, as funny as that sounds. Because if they get a double up, you go from 25 big blinds to like 52 and a half bigs. And now you're chip leading the tournament on the bubble. And now you're the one that can start putting pressure on all these middle stacks. And now you can increase your stack by a lot on these bubbles, where if you're 9 big blinds like Sean and you double up, okay, like cool, you only have 20 bigs now, so you're still quite short. So I do think that that's a bit of a misconception here. And I would like to see hopefully some all-in soon. I do want to be analysing some hands and seeing some action, but we are just going to have to, unfortunately, put it on the back burner a little bit while we do. There's me walking through, just checking out Nelson's massive stack. I did just check his story. I believe it's like 2.6 million now, which is absurd when you consider that a few guys on this table are struggling to even get 200,000. So yeah, good for him.
Nelson might have been the gentleman who won that monster pot on that out of feature table
I believe
earlier.
He was, yeah.
If he's up to 2.6 mil, so good chance that it was Nelson who
rivered the nuts, which is helpful.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
There you go.
I checked his story just before I came in the booth, and
there you go.
He had the pot. The title was Chip Lead Pot versus Aggressive Player and Rivered the Nuts. Very helpful, and now has $2.6 million on the bubble, which is going to be very, very good for him. Pressuring those short stacks, and for him, he's going to want to keep all these short stacks alive as long as possible, because for the big stacks, the longer that the bubble goes for, actually the more chips he's going to make. Let's just pretend that the bubble busts now. For those at home that are wondering why, for those sort of situations where, let's say you're a 20 big blind stack, well, you're obviously going to be folding quite tight to try and get in the money. Well, as the big stack now, you can take advantage of that. Where if the bubble pops right now, everyone's in the money, and now no one really cares if they bust straight away if they're short, right? So you can apply a lot of pressure as a big stack, and Nelson's going to be opening up a lot of cards with that stack.
Comments from the super coach over here. That's Jackson Young in the booth alongside me, Josh Monk. Talking about the bubble, did get a message from Brad Goodman earlier.
Yes, I haven't seen his Instagram. How's he going up there? Where is it? It's like Noumea or
Yeah,
something?
Noumea, yeah. He's in Noumea there with a girlfriend and maybe a couple of other family members, and he just recently text messaged me saying that his girlfriend stone bubbled.
Oh, no.
The event, I believe it was Aces versus King Queen. And she had the Aces and the King Queen hit. So GG's in the chat there for Annie, who stone bubbled that event there in Noumea. As we get back to the action here at Play Live, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. Shem picking up the Jack 8 suited in the hearts under the gun. He's got 1.1. He's the guy there wearing that, don't even know what you call that jumper there, that sweater. Absolute beauty of a sweater. That one is sort of camouflage. Looks like a lion on the front. Almost looks like some sort of tattoo design.
Yeah, it looks like Kenzo. maybe Kenzo.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. So he's going to pop it up, make it 50k to go. Round to Winston, picks up the ace-jack of diamonds. He's the gentleman there with the sweater over his shoulders.
This is a really weird spot for Winston, as I mentioned before, having a really weird stack, and this is why having a big stack on the bubble is such a good position to be in. You just got Winston to fold the hand as strong as ace-jack suited, and I actually think that's quite a standard fold. You're just kind of in no man's land. 3-betting is probably a option that you can play, but you don't really want to call this hand and go post and get put in a world of hurt from the chip leader. So I think Mackenzie should also snap fold this hand. He could potentially 3-bet it. I know that, I mean, you know Mackenzie. Mackenzie's going to take probably every aggressive action possible. So I wouldn't be shocked at all if he was 3-betting this. And his instincts are probably fine. Like, as he knows, Shem being one of the chip leaders is going to be opening quite wide, as we see. This hand's probably slightly too loose in a normal scenario, but against middle stacks as the chip leaders is a very easy open. And Mackenzie, knowing that, is going to assume raise this pot and put the pressure back on Shem.
Yeah, great shot. That's exactly what he does. 3-bets to 175k. Daniel in the squeeze there with a king-8 suited in clubs is going to get out of the way. Back round to Shem, who did make that initial raise, facing a 3-bet from Mackenzie. It's going to cost him 125k to call. Shem is the gentleman there in that Kenzo top like you were referring to before, Jacko.
Yeah, I think that Mackenzie's strategy here is quite solid. Now, as I mentioned, as a middle stack, you have to kind of, I guess, respect the big stacks raisers. Not that you think that they have good cards, more so just because you don't want to bust, but he's sort of taken the opposite approach to that, where it's, I know that you're doing that, and I know that you know that I know, and we're just not going to be able to do much about it. And a lot of the times that's going to result in you dwindling down and busting early, but also a lot of the time it's going to result on you having a bigger stack and then having more of a chance to win. So it is a little bit risky, but Mackenzie is no stranger to some bubbles and some FTs and stuff like that. So I'm sure he has a pretty sound strategy on what he's doing, and he's going to be looking to put that down pretty well.
Now, what type of hand range is going to be jamming here for Ragazzini? I mean, you studied the hand chart a few times, so any ideas about sort of hand ranges that he'll be jamming? Obviously, it's positional based as well, but
of course, yeah.
You know, what are we looking at if we're Sean Ragazzini playing this event?
Look, as I've mentioned earlier, with 9 big blinds, you do sort of want to just play a fairly normal range. You don't want to be too tight because at the end of the day, you still need to, you don't want to just blind out of the tournament. I mean, Jax is probably going to be, quite a hand that fits into that category. But I don't think you can need to be too tight. I mean, you can sort of just fold your way into the money, and you may only have 3 or 4 big blinds or something like that. If you do get too passive. So I think if you had a hand like, ace 10 suited, for example, he may even open and just elect to raise fold that one. I mean, probably just easier to just go all in and live with the result. But Sean obviously knows what he's doing, as Matt in the comments says, any 2 from Raggers. So, look, you don't need to be exceptionally tight because you are a small stack, but you also do want to be a little bit tight because, when I say never winning this tournament, I mean you're very unlikely to win this tournament from the position you're in. So you can either take the approach of, okay, well, because I'm very unlikely to win this tournament, I'm just going to try get that min cash. As we mentioned, you just wait for one more person to bust either your table or the next 4 tables. You're going to make $3,000 versus $0. Or you can go, I'm going to try double my stack up and then give myself more of a chance to win the tournament. So it really is depending on the approach on how you want to play the game and your strategy. But I think Sean is probably no stranger to these spots and knows exactly what to do here, as he does elect to effectively go all in. He is going to leave, I believe.
So just a little bit more than 100, maybe?
Yeah, so I think if he is, I was going to say he's probably left enough
56
for a big blind and a big blind ante and stuff like that, as Josh snap folds the pocket sixes, which is a very easy fold from him. As I mentioned, no need to. It's better to have some fold equity as well. So Sean's probably going to get this one through.
And Shem's picked up the other 6s too, so all the 6s are dead. Shem does not know that.
Yeah, this is unlucky for Shem. I do think you can actually fold this, as funny as it sounds. You do have, obviously in Chip EV, a correct hand to call with here. But as I mentioned, as a big stack, you kind of want to keep these short stacks in on the bubble. And with your hand, you know that Sean's not jamming pocket 5s, right? Because as we said, we do want to have these high cards over these over these smaller pairs. So you are flipping or dead, and when you're flipping, you win 50% of the time. And if you win, you're out of the bubble, so you can't put pressure on.
Yep.
And then when you lose, 10 bigs, which is not nothing, right? So I actually think this is quite an easy fold from Shem, and I think he's quite a solid player from everyone that I've talked to. So I think he'll end up finding this fold. I would like to see it anyway, and he'll be able to sniff this one out, I do believe.
I had the privilege of, during the Melbourne Millions, actually being in the comm booth with Shem, and he brought some insight into the poker minds of all of those people at home who are watching that particular stream, and he knows what's up. And I'd imagine he's probably going to find the fold here, like you said, Jacko, but you never know. It's a 50-50. It's a direct flip. Little does Shem know that both sixes have been burnt already. But I reckon he's probably going to fold here.
Yeah, as I mentioned, you never ever ahead here, right? If you got pocket nines or pocket tens,
Agreed.
You're probably just flicking it in. Not like super thrilled about it. He is short, obviously, but you have to know that he's going to be quite tight here. So I do think you're going to look to fold this one as he does. So Shem showing how
Discipline,
pro thinks, like you do have to be disciplined, and like you have to think like, obviously, if this was, just in the money, he's snap calling this hand, right? Because it's a different story. He can now be ahead of some pocket fives and some ace three suited and stuff like that. But specifically in this dynamic where Sean is going to be marginally tighter, and also if you lose your chip advantage, you then can't pressure the bubble as nicely. This makes actually for quite a standard fold, which he does find, which was good to see.
Did you see earlier if Liam Jehu's still in the tournament? I know he had a pretty monster stack when I was here about 3 or 4 hours ago. I think it was up to 700 or 800K. That was when the blinds were much cheaper than they currently are at the moment. Do you know anything about Liam's run so far? Is he still in the event?
No,
Sure.
I did pop on the stream a little bit earlier while I was playing some Mario Kart with Chris.
Yeah.
And he did have quite a big stack, but that was a few hours ago. We kind of fell asleep, which is quite funny. But no, he did have a monster stack, but unsure if he's still in. I would assume so. As Rich actually makes quite a good fold with the ace jack off. I think he may just want to
Fold into the money?
Yeah. Which is fine, and that's actually quite a fine strategy. So, and would have run into it as Mackenzie does wake up here with the jacks from the cutoff.
Action round to Daniel facing that raise. He does also have one of those jacks. He's got the jack 7 of spades. He's got 1.1 million or 47 bigs in his stack. He's on the button in position. He does fold, and I think one of those cards might have shown. Nonetheless, it comes around to Shem. He's picked up a Nintendo 64 in hearts. He's going to put that in the bin from the small blind round to Christian Downer. Don't know enough about Christian. Have you played with Christian a little bit or not really?
I've actually never seen Christian before.
Right,
so
there you go.
Not sure if he's from interstate or if he's a new player that I just haven't seen around. But he does have 20 bigs, so he could be the winner, as anyone could. But should be excited to see him play. It's always good to see these new faces because, not that I read too much into how they play and stuff like that, but more so their personalities and just, are they people on the table that are friendly and stuff like that I can get around and that?
Yep.
But he seems like a nice guy from everything I've seen so far. And I have had a couple of friends sort of play with him and haven't mentioned anything bad. And, you know how poker is. If someone's a bit of a banana on the table, they do sort of get a bad rep. So haven't heard anything like that from him.
There you go. So neither of us know much about Christian, but that might make him a little bit of a wild card. I haven't seen him on the feature table before or out there in the field. So welcome to Play Live, Christian. If it's your first time coming down to play the main event here and or join us here at Play Live 129 York Street, South Melbourne. This is day 2 of the main event, 20-minute delay on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. So if you've got any questions, concerns, or you want to pick the brain of Jackson Young, don't worry about picking my brain. I'm a completely different announcer of poker. So if you want to pick the elite brain of Jackson Young, shoot the questions in there. I'm sure he'll have the inside scoop for you, give you some elite understanding of positions and hand-for-hand type of stuff and jamming ranges and so on and so forth.
Yeah, I think I actually was talking to a few people as well earlier, and we've been getting a lot of comments the last few days that I've been in from, some friends of mine who are, pros and regs and stuff, and they've been helping out with some analysis and that in these nuanced spots. And I don't think we're actually going to see them tonight. A couple that I talked to they don't like watching the stream when they've busted the tournament that they were just in because they feel depressed. So a few of them are going to be seeing, a few faces that they would probably see in the comment section not being here tonight, because it is quite upsetting when you do, build yourself up, you bag a lot in a day one, for example, and then you just, it isn't your day and you do bust quite early. You don't really want to see the people that you busted to succeeding unless they are your good friends. So there should be a few people out of the chat tonight. But as Lord Agar in the YouTube chat says, how were the celebrations last night, Jackson? For those who were watching the stream, like, we went ballistic, as we mentioned. He is our friend, but just the way in which he won with, I don't know if you saw it, Monkey, but he got sevens in V9s and just flop quads.
Oh,
And
yeah.
we went ballistic.
Here in the
Here in
combo
the booth.
Okay, fair enough.
I'll send you the video after.
Yeah, I'd love to.
We're screaming it. It's quite insane.
Okay.
And he riveted an ace against some. He had like 3 outs, won that, and then he had 10-7 versus jacks on a 10 high flop, and he just won every hand, and it was quite unbelievable. No, we did not partake in any of that, Lord Agar, but we did get Guzman and some ice cream. By the time he finished, it was about 3 a.m, so we were pretty wrecked. But no, hopefully he can take us out. Maybe shout us a booth at a nightclub or something like that in the next couple of weeks, and we can have some fun that way. I'm not into that sort of stuff, Agar, but each to their own. So yeah, hopefully we can party. It's obviously really fun seeing your friend. Like $50,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah, it's plenty
of money, but more so just taking down the tournament as well, and adding that trophy. And as I mentioned to you, maybe a few streams ago, Monkey, we do have a group chat, and every time someone wins the tournament over 20K, they do get the name of the chat changed to their name.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah,
That's
so just a little bit of a, not an extra incentive, but just something, bit of a meme we do with the boys, which would be more fun.
As Mackenzie finds the ace-9 again, this time suited in the spades. He's going to raise it up, make it 50K from the hijack. Round to Shem, who had the pocket fours no more than 3 or 4 hands ago, I believe. He had the pocket sixes, pardon me. This time picking up the pocket fours. It's on the button.
I would have actually liked to see Daniel 3-bet bluff this hand. As I did mention to you guys earlier, when you are the chip leader, your idea is to put a lot of pressure on these middling stacks, and maybe Mackenzie specifically isn't the right kind of player to do that against, as he kind of doesn't care what that is.
Yep.
But Daniel has a nice...
Shem's just going to jam this here
He
too.
does just jam it, which is the power of... Wow, this is massive.
Yeah,
a
huge.
massive jam. Now, no one covers him. Except for Daniel, who had already folded. Christian and Winston have about 20 bigs in the blinds, and it's just probably, it performs weirdly because you do want to be able to block some hands like ace king, ace queen, but you're also just saying to Mackenzie, like, if you are gonna have, like, are you gonna be the one to bust on the bubble? Like, are you willing to just give away $3,000 with a hand like ace queen offsuit and like either flip for it? You could be ahead maybe like 55, 60%, but when you are wrong and when you do lose $3,000 that you can just get by just chilling out a little bit. So I actually want to look this spot up a bit later when I get home, because I feel like this hand could be really, really good to do. Just these small pairs that don't really want to see a flop. Like, how many flops in reality are good for pocket fours, right? Not very many. So I do actually quite like this play, especially on the bubble. Like, I mean, you would never do this not on the bubble, but this is quite nice. And as you said, John, you're only
flipping at best. Totally agree.
You're right.
Mackenzie in the tank a little bit here too. He does feel like he might have a hand that's is callable against Shem's jamming range here. So he is actually like legitimately thinking about this. He hasn't just like pitched him straight in the bin. So he's thinking, could Shem be making this play? But he doesn't. He decides to lay it down, which is the correct play, I'd imagine there. Jackson Young?
Yeah, so as I sort of touched on before, and it's a weird one, right? So if you're Josh Foster and for some reason you opened, not that you probably would with ace-9, you probably just jam it in, but like, let's just pretend you did open at 2 big blinds, right? You would actually rather fold that if you're Josh and call that if you're Mackenzie. And for those wondering why, I did touch on it before, but if I didn't explain it great, I'll explain it again. If you're Josh and you call and you win, right? Which is, 50% of the time, roughly, we'll just say, give or take, you only have 20 big blinds, right? Where now, if you're Mackenzie and you call and you double up, you have 60 big blinds on the bubble of the main event. And the amount of pressure that you can do, especially as Mackenzie being an aggressive player, that EV is just worth taking for future games, what they call it, where, sure, you may, let's just for example say, Shem shows pocket fours, not that he would, but if he showed it, Mackenzie can decide, okay, I can fold and sort of fold my way to the money, or I can call off, and if I win this flip, I think this flip's going to be worth a lot more than the $3,000 that I would lose if I lose this hand, just because now I've got a lot of chips, 110K up top, and all this future game and all this bubble pressure that I can apply. So I understand why he was thinking, and I do think if he had a hand like ace-jack suited, he would have actually called, which seems absurd on a bubble, but it really isn't. And it is gross because you have so many chips. And Shem should also be opening a lot of ace-x as well. So jamming a lot of ace-x. So he does actually dominate a lot of his opens. Mackenzie's having, a pretty high thing. So I think ace-jack would have been a call, and we would have seen, a nice fun flip, as Shem does show the power of the bubble and opening up the 8-2 suited. And it's really nice that he's in position of Daniel, who's the only person that covers him, because whenever Daniel folds, Shem can just open up basically any two cards and just take it to the streets.
As you can see now in the top right-hand corner of your screen, there's 43 players remaining out of 365 entries into this main event. So we are hand-for-hand on the bubble, and that graphic now showing in the top right-hand corner of your screen. For those people who are waiting to see the numbers, they are the numbers, top right-hand corner of the screen. Sean Ragazzini here with a natural 10-9 suited spades. Action on him after there was a raise from Shem, playing the power poker in the cutoff with the big chip stack and the bubble pressure. So round two, Sean Ragazzini, a seasoned pro. He's won so many events, it's crazy. And one of the most elite players out in the field at the moment, I'd imagine. Looking at a 24K to call position, but contemplating all of his options. He does have 9.5 bigs to play with. And it looks like he's just going to flick in the call. So it's 10-9 versus the 8 deuce of clubs. Let's see if Sean can find something. Doesn't quite find much here. He does find the gut shot to make the nut straight. He's got two overs. Shem there with the up and down. Pretty dream flop for his raise with the 8 deuce, which is quite a weak holding, obviously, but he flops relatively gin here with the open ender.
I wouldn't mind Shem just jamming this flop.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Pot's 132K. Sean only has 200K. And you're saying to Sean, we are on the bubble. Do you really want to just call off with a 7? I can have all the overpairs. I can have 2 pairs straights. I can have flush draws. I think especially with his exact hand having an open ender, and he does. He does, He seems like he really does understand these situations quite well. So well played from Shem.
Agreed.
And this is why, I was saying before with Mackenzie's stack, why you might want to contemplate calling a hand for 30 big blinds as weak as ace-9 suited is like, look at the amount of chips that Shem's just accumulating right now.
Yeah.
Because he's just the chip leader and in position of the other chip leaders. So, credit to Shem. He's playing really, really well. And these bubble spots are a little bit nuanced, but you can also really simplify it. If I'm a big stack, I want to pressure. If I'm a mid stack, I want to just like really chill out or take a massive spot to try be the chip leader, depending on how much money means to me. And if I'm a small stack, I just want to fold my way into the money and sort of live to see the result. So we are seeing hand for hand, the players are deliberating around the rail and watching the outer tables as well. So we are very close, I believe, to it turning into a normal spot where someone does bust, and hopefully we can see that very soon as we can see the camera pan onto our handsome man, Sean, nursing quite a small stack, which is probably a bit of a rarity for him. But he is one of those players who this isn't going to faze him, and he's going to get into the money most likely, and then from there he's going to be looking to take some opportune double up spots.
So for those people at home trying to figure out what else is on the schedule for today and tomorrow, there is a mystery bounty going on at the moment. It did start, let me just have a quick look. At 7 o'clock today, it was a $600 buy-in, $250 plus $250 plus $100. So $250 goes to the prize pool, $250 to the bounty, $100 to the hospitality package. 25K starting stack, 24-minute levels, 25K prize pool guaranteed. That started at 7 o'clock today. They are currently on level 4. Late registration is open till level 10. So if you're in and around the area, you've still got plenty of time to come down and play the mystery bounty. There are 37 entries currently in that event with 24 players remaining. So starting stack of 25K, and the average chips in that event at the moment is 38,000. So still got plenty of time to be able to come down there and shoot a bullet into the mystery bounty. There's also an MGA, Mixed Game Academy, Shannon Vandenberg event on earlier today, the 9 game, which I believe is down to the final 10. That's being played just outside the commentary booth here with Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince of Poker himself, running that event. And they are down to approximately the last 2 tables or 10 players in that 9 game. If you like any of the 9 game stuff, or you like mixed games poker, I strongly suggest jumping online and looking up Mixed Games Academy on Facebook. You'll see everything that the big man Shannon Vandenberg, Prince of Poker himself, puts on the calendar, not just here at Play Live, but also interstate, sometimes up at Brisbane and in Sydney. So we get back to the action here. Shem's picked up the Queen 9. We are hand for hand. He's elected to raise it up to the structure, so 48K from the hijack. And Christian, the new player that we haven't commentated on before, Jacko, picking up the Ace-King offsuit here, the big slick.
Yeah, you don't really want to get too creative here. This is one of those hands where you do just want to jam. Obviously, you are on the bubble, but you don't want to get fancy and min-click, and then he jams on you. You have to call and try win a flip. You just want to go all in here and deny bulk equity from Shem and just get him to fold a hand like he's got. Even if you can get a hand like, sevens to fold or something like that, that would be great. Shout out Wildcard Poker in the chat. Hope
Yeah,
your
let's
stream
go.
is going well, mate. But yeah, this is quite standard from Christian, and I believe you do want to do this at most stack depths on the bubble. As Shem does, snap fold that one, I would. Yeah, as he does.
Yeah, puts it straight at the bin. Talking about another series that's going on at the moment, for those people who are up in Newcastle who might be logging in to watch the Play Live main event here, day 2, down at the Black Butt Hotel in Newcastle, Robbie Dorosky at King's Newcastle has got a series on at the moment. It's King's Newcastle. You can jump on there to Facebook and look up his schedule. He's got a lot of events going from now until next weekend. So if you're in the Newcastle area, in or around that Black Butt Hotel area, go down there and play a couple of the events that the big man, Robbie Dorosky, who's also the owner of pokershop.com.au. So if anybody needs any poker equipment, tables, chips, chairs, I mean, the guy's got the lot. Just jump on there, scroll through all of his pages. You'll find something that you would need, cards, whatever. Jump on there. You can also use the discount code, which is Kings10, I believe. I'll double check with Rob Dorosky what that was. Poker 10, I believe, VIP. I'll just double check that for the people at home who might be after that. You do need to do a minimum spend of $100, but you can get that from Robbie Dorosky at pokershop.com.au. I'll confirm that little password from Robbie Dorosky right now just to make sure that I haven't got that incorrect. I think it's Poker 10 VIP, but let me just double check.
While you're checking that, Monkey, I just want to ask you.
Ask me.
How do you like your stacks being stacked? Do you like it how Shem's got it, where you've got it like in that vertical line, or are you more of a horizontal kind of guy like Winston has his stack?
Look, I'll be honest, not very
stacked.
not very often do I have a big enough stack where I can actually make a tower, but I'm a tower guy. I'll be honest. I like to sort of build it up.
When you do get it, you want to show
Taj
it
Mahal. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A bit of Taj Mahaling it,
Gotcha.
chucking it up a few levels, but not very often do I get the opportunity to have a stack of that size. But when I do, I like to do it that way.
So we have seen Shem whacking from +3. As we look at the stacks up the top, we can see that Christian 25, Winston 21, and no one else covering that. So he is effectively jamming for 25. And as we did mention, everyone basically has to fold any 2. Now, Fat has actually woken up with a premium hand here, and I'm not exactly sure what he's doing. Now, this is one of those spots where, I mean, obviously we're never folding here, but in his head, if he potentially hears on the other table that someone's gone all in or something like that, maybe he does elect to fold this one. Not saying he should, but potentially if he just wants to make him in cash or something like that. Obviously, Ace King is a really, really good hand, but, it isn't aces, and maybe that's going through his head. So I'm definitely taking this spot here, and as I mentioned before, when we do double up, we're almost now chip leading this table and puts us in a really, really nice spot to now pressure the bubble if that's something we want to do. So I would hope he doesn't fold this one, but we do see him with the Ace-King suited, just maybe waiting to hear from some other tables.
Yeah, he's looking around, taking his time. Great shout there from Jackson Young. That, by the way, that discount code for pokershop.com.au is poker10off, POKER, the numbers, or the numerals, I should say, 10, and then off if you want to take advantage of 10% off whatever you purchase at pokershop.com.au, you do need to do a minimum spend of $100 to take advantage of that promotional code. That's Big Robbie Dorosky up there in Newcastle. He's got his series on as well. So Fat Nguyen here looking down at the Ace King. Like Jacko has said, he's going to take as much time as required. He's trying to figure out whether or not there's any other action going on at the outer tables because we are in the stone bubble.
He is hand for hand, obviously, so it's not like if he waits it out and someone busts, he gets a pay jump. He would just chop the bubble or something like that if that was the case. So not exactly sure what Fat's thinking here. Maybe if he, let's say 3 people go all in other tables, very, very likely for one of them to bust. Unfortunately, we can't hear the table audio now. Do we want to? Is there a chance that one's up and running?
Yeah, I think after the next break we might be. I think the people at home can hear the table audio.
Oh, great!
It's just up here that they can't. So,
gotcha.
Well, us, I should say.
I would
up
love
here
to because I'd love to hear what he was asking Tiger, our TD, exactly. So I'm assuming it's going to be something to do with are they all in? Obviously, the other players at the other tables aren't allowed to know that, but it is obviously hard for the other tables not to get excited when someone does go all in because they know that they're inching closer.
I was Monday coming in there saying I can't hear the table audio either. So what I'm going to do at the next break is I believe that there is a quick fix up here in the commentary booth to be able to bring you that table audio, and hopefully it's not too staticky down the feed. It was like that last night and they turned it off and we've had to turn it off again tonight. But I believe I might have the fix. So the next break that we get for the players, I'll see if I can mess around with the cables up here and see if we can bring you that table audio. I might also talk to the studio during that break to see if they can refresh the software downstairs, which might also solve that problem. I appreciate all those comments coming in. Apologies that we do not have table audio, but hopefully after the next break, we should be up and firing with a table audio so you guys at home can hear. As Fat has jammed it now all in, so he might have got the answers from the outer table.
I mean, I hope so.
As to
definitely put the
what's
chips in?
going on. Yeah, he's definitely got chips in. Yeah, I saw him
I was thinking you
whack him
potentially
in.
may-
Oh my God, and Rich has picked up the aces as the big man to the left of me, Jackson Young's gone hammer and tong down the microphone as Rich has picked up the aces and he snaps it off.
Goodness.
Have a look at this. So it's Ace King, it's King Queen versus the Ace King that jammed, and he took all the time in the world. And Rich finding the aces.
Imagine if he
What a
actually
spot.
found a fold there with
Wow.
Ace King suited. Obviously, never possible, but they're just drawing stone dead on the flop, guys. Like, he just, unfortunately, Fat does have 2 big blinds left, and he has another whole orbit. So Fat actually can still make the money. He's going to be wrapped with that, obviously not with the result, but, it is a little bit of a consolidation prize.
What a spot for Rich as he goes straight up to 56 bigs. Yeah,
And look at the
1.3
rail.
mil.
Look at the rail, just loving these big pots and these big spots. And you're right, just overwhelming chip leader now.
King Queen finds the jam, finds the Ace King of hearts with Fat. And you can't make this up, but Rich there sitting prouder than, whatever you want to call it, finds the aces, gets it in 3 ways, and the aces will hold on that particular board. And he's going to get a triple through straight away, all the way up to 56 bigs now, 1.3. That's a crazy hand there, Jacko. Huh? King, Queen, jam, Ace, King suited in hearts, and the guy wakes up in the big blind with aces.
That is so
and
sick.
gets it done. That's sickening, yeah?
Because, Rich should fold so many hands there because one of the guys is all in, right? And obviously, ace is just way too good of a hand. But, Fat was actually contemplating potentially folding depending on other table action. And he does sort of, unfortunately, just absolutely run into it. And Shem also playing the bubble perfectly. Now he's gone from chip leader to middle of the pack, which he's going to be quite upset about. There's nothing better than dominating a bubble on the stone bubble and just accumulating chips that way. And he unfortunately runs into 2 monster hands.
Well, I do have the shirt on for you, Lord Agar, 911. You can't make it up shirt. And that was a definite can't make it up situation right there. The King Queen jamming, finding the Ace King from Fat. Seat 9, suited in hearts. He took about 3-4 minutes to make a decision, jams it all in, and then Rich finding the aces in the big blind. I mean, just absolutely sickening.
And
But
he just
obviously,
goes from 20 to 60 big blinds just like that.
but obviously, it's like Christmas Day for Rich in the main, all of a sudden up to 1.3 million in chips or 56 bigs. So he's a bit of a contender
monsters
here.
over here, Monkey. Pocket tens.
Daniel now picking up the pocket tens under the gun +1. Four side. And we've just been told from the studio downstairs, we're over 200 viewers up here watching across all 3 platforms. So, Jacko, me and you bringing this one home tonight. And hopefully we can get those viewerships even higher than that as Winston Tan picks up the King Queen this time, suited in the clubs. Appreciate that from the studio. He's going to elect to fold.
He does make a nice fold, Winston.
I reckon sitting with pocket 6.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable, yeah? 10s, ace queen, ace king, aces. You can't make it up. And Ragazzini's going to fold the pocket 6s on the bubble. And Fat's picked up the half price on 6 if you play baccarat, deuce 4. And he's going to stand up and find out what's going on. Rich has got the King 10 of hearts here, Jacko, in the small blind.
Yeah, so a couple of things. Winston makes another really great fold.
Yeah, great
It does make it easier as well folding this when someone does have 2 big blinds as well, because obviously they are just so much closer to busting, right? So you don't really want to take any marginal spots, right? So we do see Daniel open up the 10s, and Rich, I think this would be played better as a 3-bet. Because Rich has a chip lead over Daniel, he can be putting a lot of pressure on him. And let's pretend he did 3-bet this hand, say to like 7 big blinds, which would be roughly 170K. Daniel just kind of has to check fold this flop of ace, jack, 8, 2 clubs with 2 10s. So you're now putting the guy in a bit of a blender, as Daniel does elect to take a C-bet, really, really small. I don't know if I like that. Yeah, but Rich just decides to snap fold the gut shot.
He's got a gut shot and backdoor hearts working for him too, so... Decides to put the baccarat hand there. Also, the picture 4-side into the bin as Liam Murray comes into the chat. 4-side. Come on, monkey. We need to have a chat. Yeah, I do like the baccarat analogy. Well, you know, what do you want to call it? I don't even know what you're going to call them. The play on words here whilst we're playing 2-card hold'em. I think people have got used to me calling out certain baccarat hands, so I'm going to continue with that line of commentary alongside Jackson Young, who is in the booth with me, bringing this one home for you tonight. This is the main event, day 2, live at Play Live Melbourne on a 20-minute delay. I believe they bag up. What time do they bag? About 11:30, give or take?
Yeah, not exactly sure, and it may be different depending on how long the bubble does take, obviously.
Sure.
As you know, it is only 2 minutes off the clock for every hand, and obviously most hands do take a lot longer than that on the bubble. So, yeah, it could be any time from, say, 11 to 11:30 to 12, but the longer the bubble goes, like, you know, it's not over, right? So, yeah, we'd like to see this one burst pretty quickly, and then we can get back into the action really, really fast and see a lot more bust outs and get closer to that FT.
We'll let you know from the studio downstairs. We'll find out what time these players bag. They will be coming back for day 3 tomorrow at midday. So they will be bagging later on tonight, but we'll be calling the action all the way down until they bag. As there was another pocket pair in there. There's been about 8, 9 pocket pairs in the last 3 hands. Pocket 3s folded. I believe it was under the gun. Fold.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Daniel folded that. I'm not saying he has to open it, but just as the chip leader and as someone I know that likes to play a lot of hands, I think I would have liked to see him open that one up, just applying max pressures. We do see Rich now starting to play some more hands now that he has that overwhelming chip lead, as he does run into Mackenzie's ace-jack suited. And Mackenzie's gone for the passive approach for maybe the first time I've ever seen in my life.
As the flop comes down, A7-5, both players flopping top pair. As you can see, Mackenzie out the commanding equity lead here with 82%. Rich needing to find running straight cards or an 8. Both 2 8s were folded pre-flop, so he needs to find the 8 of spades, preferably on the turn for him, as he flicks in a bet of, what is it? Is that 35K? 55K and been called. And the turn card brings in the 9 of diamonds. Does bring in the gut shot straight for Rich on the turn, but Mackenzie's still out in front at the moment with ace-jack.
So Mackenzie's led here. And,
I like this.
And I think he's just sort of merging here.
Yep.
I was going to say, with Rich's exact hand, I actually think you can check this one back quite easily. You do have top pair, which is good, but you also have a gut shot along now. So if you're ever outdrawn like the hand that Mackenzie has exactly, you now have additional equity. So I quite like Mackenzie's lead. I'm not sure if I would have found it, but he does find it. And in this exact hand, it's going to work out unless he cops one of the remaining 3 outs in the deck.
Here comes the river down and dirty. He brings in the king of hearts. No help to Rich. Doesn't make the straight there. Check mark next to Mackenzie's stack, or name I should say, with the ace-jack. Top pair with the jack kicker. Obviously betting that of Rich, who's got top pair with an 8 kicker. And Mackenzie going to come out with another barrel on the river here on this very clean run out. And Rich has got to flick it in too. 125k, and it's been snapped off by Rich, who doesn't believe him for a second. Mackenzie's going to show him the ace-jack of hearts, and that's going to get the job done as Mackenzie takes a pretty healthy pot there, 656k. So Mackenzie just over, 1.4 mil, give or take? Bit less, maybe? 1.2?
Yeah, let's see, yeah. Oh, he doesn't have $1 million, so I think it already adjusted.
I'd
his
already
stack.
adjusted.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
there you go. So just short of $1 million. But Daniel, this can't be right, can it? I don't think it can be. No, it must be right. Do apologise there. There was a couple of technical glitches up here in the commentary booth for those chip counts and what we've been fed. But I believe the chip stacks are correct now.
That's a big one for Mac.
Yeah, huge.
Just going from that middle of the pack now to basically chip leading. Daniel's not doing anything too crazy. He is, raising quite normally, but as we saw with Shem when he was chip leading, he was opening up, 8-2 suited and stuff like that from late position. So I think Mackenzie's going to take a bit more of that approach now if he feels that Daniel is a little bit more snug, and Mackenzie's going to be opening up some wild hands. And as Mackenzie, he's going to want fat not to bust for a long time. So yeah, I think this is quite nice, and Mackenzie's put himself in a really nice spot here.
We have been told that they will be bagging up level 22 no matter what. So they'll be bagging up at level 22 no matter what. As Oz Monday comes in and says, was that Billy the Croc Argoros wandering around in the background there? I believe it was, because I did see Billy here approximately 5 hours ago when I was at Play Live, approximately around 2-3 o'clock, and saw him wearing his trademark sort of golf shirt. Said hello to Billy. So if it looked like Billy in the background, very likely it is Billy the Croc Argoros out there. And he was playing the main, so maybe Billy's still in the field here as Christian Downer finds the ace-queen under the gun +1, raises it up, makes it 50k to go. Blinds are 12k, 24k with a 24k. Big blind ante. This is hand number 13 of the feature table since the break. Daniel Lee finding the Jack-9 for Liam Murray at home, who likes to play some baccarat. The picture four-side. He's in the big blind and elects to come along, flicks in the call. So heads up action to the flop. So it's Daniel versus Christian. Christian out with the lead at the moment, 73% equity. The flop comes a couple of sevens at a 10. Daniel picking up the gut shot to make the straight there. And Christian's got the 2 overcards. It's going to go check, check. Here comes the turn. Absolute blank on the turn, or brick, I should say, of the deuce of hearts on the turn. No help to Daniel. Still trying to find a Jack-9 or an 8. As you can see, his out's in the top right-hand corner of your screen, but Christian's still out in front at the moment. He's going to check his option. Round 2, Christian, does he decide? No, he doesn't. He's going to check it back, and the 4 of clubs peels off at the river. Daniel could have a stab here from the big blind and could potentially take this one away from Christian, but I'd imagine he's probably just going to shut it down once more and check it, and I'd imagine Christian's going to check it back. Jacko?
Yeah, I actually would have really liked to see Daniel check raise his hand, assuming Christian bet. The fact that he didn't bet, I'm putting him on exactly ace high. I feel like he'd be betting his overpairs, and I really would have liked to see when it goes check, check on flop, we start betting big on turn. I think when you bet river now, and you're betting for 35, 40% pot, it doesn't really achieve much. Like, obviously, yes, we are the chip leader, and we are putting pressure on these guys, but what are you really repping right now? You would have bet a 7 at some stage. You would have bet a 10 at some stage. So we're repping a 4. We're repping a 2. I just think that this looks a bit bluffy and fishy to me, and I think I'm going to sniff this one out and make a call, which Christian does do and sees the good news. So a nice call from Christian, and I really would have liked to see Daniel start bluffing that one on the turn and repping a 10 or repping a 7, and that way it makes your big bet on the river more believable. But he does elect to just try to take a cheap one down. You have to realize that Christian's going to be quite tight, so when he opens under the gun, he probably does have a lot of ace-X or suited broadways like King-X and Queen-X and stuff like that. And I do think he should have tried to bluff those ones off on the turn.
As Klinger's just walking past the commentary booth at the moment, I asked him how he went in the mixed game stuff. He's never played them 9-game or mixed game. He jumped in. I might have coerced him actually to come and play that event, and I believe he might have busted on the bubble in that particular event, which is a bit of a cooler for Daniel Klinger, but the guy's got plenty, so don't worry about him. He'll be back playing an event either today or tonight, maybe with the Mystery Bounty, and or tomorrow, because tomorrow at 6 p.m, the Berserker's on. So Monday, 6 p.m, the Berserker. It's a $400 buy-in, 330 plus 70, 50K starting stack, The blinds are 15 minutes, and then after late registration closes, they are 20-minute levels. 25K guaranteed in that particular event as well. That's tomorrow, Monday, March 16th at 6 p.m. But for the time being, we're going to get back to calling the action here. This is main event, day 2, live at Play Live on a 20-minute delay. It's a $1,500 buy-in, $472,580 in the prize pool. Gee whiz, Jackson Young.
It's huge, mate. I was really jealous I couldn't stick it out and be the one playing on this feature table instead of commentating it. But nonetheless, I do enjoy the booth here, as we do see Christian with the 9s. This is actually a closer spot than people probably think. You can actually potentially fold this just with the insane ICM dynamic, and with Fat having 2 big blinds, and he does just wake up with 10s. Good for him. This is interesting for Fat. He's probably going to ask his friends before this hand, are there any players shorter than me, and are they about to be in the big blind? For example, because if there's someone with 1 big blind, and as I mentioned before, you're never winning this tournament as Fat, right? You've played well, unlucky. You got pretty unlucky with the ace-king. You're never winning this tournament, right? It takes an absolute miracle. So it's our goal to just min cash from here, and we at least take $3,000 in our pocket instead of 0, right? So I'm not saying we should fold the 10s necessarily, but I think that it is potentially what you could do if there were, say, 4 stacks on other tables that had all 1 big blind or something like that. So, yeah, when I do mention Christian, I think if there's an aggressive chip leader on this table, which there is, you can just get destroyed by him 3-betting all the ace-x, all the king-x, and you just kind of have to fold pocket 9s. You don't really want to open pocket 9s and then call and then start playing some massive pots. So I'd like to see what Fat does here. What do you reckon? You reckon he's going to go with it, or do you reckon he's going to find a fold and try to sneak into the money?
Well, I think he's going to take maximum time, which is exactly what he's doing at the moment. He's taking maximum time. I'd imagine he's going to flick it in. Not the cards, I should say. Flick the chips in with the pocket 10s. He is waiting around to see if anybody else on the outer tables have moved it all in and or action going on. We are hand for hand here, day 2 of the main event. So he's going to take max time, I'd imagine, until somebody calls the clock on him. As Ali Mustafa comes in there in the chat on Facebook Live. The legend himself, mate. Oh, he's talking about me. Shout out to Steve and Peter in Bali watching stream live. So big shout outs to Steve and Peter in Bali. Yeah, sure. Why not? That's the place to be, Bali. If you've never been there before, go over there. You can have a pretty good time for not much money. A lot cheaper than the $1,500 buy-in here for the main. But you can also log in and watch the stream here. Listen to me, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside Jackson Young, calling the action on day 2 before they bag up, I should say, at the end of level 22 tonight, which should be in or approximately 11:30, 12 o'clock local time here in Melbourne. It's approaching 2 minutes to 9 p.m. local. Nebo wanting the clock called on Fat.
I definitely do understand.
And he's finding out it looks like he's now got to put it all in. So he's found out from the outer table that there's an all-in from the outer table, hence the reason for why he's taken such a long time to make a decision. He then finds the 10s, jams them all in for not too many bigs. Can anybody wake up with aces this time for Fat? Or no, they can't. As it gets folded around, Christian is obviously going to make the call, flicks the chips in, shows the 9s versus the 10s. Christian could actually bust Fat here if he can find a 9-ball into the corner pocket. There might be a small delay as they're figuring out as the flop comes down. 7-3 queen, 7 of diamonds on the turn, 2 clubs on the flop, and a repeat 7 at the river. And the 10s are going to hold for Fat. And he's going to collect a pot worth 172K. So back up to 7.2 bigs. He does need a miracle to take this tournament out. And that's part 1 of that miracle coming in for you, Jacko.
Yeah, nothing against Fat. I would have loved to see him bust just because I was hoping we could get into the money and some action could be coming a little bit quicker so we can give you guys some more hands. But we do see Fat with a double up, which is he's a nice guy, so definitely not upset with that. But just have to live with it, and hopefully someone on that outer table does bust pretty soon. Unfortunately, every tournament there is a bubble boy or bubble girl, and this one is extending a little bit longer than usual, I would say. But as Nebao says, watch Fat spin it up. Hey, I hope he does.
He can't win it, yeah?
Yeah, I hope he does. 7 big blinds. Like Jordan won the tournament last night. He had 9 big blinds heads up and he ended up winning. So never, ever count yourself out.
Also been 3-bet by Oz Monday in the Twitch chat saying chip in a chair. So
Chip in a chair, that's it. That's it. You're now gone from 2.3 bigs to 7.6 bigs. And
Ragazzini picking up the ace king. Sorry to cut you off there. 8 bigs, Jacko. Ace king.
too good. This one's too good.
This one's too good. I agree.
Yeah, we do. Like, if he had like ace jack suited, now we're thinking a bit more about it. Do we want to go for it? Is there shorter stacks around? Can we just sneak into the money? But ace king's too good. And they do have to also respect your raises as well when the big stacks do, at least. So they're knowing that you're not going to be jamming this quite light. But I would love to see Fat win it, Nebao. Don't you worry. I'm very unbiased here. I just think that when factoring in decisions on the bubble, you do have to, take in the most likely outcome into your consideration, and that is most likely we're min cashing here. So let's try to prioritize min cashing over going for the win. Where Mackenzie, having 30 big blinds before, could have made an aggressive play.
Here comes the raise from Sean Ragazzini, leaving a few chips behind.
Yep, he does leave himself with looks like 60.
A happy meal behind, 42K at 1.8 bigs. So he's going to raise up.
I
and
believe
make
it's actually a little bit more
150K.
than that. The graphic's off just a touch. So what's actually smart and what Sean's doing is he's leaving himself exactly 61,000 behind. And the reason he's done that is 24 plus 24 plus 12 is 60. So he leaves himself a whole extra orbit. So let's say Christian decides to call here and then check it down, which he probably should do because, he's a bigger-ish stack. He can apply some pressure. But he just keeps himself alive for another orbit and doesn't need to just bust himself straight away. If he gets unlucky, can just potentially every now and then save himself another orbit and that's the difference between you making $3,000, guys. So you do need to take that stuff into consideration. Winston hasn't called. I think he's just putting out his big blind for the next hand. So Sean does get that one through and ups his stack to probably about 10 and a half bigs now.
So there is a small delay on the conclusion of the last hand. It was folded all the way around and Sean picked that hand up as the blinds are being placed out, like you said before. We are still hand for hand at the moment on the bubble. 42 get paid, down to the final 43 players, exactly hand for hand on the stone bubble. As everybody jumps out of their seats to see what's going on the outer tables. Daniel Lee here at the feature table with 44 bigs, just over $1 million in chips. Rich, you got that triple through before with the aces versus the ace king versus the king queen. He had about 1.3 before, but lost a hand to Mackenzie no more than 3 or 4 hands ago. Still way up there, pretty close to $1 million in chips, about 970K, give or take. We just turned the mics off there for a second as both of us had to go for a bit of a cough. We're talking about the air conditioning and just playing poker in the air-conditioned areas. You do get a bit of a mutant kind of virus that goes around there a little bit because you're touching everybody else's chips, your own chips. You go to the bathroom, you go outside, I should say. You have a smoke, you come straight back in, share a couple of vapes if you're out of smokes or whatever, yada, yada, yada. Everybody gets a little bit down and out. But we're going to call the action all the way through until the conclusion of day 2 tonight, which should be anywhere between 11:30 and 12 o'clock or at the end of level 22 regardless. So if this bubble goes for another 3.5 hours, all of these players will be coming back tomorrow on the Stone Cold bubble, or 2.5 hours, I should say, if it gets to level 22 by that stage anyway. Background to Sean Ragazzini, 6-4 of hearts. Under the gun, he just... picked up the blinds last hand with the ace king offsuit. He's under the gun looking down at the 6-4 of hearts. It's going to go straight in the bin. Fat, can he find a hand? He can't. The 8 deuce goes into the bin. 7-5 for Rich. Josh is going to fold and jump out of his seat instantaneously. Mackenzie with the king 7 off. There's a studio downstairs saying, do you guys need a drink? We would love some. Actually, it's very parchy up here.
Love a lime sparkling water if that's possible. Thanks, guys.
And I might get a Corona with a lime, if you don't mind,
Why not?
downstairs.
Add the lime in there.
Yeah. Loosen up the throat a little bit. Mackenzie's going to raise it up and make it 90k to go. Daniel's going to fold the Jack 8 in the cutoff. Shem picking up the King Jack offsuit. He's got 24 bigs or 570k to his stack. He's on the button in position here.
Look, against Mackenzie specifically, this is one where you think he's going to be opening quite wide, so you could potentially go for a 3-bet bluff here. But also knowing Mackenzie, you can also get 4-bet jammed on quite a lot. So he does like to fold, which is quite a reasonable decision. As Christian picking up the A6-0 does bin that one, and Winston, I'm going to assume, is going to want to bin this Queen 8 offsuit. He has been playing quite well in this FT, by folding, and that may seem funny to some people, but folding makes you money in tournaments in a lot of spots. So
It
good
does.
stuff to Winston.
So for those people who are wondering what else is on tonight, 7 o'clock a couple of hours ago, Mystery Bounty kicked off, $600 buy-in, 250 plus 250 plus 100, 25K I should say in your starting stack, 24-minute levels, 25K guaranteed in that particular event. Registration open till 10 p.m, so you still got a bit of time to jump into the Mystery Bounty for tonight. That event should conclude this evening. And then tomorrow, Monday, March 16th, obviously day 3 of the main event, qualifiers only. There is a deep freeze, day 2, that you can max late reg in tomorrow. That starts at 3 p.m. That's an $1,150 buy-in, $1,000 plus $150 for that hospitality package, 200K starting stack, 40-minute levels, 75K guaranteed in that prize pool. And for those people who like to go berserk on a Monday night, we've got a tournament named after that, the Berserker, 6 p.m. $400 buy-in, 330 plus 70, 50K starting stack, 15-minute levels, and then after registration closes, it's 20-minute levels, 25K guaranteed in the Berserker, which is the final event of the Play Live Melbourne Grand Prix Series, or as Matty Gin and Tonic like to call it, the Grand Prix Series, which I think is a good play on words, but that's the Berserker tomorrow, last event of the series, 6 p.m. Like I said, $400 buy-in, 50K starting stack, 15-minute levels until the end of late registration, then 20-minute levels thereafter, 25K guaranteed in that prize pool. So if you want to get down and play some poker either later on tonight or tomorrow, come down here to 129 York Street, South Melbourne, and Play Live will deal the cards out for you and give you an opportunity to win some money. Something that I haven't done during this particular series, but I have given away a bit of money too.
You have given away some money.
Actually, I had a couple of people downstairs at the registration desk come up and shake my hand and
Beautiful.
say thank you very much for the shirt and the heavy tea and the cap and the buy-in to the main, or the hospitality portion of the buy-in to the main. So that made me feel quite good that I was able to do that. And for those people in the chat, for any series is coming up, I'll do another monkey giveaway at some stage. Might even give away a ticket into the Berserker for somebody later on, Jacko.
Yeah, wow. How
If
much
I'm
is
feeling
that
up for
one?
it. You know what, mate? I might pay the whole amount,
Wow.
$400, yeah? You know what? Forget about it. I'm going to definitely do it. For you guys that want to stick around to see the conclusion of tonight's play between now and 11:30, call it midnight, roughly,
You are fun.
local time here, I'm going to give away an entire seat. Forget about just the hospitality package worth $70. An entire seat into the Berserker for one of you lucky guys who are watching on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. And it will be a made-up question, or a question that I'm going to consider during the next break. And then one of you lucky people in either Facebook Live, YouTube, or on Twitch win $400 straight out of my back pocket. Yeah? 4 John Monashes. They're not Benjamins. 4 John Monashes.
The old Monashes.
Yeah, the Monashes. $100 notes. 4 of them coming straight out of my back pocket, straight into yours to go directly into the Berserker. So if you've got nothing to do tomorrow night and you win that package, come down at 6 p.m. and you can win that from me tonight. Why not? Jacko?
Hey, that's a very generous offer, mate. It's 450 lacquers and you know, you can win
Yeah.
the tournament
Yep.
for, 5 figures, I would assume. So that's quite generous of you, Monkey.
Appreciate that, Jacko. We're just trying to give it back to all those people who have kindly jumped in on all 3 platforms to watch. Essentially, let's be honest, Jacko, a pretty boring hand-for-hand situation that we're currently dealing with at the moment. We have been doing hand-for-hand now for at least an hour. I jumped into the comm booth with you at 8, so it's 9:10 local time. So we've been an hour and 10 on the same stone bubble.
Yeah, and it does happen. Unfortunately, it is what it is. Like, you know, as we do know, there's $105,000 roughly up top, right? So every decision is important, and people are going to be taking the tighter passive approach more often than not. As I mentioned, and I can't see the exact pay jumps at the moment because they're about to flick through, but it doesn't say that there's a pay jump, but 43rd to 42nd is actually a $3,000 pay jump, and people don't really think of it like that because they just see the pay jumps on the screen, right? So it's going to be something roughly like 35th is like, say, 3,000, and 34th is like 3,500.
Yeah.
So that's a $500 pay jump, which is not much in consideration when there's a $3,000 pay jump one bus before. So that's why you see these players are going extremely tight on these stone bubbles. And it is unfortunate potentially as a viewer, but we do have a lot of people still viewing. So I am glad, guys. It is going to pick up eventually quite soon. But we will see someone, obviously, as the more hands progress, the more shallower the stacks get. And yeah, unfortunately, that is what it is. As we see Catherine in the Facebook comments.
She'll fly to Melbourne for a free 20. Get me in this giveaway. So, Catherine, if you want to fly down, you might be the lucky recipient of the $400 that goes straight towards your buy-in. Forget about just the hospitality package. I want to buy some lucky winner directly into that Berserker tomorrow night at 6 p.m. here at PlayLive 129 York Street in South Melbourne. Maybe even get the big man Liam Murray to fly down, pay the $400, and maybe he might be able to take it out. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I'm not sure, Catherine, is it if you hypothetically did win for $400-ish, is it worth it with all the flights and the accommodation? That's like $700 right there. So
$25,000 in the prize pool guaranteed.
I guess, yeah.
for
Maybe
that
she
event,
thinks
so
she's going to bink it.
She
worth
binks
it,
it. Yeah,
right?
there you go. Play on.
As we see Kiwi, who's been a frequent viewer in the chat for the streams I've been at least part of, I'm assuming from New Zealand. I think it's a she, actually. So she is going to fly over if she wins it from New Zealand. So you've potentially got a few flights and maybe boosting the revenue of like a Virgin or a Jetstar over the next couple of hours.
We do appreciate all of you for logging into the stream tonight. You're listening to Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside Jackson Young, the man, the myth, the legend, with all the answers to all the questions, an elite poker brain working alongside me in the comm booth, bringing this one home for you guys. As there's a race to 50K by Christian with the 8-7 off. Sean Ragazzini picks up the ace-5 offsuit. Got 8.5 bigs, pardon me. In the big blind, facing this raise, so he can flick in 25K. He's got all the options available to him. He can put it in a 3-bet, he can fold, he can also call. We are on the stone bubble here, so it's a little bit boring poker for those people who are watching the stream, but we do appreciate you all sticking by us. Probably the reason for why I'm also going to do that giveaway. You know, I need a little bit more action here, Jackson. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Give the viewers what they want.
We really do need to see a cooler for the bubble to burst. And like, for example, in Vegas, in the main event, it was Kings v Ace King, and it's sort of unfortunately going to be something like that needs to get done for the bubble to burst, unless someone literally has like 2 big blinds or something like that. So, yeah, I would... Monkey, are you paying for flights? I don't know about that one. That would be...
Geez, flights as well.
Yeah, Jesus, that's $1,000 maybe.
Yeah,
total,
settle
right?
down, pal.
Yeah.
You know, I've already given away approximately $2,000 in giveaways over the Melbourne Millions and this Grand Prix Series, also known as the Grand Prix Series. So they're coming straight out of my back pocket too. It doesn't get covered by PlayLive or any other management here. It's just me out of the kindness of my heart to show a bit of support for the support that we get from you guys in the chat and watching this live stream on a 20-minute delay on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. And hopefully during the next break, whenever that will appear, we'll try and get you some table audio coming through too. Sean Ragazzini just folds the ace-5 offsuit there.
Looks like you're getting what's the word? You're getting bribed in the YouTube comments.
Yeah.
20% back, Monkey, for any cash tomorrow night if it's me.
Right, okay. So people putting in the old, I don't know what you call them, coercing me into trying to pick them, but it will be chosen at random.
Look, I can vouch, guys. He has got randomization cards on him, and he has shuffled them the last time I was in the booth. Not sure about when you were with Luke, maybe doing some dodges there, but
No.
with me, I can tell you that it was quite clean.
No, I played the game straight up there, Jackson. So last time I was in with Luke Martinelli giving away a plethora of prizes. He brought up a little app on his phone and we spun it together up here in the commentary booth to pick the winner. And we'll do essentially the same thing for the winner of that Berserker. Forget about the food and hospitality package. I'm going to buy you straight in. Full $400 out of my back pocket into yours to play the Berserker tomorrow at 6 p.m. As Josh Foster just picks up the aces. Yeah, sure. Why not? 7.9 bigs, 190K in his stack. Jacko with the aces here, mate.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a fold it. No, I'm joking. This is going to be a very, very easy all-in. And you do want to leave a chip behind, or if not a chip, you do want to leave a 2.5 big blinds behind just to save yourself another orbit. So not sure if Josh is doing something similar to Fat before, where he's waiting for action to go around on other tables and see what happens. And obviously, you know, has aces, so makes it a bit easier. If you did have like ace jack suited or something like that, maybe it is a genuine decision if, you know, you go with it, or, you know, if you want to wait. But yeah,
Chat's actually pretty funny on Facebook Live and on YouTube. We'll get to that in a second. Josh here, obviously under the gun, +1, finds the aces. Best hand, or best starting hand, I should say, in No Limit Hold'em. The aces, as he's going to tank. And flicks in basically everything except for a chip. He's going to raise it up and make it 135K, leaving himself with 55K behind. Don't know if that's accurate. It looked like he only had one chip behind there. Jacko, we'll get confirmation about that shortly. Folded all the way around to Christian Downer, who's picked up the 10-8 of hearts. He's going to fold in the cutoff. Winston's got hearts as well with the Queen 5. Bins that one. Ragazzini, Jack 7, can't find a hand. Probably doesn't want to, considering Josh has aces. And Fat in the big blind, 5.6 bigs, got the Queen 8, natural 8. If you do play back row at home, the picture 3-side 8. We got people catching trains down here to go and play it. We've got people asking for 22% in a Corona. They're trying to bribe me that way to see if they can win it.
Give it to me, man. I'll give you half of it.
Oh wow! I've got Jackson Young coming in for half. Yeah, sure.
Everyone, mate, you got to bribe. If you got to bribe, you got to do it well.
Actually, the other day, one of the players couldn't play in one of the events because, unfortunately, they were unable to travel. So I just did the old pay ID straight to them for the full 200.
Generous.
Yeah, they said I couldn't play the main. I'm sorry, I can't make it down. But I said, you know what? I'm going to honour it regardless, and shipped them the old pay ID. A few minutes after they won the top prize for me, which was a food and beverage package into the main event. This main event that we are talking about at the moment, this is day number 2. $106,180 for first, $65,006 for second, $40K plus some change for third, and the rest of the payouts at the bottom of your screen. As you can see, they're paying the top 42. We are hand for hand on the stone bubble right now.
I want to give credit to all the viewers. Like, this is unfortunately the bubble, and there's not a heap of action, and you guys are sticking around. So we do appreciate it. Once everything kicks off and someone busts, it's going to be a lot more exciting. And we are doing a little bit of a giveaway, as Monkey did mention, worth $450. So stay tuned.
I think it's $400 on the dot.
400. I've overpromised, have I?
Yeah, you have overpromised.
It's 400,
$400,
guys.
It's
and I don't have the money to fork out the 50 myself, so I'm going to retract that and say 400.
It's 400. It's for the Berserker tomorrow at 6 p.m. which is a $400 buy-in. $330 plus $70 to go towards that hospitality package. 50K starting stack, 15-minute blow levels as Shem picks up the King Queen. If you don't mind calling the action for me, Jackson, whilst I finish off this.
Mate,
so 15-minute levels. Then after late registration closes up to 20-minute levels, there's 25K guaranteed in the prize pool for that Berserker tomorrow, which I'll be giving away a seat for.
Beautiful. As we see, Shem opening up a little bit bigger than 2 bigs with the King Queen off and does get a walk. Rich, I feel like Rich with that big stack should look to maybe put a little bit more pressure on some of these middle stacks, but does elect to take the passive approach, and I'm not sure, I haven't seen Rich around ever, so potentially could be one of his first main events or something like that, or maybe he's an old school guy that's played and I haven't had the pleasure of playing with him yet, but is taking the passive approach in a lot of these spots and is looking to fold himself into the money and then go from there, which is what a lot of people do. Nothing wrong with that. Just lock in that 3K and then go for the win from there. And look at Nelson's stack just in that corner. That is just an absolute mammoth stack.
Yeah, he's sitting in seat 4, it looks like.
3 or 4,
3 or 4 in that outer table. He's got, Jesus Christ, I mean, he's absolutely built a monolith of a tower of chips over there.
That is huge.
So might be up to like 3 million out there.
It looks
roughly.
like
big,
3.
right?
It does look like 3.
Now, what I might do is I might actually turn the mics off here for a second so I can talk to you, Jacko, about what we're going to do in terms of the question for the chat.
We did this with me and Mooney did, and we muted our mic, and we could not think of a question for like 10 minutes.
I've got a pretty good
You
one.
got a good one?
So
All right,
I
done.
might just mute the mic so that we can discuss it here and go from there. So just bear with us for 1 second as we are going to come back and give you that question that can win you the seat into the Berserker tomorrow night, courtesy of yours truly here, Josh Monk. So just bear with us. Dearie me, as we get back into the commentary booth here. Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside Jackson Young. Just had a little bit of a small laughing fit just before. We'll get to that in a second. But if you've all tuned in to be part of that giveaway, which is the Berserker ticket tomorrow, it's worth $400 straight out of my back pocket going towards your direct buy into the Berserker and the Berserker only. I'll be giving away the question to that shortly, so stick by us. Might do it if it all gets folded around here. Shem picking up the 7-3 that's going into the bin. Christian to act afterwards. He's got the 10 deuce. He's got the door brunch. He's going to put that in the bin. Ragazini's got to fold the king 4. Fat Nguyen on the dealer button. The 10-8 offsuit. So I'm going to do this giveaway straight after this hand.
I've just looked, so I've just got a comment in the YouTube, in the Twitch. Nelson's latest story is absolute gold.
Right.
And I've opened that story. His stack is absurdly big. With the comment below it being, "Oh no, please don't make this bubble go any longer," with a wink face, meaning that as a big stack, he is loving this bubble. As commentators and as viewers, maybe not, but as him playing in the tournament, he's absolutely loving the bubble extending for as long as he possibly can.
The monster stack out there. Okay, so here's the question to win the Berserker ticket for tomorrow. One more time about the Berserker. It is tomorrow, so Monday, March 16th at 6 p.m. Berserker. It's a $400 buy-in, 330 plus 70, 50K starting stack, 15-minute levels until registration closes, then 20-minute levels thereafter, 25K guaranteed in the Berserker tomorrow. And I'm going to give away a ticket, an entry, straight into it right now. This is the question for one of the lucky people who is watching us on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. We're going to choose a winner at random, and that randomization is going to be done by Jackson Young to the left of me. Here is the question. Ready for it, Jacko?
Go, mate. I'm all ears.
Yesterday was a very special day for me, and an even more special day for somebody else, my daughter. How old did she turn yesterday? So how old did my daughter turn yesterday is the question. If you guys have listened to a few of the chats, there was a shout out yesterday on in the booth with you yesterday, I believe.
I did
Jacko?
announce this answer to the question. So for those who were in the booth last night watching with us, you may know the one. You know this one.
Yep. There's a couple of answers coming through already.
7.
How old did my daughter turn yesterday? It's a milestone. I'll give you a little clue. It's a bit of a milestone. It might be the age that you are legally allowed to play in casinos in Las Vegas. There's a little bit more of a clue that goes with that question.
We do see a lot of correct answers here, as we do see a lot of these people pop into the comments for the first time tonight. Hey, Luca, how you doing? Was a comment from our boy Sammy a few minutes ago. Shout out to him. Hope you're doing well.
So I'm going to give everybody at home until 9:30. So you've got 4 minutes to put your answers in to potentially win this Berserker package from yours truly in the con booth here alongside Jackson Young, worth $400 to go towards that ticket tomorrow night at 6 p.m. here at PlayLive 129 York Street, South Melbourne. So get your answers in. The question to the quiz was, yesterday I had an amazing day. And a big shout out to my daughter Camilla.
What'd you do?
We had a big milestone yesterday. She turned a
Certain age.
a certain age, which is the answer to the question. How old did she turn yesterday? I went over and saw my ex-partner. We gave her 21 gifts.
Wow.
Maybe that's another clue.
Potentially.
And I love her more than anything in the world. She's number one and always will be. So big shout outs to you, Cami. And congratulations on your recent birthday. Daddy loves you. As the answers are coming in on rapid fire across YouTube, Facebook Live, and on Twitch.
As we do get all these comments rolling through, just look at this hand from Mackenzie, and this is why he's a sicko. He's an absolute blaster, don't get me wrong, but he does understand exactly what he's doing here, and he knows Daniel's been a little bit tighter than he probably should be on this stone bubble, and Mackenzie does have a stack that is very, very similar to Daniel, and he can just absolutely go for it, and he's doing an any 2 strategy, which is literally 8-2 offsuit. Daniel having a hand as pretty as Jack 10 suited. He's in a bit of a blender here. He only really beats bluffs. I'm going to assume that he doesn't actually know Mackenzie and what he's capable of, because I know he doesn't play many tournaments. He does get a hand like Jack 10 suited to fold. So Mackenzie just really playing well from everything that I've seen so far, and does extend that chip lead ever so slightly over Daniel.
Arturo coming in there saying, beautiful name. My wife's name is Camilla too. So bit of a shout out to the Camillas out there. Camilla spelt with 1 L, so same name and same spelling there for you, Arturo. Andres Hanna. Hopefully I've pronounced that correctly. I did spend 5 years in Costa Rica, and I kind of picked up on the language a little bit. As Scott Taylor coming in with the blackjack. Very much so. So a couple more minutes for you guys to get your answers in. Now, we will be choosing one of the winners from Facebook Live, YouTube, and or Twitch. Now, if you want to outplay us here in the commentary booth, get your answers in on all 3 platforms. It gives you the maximum chances to win, because we will be choosing at random who the winner will be from one of 3 different platforms. And I'll get Jackson Young to choose if it's number 1 for Facebook Live, number 2 for YouTube, and number 3 for Twitch. So if you want to try and outplay us to win that Berserker package, courtesy of me, I'd strongly suggest putting your answers across all 3 platforms. Gives you the maximum outs, essentially, to win that package from me. As the action gets around to Shem under the gun, finds the King 3 of clubs.
Yeah, obviously just a quite easy fold here, but as the chip leader, complete different story. This is one of those hands you definitely do want to open up. Just having a suited King X makes for a very easy open as a chip leader, but as we know, took a little bit of a hit with his stack, as we see Catherine Young using multiple platforms now, so that may be a little bit of a strategy as we do randomize the platform in which we pick. So
I might make it a little bit easier for the studio downstairs, as opposed to going through 100 answers that have come through. We might just choose it completely at random.
Okay.
So we have been doing it randomly before, but in terms of like going,
Sure. Gotcha.
40 down or whatever on one of the platforms, I might just like put my finger on the screen whenever he's scrolling, and that's going to be the winner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yep.
Might be easier.
We do see Josh lay down the ace-jack offsuit, and yeah, that's the power of the bubble. This potentially could be a jam, just because, they are opening up into the 2 big stacks, and as we know, as the big stacks, we do want to keep the short stacks alive. So I actually do not mind the thought of jamming this hand as Josh Foster, but he does like to go with fold, which is probably fine.
So locked out now for that giveaway for the Berserker. So all the answers provided in the chats are now locked in. Anybody after, look, I'll let Barry come straight in there. So Barry, Nick, you're the last person on Facebook Live. And it looks like a Game Artist 27 on YouTube. You're the last answer on YouTube. And Hogus 21. Thanks, brah. I'm sorry, man. You were a fraction too late. It just ticked over to 9:31. So unfortunately, thanks, brah, in Twitch. No chance for you unless you're playing on another platform for that matter. Now, it's going to go to the single entries only for this giveaway. So if you put in the answer 100 times, you've only got one entry to win it. And what I might do here is I might see if Jackson Young can do the randomizer here. So 1, 2, or 3. Which is it going to be, Jacko? Mix the cards around. Perfect. Squeeze it out.
2.
2. Okay, so the lucky winner of the Berserker package is coming from the YouTube chat. So unfortunately for those people playing on Twitch and on Facebook Live, if you haven't got an answer on YouTube, you're drawing dead to be able to win the Berserker package worth $400 from me. And we're going to pick one at random. And what I might do is I might get the studio downstairs to scroll up a little bit on the YouTube chat, if you don't mind. Geez, it can get a little bit boring hand for hand, can't it?
Yeah,
Jacko?
It has now ticked over an hour and a half. So for those still watching, we really do appreciate it. Obviously, it is exciting. You've probably got some friends in the main event still that you're keeping up to date with. So appreciate you sticking with us. Hopefully we can find a bubble burst quite soon. As we see, only 22 hands in an hour and a half, which is a very much like snail's pace, unfortunately. But yeah, it is what it is. And we're still here. We're still commentating. So yeah, hopefully we can push you through this and hopefully get into some more fun action very shortly.
If the studio can hear us downstairs, if you don't mind scrolling up a little bit on the YouTube chat, I'm going to put my finger on the screen blindly, and we're going to just choose the winner being wherever my finger lands on whoever it might be in the YouTube chat. I do need you to scroll up a little bit if you don't mind when you get the time. I know it's a little bit loud downstairs as they're approaching the bursting of this bubble. So shout outs to the guys downstairs also in the studio who have done a phenomenal job bringing you this live stream. W's in the chats for them. Guy and Seth, who have done a phenomenal job bringing you all of this footage. Hope you appreciate the performance they're putting on. All right, so here comes the scrolling. Right, here we go. I'm going to get up out of my seat. I'm going to choose one at random.
And then when they stop it, it'll be that one.
Yep. Okay, you ready?
I'm the witness.
Scroll it again.
Keep going. Keep scrolling YouTube. The guys downstairs. Monkey is literally standing up in his socks and he's picking one at random.
Scroll it up a little bit.
All right.
All right, ready to go?
Can they hear me? All right, just scroll up a little bit. Go the spaz up and down, and Monkey's gonna pick one. Hopefully they can hear us downstairs. Stretch your legs a little bit, Monkey. So
Yeah, well, mate.
yeah.
The foot joy socks on, yeah.
Yeah.
Toe dries.
Wow, nice and comfy. I'd say I'd call the action for this one, but unfortunately. Oh, here we go. All right.
Okay.
Stop. Stop. There we go.
Keep spinning it. Tell him
All right. 3, 2, 1, stop.
Stop. Wherever this lands on. Go. What a disaster here. Just quietly. You can't make it up, yeah? Strategy.
How about this, Monkey? I'll open YouTube on my phone
Yeah.
and I'll do it on my phone. How about that?
That's Sounds better. Yeah. How hard's that to do? Yeah.
I don't think they can hear us downstairs exactly because he was spazzing it out.
Your dead set can't make up. You know what? I might actually call out what happened here. I got out of my seat. I went up to YouTube. I'm pressing on the TV. The guy's still scrolling downstairs. It might be Guy or Seth downstairs scrolling. I've tried to pick a winner, but I can't actually find the winner because he keeps scrolling up and down, yeah? So
They are delayed, so it's not their fault, guys.
It's dead set. You can't make it up. So what I might do is I might go straight to Jackson.
Ready? I'm
Okay.
gonna. Ready? Just tell him to stop.
Stop right now, and then give me my
and then
finger.
close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Okay, close
Wait, I'm gonna do it again. 3,
2, 1, go. Right there. Who's that?
Thanks, bruh. Mooney. Is that Mooney?
I got no idea.
Wow.
Who is it?
Thanks, bruh. It's a familiar name.
Thanks, brah.
Thanks, bruh.
In the YouTube
I'm not
chat.
exactly sure if that is who I think it is, but how does he claim that?
Well, he's got to come down here
He's got to come down and
tomorrow.
and
yeah.
tomorrow show us his name.
Log into YouTube.
All right.
Yeah. And show us that you're logged into your profile down here. You take $400 straight out of my back pocket. I'll buy you straight into the Berserker. Simple as that.
Wow.
So the
Congratulations.
winner
Thanks, bruh.
is thanks, brah.
For those downstairs, if we can add that into the notes.
That'd be great.
Thanks, bruh. And it does look like he was also in Twitch, so he was playing multiple platforms.
Well done. Thanks, brah.
So I just obviously did click the YouTube. We almost have 300 viewers over all platforms.
A hand for hand too, just quietly, which is
Very,
like
very
the dullest
boring.
part
Yeah.
of this particular event. But maybe a $400 giveaway to that Berserker tomorrow is enough to keep those people tuned in. Thanks, brah. Getting it done in YouTube, taking $400 out of my back pocket straight towards their buy-in to the Berserker tomorrow at 6 p.m. So good on you. Thanks, brah. From YouTube. Yep, from the studio. We're just talking to the studio downstairs. Well done. Gets it done.
400 lacquers in EV.
Here we go. So free buy-in to Thanks Brah, courtesy of myself, in conjunction, obviously, with PlayLive, who is putting on the event tomorrow.
That's very
at 6
generous,
p.m.
man. $400.
Well, you know, you got to do what you got to do. You got to do what you got to do. I mean, we've got 300 people watching.
That is insane.
They're watching the most boring part of the tournament, which is hand-for-hand poker.
200 almost just on YouTube, which is obviously a popular platform, but, you know, it's quite insane, guys. So we are still getting some comments. Guys, the giveaway is finished, unfortunately.
Please, no spoilers in the chat. If people do know what might be coming up,
Yeah.
please, no spoilers. We'll be deleting any of those spoilers in the chat. Well done to Thanks Brah.
We're getting a pan to some other tables at the moment. Is there potential? Look at that monster stack. I'm not sure his name, potentially Charlie or something like that, but he's got a mammoth stack there, looking like an absolute tower over there. And Nelson also building that nice tower as well in that top right-hand corner. So he's going to be looking to take down a huge, huge spot here for over $100,000 for first. You should have seen the rail last night, Monkey. There was about 12 blokes behind Jordan and absolutely cheering and chanting for him to spike the ace and the 7 and all that stuff. And they even got a rail photo, which we didn't get in because it was obviously done, but all holding up 7 fingers because he did spike 2 7s to win the tournament. So, yeah, shout out to Geordie Battis. Congrats. Well played last night as well. Oz Monday says, it is probably going to break soon. You are correct. I would assume that in the next 10 to 15 minutes, this will bust. It is very rare for a bubble to go on for this long. This is quite absurd and unfortunate for us and the viewers at home and even the players, except for those big stacks. Everyone else is going to be quite upset that this is going on for too long.
As we get back to the action here, finally a hand. We haven't seen a hand for a good part of 7 or 8 minutes. We have given away $400 to Thanks Brah, who won on YouTube's chat the $400 ticket to the Berserker tomorrow. Starts at 6 p.m. as it gets round to Mackenzie.
Look what he's done. He's just jammed 40 big blinds effective. That's the power of the bubble. He's saying, we're on the bubble, guys. Fat's got 5 big blinds. The other stacks are very, very short. Are you, Daniel, willing to just call me off with ace-jack suited or like pocket eights for an 80 big blind pot at this stage of the tournament? The answer is probably no. And Mackenzie knows that, and he's just using his chip advantage to absolute destroy right now. He's really locked in. I'm actually quite impressed. Like, you hear the stories about Mackenzie. Some people reckon he's one of the best. Some people think he's an absolute punter. But he's playing very, very solid.
There it is, as the camera just gets zoomed in on Nelson's stack.
Look at the quality of that. Really just scoping into his nice little face. And that is a mountain of chips.
It looks like a WSOP main event sort of chip stack, you know, a Joe Hashem.
Yeah, that's going to be good for like 3.5 to 4 million chips, which is literally absurd at this stage of the tournament. So he's got like 150 big blinds.
I tell you what, good work from the guys downstairs in the studio.
That's
Have
quite
a look at the camera quality out there. They've zoomed all the way in. They've gone about 15x straight into Nelson's stack there, out to 4 million. They're going to pan around a little bit. So you're getting a little bit of an inside scoop for those people who don't know much about Play Live. Have a look at all the TVs and all the stuff in the background showing all the games. It's a beautiful room out here, and I believe that they are the last 4 or 5 tables, those outer feature tables right there that you guys can see playing the main event. Everybody huddling around one table, as obviously it looks like there might be an all-in and a call. Shannon Vandenberg, that's the man right there, walking past me at the moment. He does the Mixed Games Academy stuff. Prince of Poker, he's the guy who wears the fedora, some suspenders, and he likes to wear the bow tie to go along. Black on black outfit. Amazing scenes. I totally agree. This is Play Live. You can see this. This is just an amazing place to come and play tournament poker. So if you haven't been down here to 129 York Street in South Melbourne to the Play Live headquarters, eat your heart out for poker lovers. This is the place to come and play. Even if you're from interstate, take a flight down here. They've got events going on every single day. And obviously they've got series probably once every 5-6 weeks, Jacko. But you can log on to playlife.melbourne on the interwebs and you can find out when their next series is on, or you can like and subscribe to their page on Facebook and you can keep abreast of all of the upcoming series down here at Play Live in Melbourne.
I'm quite excited to have a little bit of a break from poker. I think that's because the tournament series are spaced out. You can sort of launch all in without being a pun. You can launch all in a poker tournament series, and then you can just kind of go from there and have a bit of a break and then jump right back in. So very keen to play their next series, and it does overlap with Crown, as you mentioned, but I think, you know, I'm going to assume that the buy-in is going to be a little bit more friendly than from Aussie Millions. I think Aussie Millions is going to be quite...
Sorry to cut you off here. Mackenzie just jammed it all in the hijack.
Yeah.
And Christopher Downer just picking up the pocket kings. So it's kings versus A6. So Mackenzie went for a bit of a steal here in the hijack with the A6. Jams his equity. He's got 1.2 million to his stack. And Christian Downer finds the kings. The Cowboys snaps it off for 650K. And all of a sudden we're all in on this feature table. So we've been a bit card dead and a bit whatever you want to call it up here in the comms.
This is a huge pot, man. This is like a 60 big blind pot, and the reason that you do want to select these Ace X hands is even against kings, which is like worst case scenario, we are 30% going to win. So Mackenzie knows what he's doing, and Christian obviously going to be putting in kings. But in saying that, Mackenzie's got a lot of equity here.
So that for those people who are watching this stream at the moment, they are completing the hand on the outer feature tables first before they go to the hand here, hence the slow roll, I guess you could call it, with dealing out this particular hand as the A6 comes into play here and the kings. And off to the flop we go. The deuce of clubs was the first burn
like
card.
Mackenzie's going to win this one.
And
he's just too sick.
He's too sick. And here comes the flop. And the flop comes 6, king,
he's not gonna
10.
win this one.
He needs a lot of help. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the 4. No help. But the kings are going to get the double through. So Christian's going to get the full double through. Makes kings full at the river too, as the board is highlighted there. And Christian's up to 1.3 million. Mackenzie jamming that A6 and walking straight into the kings of Christian, who flicked it in instantaneously. Didn't wait around to see what was going on in the outer feature tables. Finds the kings, makes the call, gets the full double through after flopping top set, making a boat at the river. And all of a sudden, just like that, bang, Christian Downer is up to 1.3 and some change, or 56 bigs. And Mackenzie down to 550K, give or take. So a little bit of a congratulations again to Thanks Brah, who won in the YouTube chat. And we are still on this bubble. I mean, you can't make it up. This bubble must have been going at least 2 hours, Jackson. because when we walked in the door,
Yeah, I got here at 7:45, and we pretty much got a drink and came upstairs.
yeah,
This is unfortunate for all the viewers at home, including us. We are just viewers that are talking,
yep.
but it would be fun to see. I mean, look, you can still get a lot of insight into some bubble play and stuff like that with just how like Mackenzie's been abusing this bubble, jamming that ace-6 offsuit, and it seems so crazy to jam 40 big blinds, but it's the power of the bubble, and unfortunately did run into kings. Wildcard said, did you see the miss deal last hand? I'm not exactly sure what he's referring to. I did see a card, a 2 of clubs was exposed, but
It was the first burn.
yeah, as the first burn, obviously. So
Controversy. As Wildcard just coming in there,
not exactly sure there.
maybe baiting us here in the com booth. I didn't quite see it. I was giving a $400 Berserker ticket away for tomorrow. Fat Nguyen picking up the King 6. That's going to go in the bin. 9-8 for Rich offsuit. Josh Foster picks up the 10-9 offsuit.
my
And Mackenzie's now
goodness.
picked up the aces. So he just lost half of his stack, or a pretty healthy chunk of his chips last hand with the ace-6 that he jammed for 1.2 mil and got called by Christian, who found the kings. Now picks up the aces. Daniel Lee with the king queen to act after him. Mackenzie did put in a raise there to 50k. Daniel with the king queen off, I believe, has elected to flick in a call. Shem's going to get out of the way with a 4-2. And to Sean Ragazzini doesn't have any part of it with the jack 6.
I'd really prefer to see Daniel three
And
bet
he's
this
gonna
hand pretty, just because Mackenzie's been quite wide with all stack depths, and king queen, you know, offsuit, you can't really make flushes. It's hard to play as well. So I might have liked to see him.
As the flop comes top pair for Daniel. Flops top pair.
Yeah, this is a disaster, and we're
Second best
unfortunately
kicker.
going to see Daniel lose a ginormous pot unless he can find
One of the 3
king,
remaining
yeah.
outs.
Yeah, there's only 3, right? Because
Yeah.
we can see that there's 2 kings left, and none of them are available as they've been folded, which we have the pleasure of seeing from the commentary booth. Not that Daniel would know that, but this seems like a obviously stand to continue. Just working out to a very, very small bet here. Are we going to be raising this one, or are we going to call this one? I'm probably thinking that we want to call here. I think Mackenzie's quite crazy, and he can be bluffing a bunch here with just nothing. So keeping in these bluffs, we only really get scared when an ace comes. So I don't mind just keeping in his bluffs here by electing to flat, which Daniel does.
So Mackenzie coming out with a bet. Oh, my
my
God, what
goodness.
a turn card.
Mackenzie-
Queen of spades.
Mackenzie's
On the
actually
turn.
going to go from chip leading this table to bubbling. And that is unfortunately what happens when you play Mackenzie's style. What can happen is you can get 80 big blinds, 100 big blinds, 120 big blinds, and set yourself up to have a really, really great chance for the tournament. Or it can go the other way and you can just get coolered and now you're out of the tournament unless you can find a 6 or a 7
What an ace ball.
or an ace ball, 1 remaining ace or 2 remaining aces.
As Jackson Young did the old 6-7 sort of hand gesture here in the commentary booth, which is not my favourite thing to do, but I'll let him off the hook. Kings and queens on the turn for Daniel Lee. Finding one of those 3 remaining outs. He only had the queen to find. He finds it on the turn, makes top 2. Mackenzie obviously can take this one away with an ace, a
And
7
he just
or a 6.
whacks it, does he? What the? This is bizarre to me. I'm not exactly sure what.
Wow, so it's gone check. And hold on a second.
2x
so it's gone,
pot jam.
yeah, so he's just jammed it, and it looks like Mackenzie snapped it off.
Well, I don't blame him at all, to be honest. I would do the same thing.
So he has snapped it off. So it's aces versus the king queen. He needs to find a 6-7 or an ace, Mackenzie. Otherwise, he's gone from the chip lead here on the featured table to sayonara, hitting the car parks and the showers. Here comes the river card down and dirty, and the
my
river card brings
goodness.
in the 4 of
He's
spades, and
out.
Mackenzie's gone.
He's our bubble boy, unfortunately. So live by the sword,
Oh my
die
God.
by the sword if you're Mackenzie. And unfortunately for him, he is going to die by the sword today. So
Finds the aces, and you almost can't make it up. A double elimination, we just found out from downstairs. Both players had aces in the double elimination downstairs. So all of a sudden, we're down to 42 players.
well, Mackenzie's
Or
also going to
41
get paid
players, I
out.
should say.
Mackenzie's going to get paid half because they split the bubble. So that $3,000 42nd place is split between the 2 people that just busted. So the 2 bubble boys, both busting with aces, are fortunately going to walk away with some money.
It's absolutely incredible. So there was a double bust out we just found out from the studio downstairs. both players had aces. So Mackenzie, obviously, we found out that he had aces. They got busted by the king queen of Daniel. And then on an outer table, there was also aces that I believe got busted as well. So aces going down back to back on 2 tables. And Mackenzie, who's gone from the chip leader on this featured table, like you said before, Jackson, to essentially bubbling this event. And all of a sudden, we're down to 41. So we're back on to non-hand-for-hand play, back to regular poker, back to the regular programming. I'd imagine there's probably going to be a break coming up relatively soon, as the players have been playing hand-for-hand for about 2 hours, give or take. And that's usually the time between breaks. And during that break period, I'll see if I can get the table audio fixed with the studio downstairs. Might just be a unplug it and plug it back in type of solution.
Not sure if it's possible, but we did get a couple comments earlier. If the guys downstairs are able to, if not, I understand. But we could get a playlist for all of the players still in the tournament from all of the tables. There's a lot of people in the chat asking about those ones, seeing if their friends are still in or their swaps are still in. So fortunately enough, we are going to see some action now, and a lot of these short stacks now willing to go all in, and now they've locked up some money.
Yep. What an unfortunate set of circumstances for Mackenzie. Finds the ace-6, jams them all in. Gets called by Christian Downer, who finds the kings. Half of his stack's gone there. Finds the aces the next hand. Raises up pre. Daniel finds the king-queen off. Flops top pair. Finds a 3-out queen on the turn. And that's all she wrote for Mackenzie. Hitting the showers. Straight in the car park. In the car. Probably on a bit of tilt. Driving back home. And if he wasn't driving back home, he might be jumping straight into the mystery bounty tonight. But usually after a beat like that, you probably feel like packing it in for the evening. You might come back and play the Berserker tomorrow. I tell you who will be playing the Berserker tomorrow, and that's Thanks Brah, who won the $400 from me, my back pocket, to go into the Berserker tomorrow. So congratulations again to Thanks Brah in the YouTube chat, getting that one done. Berserker tomorrow. I start at 6 p.m. local time here in Melbourne. It's a $400 buy-in, 50K starting stack. Buy-in levels do change, 15-minute levels before the end of late registration. Then after registration closes, 20-minute levels. There's a 25K guarantee on that, as Sean Ragazzini doesn't have much to go with his 5.5 bigs. He's got the 10-5 off.
Yeah, he'll probably limp here.
Blind v blind battle.
Yeah, look, I think against non-professional poker players, I think you can just limp here. Obviously, you have to call half a big blind to win 2.5 to 3 big blinds. And on this flop, I'd be very shocked if he did anything except just go all in here. Might leave a chip behind or something like that. But essentially, when you're only 5 big blinds effective, you just want to get folds from hands like Queen Jack off here. Just like, Queen 4 off. Just these hands that have an over. Because you're so shallow, you just want to take the pot right here, right now. And I'd do the same if I had a heart or 6-7 or 3-4 or, not that I would have an ace here, but if I ever had like ace 4 or something like that. As he does elect actually with a smaller bet. So Sean obviously knows better than me. So maybe wants to induce or something like that, or get called from a queen high. It is a bit of a higher variance play, but Sean obviously is very confident in his game. And it does actually potentially look like he had a little bit more than 5 big blinds. So maybe he had like 8 or 9 big blinds, and that's why it's very, very different. But I got a couple of questions in the chat now.
Just to call the rest of that hand there, Ragazzini did call pre-flop from the small blind. He did out-flop Fat Nguyen, who actually had him dominated with the 10-6 of diamonds. Sean finding second bottom pair, he did make a bet into that board. And Fat deciding to lay down the 10-6 of diamonds. No help to his hand at that flop. And for those players that play home games, it's bomb pot next hand, all hearts down on the flop. No bomb pot here in tournament poker as we get back to regular programming. No hand-for-hand anymore. 41 players remaining out of 365 entries into the main event here at Play Live Melbourne. 300K guaranteed in this particular event, but eat your heart out, poker lovers. 470-odd thousand in the prize pool for this event, with a 6-figure score up top for the winner of this main event here at Play Live during their Grand Prix Series.
Grand Prix.
Yeah.
Grand Prix.
Grand Prix or
Grand Prix.
Grind Prix Series, depending on if you're Matty Gin or not. There's a couple of questions in there actually, for you, Jackson.
Yeah, I was going to answer that one from, I'm not going to sure how to say that name. It's like,
Cy Hoddle?
Sure.
9. Yeah, Cy Hoddle.
We'll go with that.
971.
So can Jackson discuss the difference between min raising and jamming when on the bubble with Mackenzie's ace-6 hand? Great question. And before I even talk, I'm not going to pretend like I know this exactly right. But from my opinion, when you're jamming, right, you can get a lot of fold equity. Obviously, you now can't get re-jammed on, right? So let's just say you have ace-6.
Rich has just got to jam the ace-king.
Well, this is a jam for
Suited here.
40 big blinds as we quickly zoom into the action. Rich has just jammed 40 big blinds. And he just kind of doesn't really want to play this hand out of position, I guess. I think this jam's a little bit too big. I'd probably want to 3-bet induce here, but Daniel's obviously going to be folding. He's just sort of deliberating here, maybe trying to put on a brave face, but we clearly know he's folding here. So back to your question, the reason why Mackenzie would have jammed instead of min raising is if someone else wants to rebluff him. So let's just say he opens and then someone jams 20 big blinds with like ace-10 suited or ace-jack off suited or something like that. Well, now Mackenzie has to fold, right? Where if he jams, he can now get those hands to fold. Even a hand like king-queen suited, let's just say he opens and king-queen suited can now jam small blind for, say, 20 big blinds or something like that. And you're denying all of that pressure. And you're basically saying, guys, like, I am definitely here to take the chips. Like, I'm not min-raising and folding. Like, I'm definitely already all in. There's nothing you can do to make your hand have fold equity, right? And that's what you want to do in tournaments. You want to be the one, for the most part, being aggressive and making people fold, because if you jam over someone's open and they fold, you're picking up their 2 bigs and then 2 big blinds from the big blind ante and the big and the small blind. So you're picking up 4.5 bigs. And if you have a 20 big blind stack, that's almost like a quarter of your stack just increased there. So to answer your question, I hope that was a good enough answer, but essentially he's giving his opponents no fold equity. And when there's fold equity, you then have to either fold or you can't just run the equity. And even against a hand as strong as pocket kings, Mackenzie had 31%. And he was probably like, I'm happy to take that in the unlikely scenario that someone does wake up there with kings. So hopefully that answers your question.
Lee Warren going for another kip. Lee Warren's been one of those expert railbirds following the action on Facebook Live. Lee Warren's been in there for most of the streams that we have put on for you guys at home or watching on your device. It's a bit of a shout out to Lee Warren going for a kip. We won't be back on by the time you wake up, I'd imagine, Lee, because we are playing this till level 11. Level 22, I should say. What level 11? What am I talking about? Level 22 is when the players here will bag up and come back tomorrow. The conclusion of this main event. They're coming back tomorrow at midday, and I believe the stream will start 20 minutes after that. Just getting a bit of confirmation from the studio downstairs. We'll be putting the stream on from the commencement of tomorrow's play as Josh Foster finds the call with the ace-8 versus Sean Ragazzini's ace-5 all-in. So Sean Ragazzini all-in at risk here with ace-5. Here comes the flop. Comes a 5, yeah, for Ragazzini. Sure, why not? Finds it. They do have chop-outs if they can find a 4. Jack of diamonds, no help. Diamond now for Josh Foster. Doesn't find it at the river. Queen of spades comes down, and Sean's going to get a double through and leave Josh Foster with basically nothing.
Yeah, we are. It does look like he's potentially covered by the way he's reacting here. So, yep, we are getting confirmation that Sean did cover Josh, and Josh is being sent to the car park. Yeah. Oh, how did we get that one?
Jinx, yeah, straight to the car park for Josh Foster. He's the guy there putting his jumper back on. And Foster out, most likely in the 40th position, picking up $3,000 for his efforts.
Yeah, we are going to see a lot of bust outs now that the bubble has popped, and a lot of these short stacks are now willing to take these spots as they've locked up that $3,000 prize. So say GG to Josh and Sean with a bit of a miracle there, and is now up to 14 big blinds, which is quite a healthy stack at this stage of the tournament, because one double and you're at 30.
Good shout there from Jackson Young. And you know what? A big shout out to all the people joining us across all 3 platforms here, Facebook Live, YouTube and Twitch, seeing the conclusion of day 2's play here at PlayLive, 129 York Street, South Melbourne, of their main event. First prize, $106,180. 65,600 for second, and third's going to pick up 40,600 with the remaining of the payouts at the bottom of your screen. Scrolling across the bottom, I believe Mee's taking the dealer's chair here, so she'll be dealing the feature table for the time being. Chip stacks at the top of your screen. The total amount of entries, 365, 41 remain. I believe that number might be 40 now. It should be adjusted shortly as Josh Foster got outdrawn on the flop there, ace five, I should say, versus the ace 8 of Ragazzini. All right. Ace 5 of Ragazzini versus the ace 8, I should say, of Josh Foster. Ragazzini finding the 5 on the flop, getting the job done. Blinds have gone up 15K, 30K with a 30K. Big blind ante. This is hand number 29 of this feature table since we came back from the break. Hand for hand action took near 2 hours to complete, but now we are finally all in the money. Fat Nguyen picking up the Jack 10 of hearts. Love that hand. It is my favourite hand. He's got to just jam it for 60K in the cutoff.
That's a starting stack. So he's managed to squeak his way into the money, which is credit to him. Unfortunately, did run into Rich's aces. So well done to Fat. Obviously, it's bittersweet. You probably thought you had a good chance to do quite well in this tournament, but got quite unlucky as Daniel does wake up with the dominating hand, and you are looking to find a 10 ball here or some hearts.
Can Fat get it done with my favourite hand, Jack 10 suited? I like it in clubs, but hearts will do. Off the flop we go, and the king in the window.
That's a good
and he
start.
just
Royal
have a look at that
flush
flop.
draw.
He's flopped the royal flush draw with the flopped joint. 6 of spades on the turn, no help, and obviously Daniel drawing absolutely motherless. He needed to find a 10 at the river to chop it up, and the Jack 10 of hearts. Have a look at that for a flop if you don't mind.
Very close to that royal flush. Wow.
Yeah, ace, queen, king, 2 hearts down. He needed the king of hearts to complete that royal flush, but the nut straight will get it done regardless. And all of a sudden, Fat Nguyen up to 5.5 bigs, or 165K. Josh Foster is eliminated, so please disregard his chip stack at the bottom of the chip counts there. He was eliminated by Ragazzini, the man himself, with the ace 5 versus the ace 8. Ragaz got it in bad, but found a 5 on the flop, got the job done.
That 41 in the top right corner as well. I'm going to assume that is going to go down pretty quickly. I would not be surprised if we were 4 tables with like 30 to 35 left within the next 5 or 10 minutes. So it does happen. Bubbles go on for 2 hours, and what that basically means is because the big stacks are pressuring all the middle stacks, the big stacks grow these massive chip leads like a Nelson has done, and these short stacks are so short. And that's why everybody is going to start busting out pretty quickly now, because all the shorties are now very short and just willing to get it in, as we see Fat. This is a hand that you could have folded on the bubble, but in this exact situation, it's not even close. You're just going to be raising this one and getting it all in. I think he's actually gone with 100K instead of all in, which just leaves himself a little bit behind. But yeah, same as Daniel wakes up with a dominating hand. And let's see what he's going to do. Shem with 20 big blinds behind him in the big blind. So I would assume Daniel will probably just raise and jam this one.
It's kind of funny because Daniel just took on Fat before with the King Jack versus the Jack 10, and Fat actually got it done against Daniel, and now all of a sudden they're battling again. Daniel obviously with a huge advantage in this hand with his ace queen versus the ace 9 off. And he's going to put in that raise like he said he would. And he's going to raise it all in. Shem's going to fold the 7 deuce off. Back around to Fat, who's going to probably tank it, just have to flick it in. 78K. Doesn't really have much of a choice. Unless, of course, he can get a pay jump.
Well,
So he might be
potentially,
tanky.
yes. And that maybe, I mean, I'm going to assume he's never folding here.
So he's looking up at that screen just really quickly, Jackson,
Yeah.
to find out if there is a pay jump in. He might take his time before flicking the chips in.
Which is actually quite smart. So
Yes.
36 left, and I do believe there was a pay jump for 35th or something like that. So obviously we can't see the exact numbers. I believe it's 36, but we obviously don't know that to be 100% true. But
No,
if it is
34.
35, you know,
Yeah.
maybe he's waiting for one more player to bust, but he does just elect to go with call. And
No, he folded it actually.
what?
Yeah, he folded it. So the next pay jump is between 27th and 34th. So he's
That's you can't fold that one, I don't think.
so he's a couple of jumps away from making the money.
Well, it's not even that. Like the jump is pretty insignificant, right?
Yeah.
We're in a $1,500 buy-in, and I think the pay jump was what, $500?
I think that's correct.
So obviously $500 is nice, but now we're basically, and I don't want to say this again because Niebau had got me before, but you're basically giving yourself no chance to win the tournament. Now, what if Daniel had kings? Well, you're 30% or 35% against kings, which is great because, you know, you have a good chance to win it. You obviously are behind, but you've already put in half your stack. And there's also the big blind ante. So 30% equity is quite a lot of equity when you only have 2 big blinds behind. So I really am unsure his thought process there. I think he may value that $500 pay jump a little bit more than potentially winning the tournament.
Yeah, he might be shooting that bullet straight into the Berserker tomorrow at 6.
Yeah, potentially.
An extra
maybe,
500, yeah.
Maybe he's said, I'm in for 2 bullets here. I want to play the Berserker, so I'm gonna savor it and take that one.
Good call. Is Nick Fern's coming in there? Flop the straight with a royal flush draw. You can't make it up. No, you can't make it up. But the Jack 10 gets it done. It's my favourite hand, and that absolutely flips the world. Like you said, a joint with a royal flush draw. He did the King of Hearts, didn't come, but the flop joint gets it done anyway. Daniel Lee here raising it up on the button to 80K. The blinds are 15K, 30K with a 30K big blind ante. This is hand number 32 since we commenced the stream, starting at 8 o'clock. And Christian's electing to call from the big blind, so it's Queen 6 of diamonds versus the King 5 of clubs. The flop comes down 8-4-7. Complete rainbow. Badoogie, as people who like to play Badoogie know that that's a rainbow board. Both of them flopping a gut shot. They need each other's outs essentially to complete the straight. Christian slightly behind with Queen High. He does have backdoor diamonds working for him too. The ace of spades on the turn, no help. Daniel also had backdoor clubs. It's going to go check, check. And here comes the river. I'm assuming Daniel is not going to bet this turn, but he could. He did raise it pre-flop and make it 80K to go, so he might be able to find a little feeler.
Yeah, this is interesting because both players
He
sort
does.
of have the exact same hand, right? Like gut shots with backdoor flush draws on the flop. So this one will probably just be who wants to take it themselves and use the initiative. And Daniel does take the initiative there in position, which does help.
100%. As MSP comes into the chat, hey, back. Just finished my PLO game, came third. Hopefully you picked up some cheese for coming third. Big MSP. She is one of the best. And she's in on almost every single stream that we put on here at Play Live. So big shout out to MSP, Amanda Star Pike, for jumping in on Facebook Live. We are live on a 20-minute delay across Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. We're listening to Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey, alongside the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who's got all the answers to all the questions, Jackson Young, who was in the comm booth here last night till 3 a.m. and then got up and played the main event today. So tip my hat to you, Jacko. I don't have that type of fighting power or stamina anymore.
I am quite tired, but I do love it. Poker's a great game, and doing the comms is quite fun. So we do have a comment in the YouTube chat from Bazatube. Are you sure Fat stack is correct in the graphics? So he did raise to 100,000 pre. So he did raise at 3.3 big blinds. And he did, let's just say it is wrong by a tiny bit, right? Let's just say he only had, let's say he's got 4 or 5 big blinds instead of 2 big blinds remaining or something along those lines. You still have to call. So when one person jams, like even if he had ace queen, which he did, he's still like 25, 30% of the time going to win the hand. And that is enough equity, right? I'll give you an obvious example, right? Let's just say you put in 100 big blinds and then someone jams for 101 big blinds and they show you aces and you have kings. Obviously you're behind, but you still have to call because you have to call 1 big blind to win 200 big blinds. So that's obviously an extreme scenario, but that's similar to what Fat's situation was there. You only needed to call 2.5 big blinds to win a pot of something like 10 or 12 big blinds and therefore has the right equity to do so. And there's not really any ICM pressure anymore just because the bubble has popped. So I would have liked to see him call that one, but he does get the pay jump that he was hoping for. There's only 33 left, but he is probably going to be out of this tournament very soon, unfortunately for him, dwindling that short stack, and does have to sort of just take a marginal spot with this stack.
Now, if you want to better your game at home, Octopipoker.ai/playlive, they'll give you a month's subscription to that platform for free. You don't even have to put in your credit card details either. So jump on there, use the code PLAYLIVE, which is Octopipoker.ai/playlive. Get a month's free trial of that software and try and improve your no limit hold'em game through Octopipoker.ai/playlive. I don't play enough hold'em to use that software, but I've heard it's absolutely outstanding. As Jerome finds a raise here with King 6 under the gun +3.
It's great to
suited.
see, Jerome and Jason, two professionals, join the table. So we're going to see some action. This is a hand that Jason has that actually can mix with some flats as well as some 3-bets. So if you're 3-betting, you're kind of saying, I'm happy to just get it in if Jerome 4-bets. If you flat, what you're hoping is, firstly, you're setting a little bit of a trap. He does come with 3-bet, but what you can do is, if, say, Jerome was under the gun, this probably performs a little bit better as a flat than a 3-bet. Jerome is a little bit later position, +3, so still pretty early, but not like super early. But the idea is if you do flat the 10s, then if, say, a reg in the small blind does jam, like 20, 30 big blinds, you can just snap his arm off with pocket 10s as they're meant to be jamming worse. They're meant to be jamming pocket 9s, pocket 8s, 7s, and then some hands that you're flipping against like ace queen and stuff like that. So he does find the nice little pot, does Jason, as Jerome got his hand caught in the cookie jar with the king 6 suited.
He flicked it in pretty quickly and then showed a bit of a smile there, trying to get away with that one. Actually, pocket 4s were folded and ace 10. I think Winston had the pocket 4s and Christian had the ace 10, but they elected to fold pre-flop and hand in the cookie jar, like he said, for the big man himself.
Well, that's potentially,
Jerome?
Potentially what, like, and I'm not saying this definitely would happen, but potentially Jason could have got, if he flat, a jam from the ace 10 off or the pocket 4s. So not going to say it was definitely something that would have happened, but it is one of those plays that out of position you do want to jam these offsuit ace X and you do want to jam these small pairs. And he did have both of them crushed, so could have won a little bit more if he you know, the cards went in his favour as Rich picks up the ace king of clubs. I really hope he doesn't go all in here and he just finds the open, which it looks like he does. Let's see what size he comes with.
I love the way that Rich plays, mate. He's cool, calm and collected, that bloke there. He found the aces about, 20 hands ago.
Just in the dream spot.
Yeah, in the dream spot. King, queen, open jammed. Fat Nguyen found the ace king suited in the small blind. And believe it or not, Rich found the aces. Got a three-way all in. The aces held up and he got a triple up. Rich actually went to the chip leader at this feature table temporarily. He gave a few chips back to Mackenzie, believe it or not, who then busted on the bubble. So
Pretty brutal fashion as well, yeah.
pretty brutal fashion. Totally agree. He has raised it up and made it 80K to go under the gun +1. Folded round to Christian, who's folded the pocket 3s, no playability post-flop. Winston's going to fold round to Sean Ragazzini, the man, the myth, the legend himself. Raggers with a perfectly groomed beard. Probably about 350 days of the year he's got that beard perfectly groomed. He's found the ace 9 offsuit. He's got 370K, also known as 12 bigs. He's in the big blind. It's going to cost him 50K to call.
This is an interesting one here. I think against a lot of villains, this probably works pretty well as a jam. But against Rich, who he may potentially perceive as on the tighter side, he has also made it almost 3 big blinds instead of 2, which is something you have to consider. So this goes from a pretty easy jam spot in most scenarios to he's actually going to fold, and this is why he's the best. He does just understand that the guy that may be a little bit on the tighter side, opening to 3 big blinds from under the gun, is just going to have it a lot more than you know most would, I guess. So well done to Sean. That is actually an absurdly good fold, and I don't think that's going to get us as much credit as it deserves just looking at it, because people can see the cards. But yeah, that's quite insane, actually.
For those MSP lovers out there, she did win in the game. So good for you. She loves the stream too, with a little heart emoji. So for those people, a bit of a shout out to MSP, who came third in a PLO game recently, today, I should say. Made some money. Pretty happy about that. Back round to Rich.
I've actually got some inside info I want to share with you, Monkey.
Okay.
I've talked to Nelson, just messaged him.
Right. Okay.
He was the one that busted the aces on the other table with a 9-5 offsuit.
Right. The Dolly Parton 9 to 5, yeah? Gets it done.
He has 5.7 million chips, which is good for 5x average and 15% of the chips roughly, with 30 players left.
It's absolutely insane.
That may be one of the most absurd things I've ever heard in my life.
Matty Marshall coming in there saying, evening, gents. Evening to you, Matty Marshall. Luke Martinelli also jumping into the chat, sicko mode. Well, that's unbelievable from Nelson. What did you say?
5.7 million.
Gee whiz. Fold around to Winston Tan, picks up the 8-5 off on the button. He's going to put that in the bin. Ragazzini. King Deuce, offsuit, 12 bigs.
Well, we are only 2.5 big blinds effective if fat stack is correct. So I assume this would make for a pretty easy jam for Sean, as he does do that.
Yeah, he effectively jams it here, leaves a few behind. And I believe that Fat's just snapped him off. The cards have been turned over.
Yeah, Fat has to call this one blind for. Well, he actually has woke up with tens, but if Fat stack is correct, he only has 2 big blinds or something like that. There's not a single hand he can fold for this price. Obviously, having the ante involved. So
Fat actually won with the pocket tens last time. He was all in versus the 9. So can he get it done again, Fat? Or is Sean Ragazzini going to find a couple of deuces, maybe a king in there on the board?
I think the dealer's accidentally burnt twice, and they've had a little bit of confusion with which the flop is, but I think it is.
I don't know if it's a burn twice. I think it might be 4 cards
it's
have come out. Okay. Yeah, so you can see the one burn under the chips.
Yeah.
There, it looks like potentially 4 cards have come out.
Yep. And we do come with a flop. Sean needs one of those kings to...
No, we're off to the races. So it comes ace, queen, ace.
Oh, a queen.
And a king on the turn. He needs to find a 10 or a jack at the river, or it's GG's for Fat. He doesn't find it in the 9 of spades at the river. So aces and kings. And Ragazzini's going to pick up just a few chips from Fat, an extra 70k to his chip stack, up to 15 bigs now. And Fat's going to be eliminated. And all of a sudden, we're down to 30 players just like that. Bang, bang, bang. So the bubble took 2 hours, give or take, to burst. And then all of a sudden, it's just been rapid fire. I think 12 players have busted out in approximately 40 minutes since the bubble burst.
Yeah, quite expected, to be honest with you. But it is funny that no one busts in 2 hours, and then someone just every pretty much 3 minutes has busted since then. So Daniel with the overwhelming chip lead on the table, with Jason and Christian in that second place with 41 big blinds. Man, I just cannot believe Nelson has what, 200 bigs. That is insane.
Yeah, it's insane. Matty Marsh was saying, has Raggers got the winner's picture taken yet? With Nelson out there with 5.7 million in chips, I can't really see him not at least sailing all the way down to the top 5 at this stage. I think he's got, like, what did you say, 15% of the chips in play?
From what he told me, he has roughly 15% of the chips in play with 30 less than 12. That is like, if you have that on a 2 final tables, that's like insane. He's got that just standard.
Jerome finding the pocket 7s, raises it up to 60k under the gun. Nobody can find anything. Even Rich can't find anything in the big blind this time. And he's going to fold. Jerome's going to pick up this pot. Matty Marshall coming in with another comment there saying it's Sean's world. We're just living in it. Tend to agree with that.
A few comments about Mackenzie. Yes, unfortunately was chip leading table. And in a series of unfortunate events was out in back-to-back hands. Got pretty unlucky and both ran into kings when he was being the super aggro chip leader. And then he did run into king-queen on king 7-6 queen when he did have 2 aces. So pretty stiff from Mackenzie. Definitely played quite well. And yes, that is unfortunately what happens when you have an aggro play style. You're going to get a massive stack, or you're going to be out in a brutal way.
There's Braden Jigs coming in saying, what 2 days of the year does Sean not have his beard groomed? Wouldn't be able to tell you that. Probably when he's out camping and forgot to bring the gear with him. So those 2 days, most likely, Braden. Big shout outs to Braden Jinks. Love the guy. He's an absolute, one of the loveliest guys in poker. If you get an opportunity to say hello to him, he probably will shoo you away when he's playing, but if you catch him off the table, he's absolute gentleman. Shout out to the big man. Good voice of poker too, Braden Jinks. Excellent commentator. As we get back to the action round here, Winston Tan got the Motown. Jackson 5. Jack 5 offsuit in the hijack. 30k to call. He's got 10 bigs to his name. Only 305k. Just goes to show you how big a stack Nelson has on the outer feature table. 5.7 million in chips. Holy moly, 15% of chips in play. He can basically sit out until tomorrow evening and make it all the way down to, you know, maybe top 5. He could like legitimately Stu Unger it and sit out and come in and probably place 5th, give or take, as Sean Ragazzini elects to fold, I should say, from Winston Town. Ragazzini's going to fold the 9-7 off. Round to Rich. Rich has played very patiently all day. He's the gentleman sitting in seat 1, finds the king 4. He's going to put that in the bin. Jerome's just going to pick it up with the king 5 off.
Yeah, I think for those who are watching the stream, and if they're getting information from their friends, they really need to pick up on a couple of key things, and for specifically how tight Rich is being in these spots. Like King 4 blind v blind is a pretty clear continue, and the fact that he's not doing that, I would be pretty worried every time he does enter the pot, to be honest with you. So I think that's something that they need to take of note.
Demetrius saying, how much in the starting stack? It was 100K in this event. So Nelson with 57 starting stacks to his name. So
It's insane.
it's absolutely outrageous.
If he had that stack on the FT, that would be like one of the top 2 stacks for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Or one of the 3 top stacks,
We
definitely.
can actually calculate it right here. I might even do this in the booth. So if he's got 57,
I have one question from Keto. Why is this Sean guy doing so well in this series? Well, he's a great player. As someone mentioned earlier, he has like 1 billion of those Crown Aussie Million satellite tickets. I think I saw a Facebook post from Crown saying that it was something along the lines of like, if you just counted Sean's Hendon Mob results just from the Crown satties, he would be around 2000th in Australia just from Crown satellites, which is absurd. So, shows how well studied and good he is at poker, and also, you know, how much he plays the game, and obviously going to assume that he does it for a living as well. So
Shem's got to find the raise here with the ace 10 under the gun +1 offsuit. 14 bigs to his name, round to Winston 10. Picks up the Nintendo 64 offsuit in the hijack. He's looking around to see if there's a pay jump, and just quietly have a look at the top right-hand corner, down to 27 players.
yeah, we're getting there. It's getting rapid.
So it's going absolutely bang, 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 bang. There is a question there. Does the game finish tonight or go on to tomorrow night? It does come back tomorrow at midday. So if you guys want to log into the stream tomorrow, we will be streaming it from the start of play tomorrow with a 20-minute buffer for the integrity of the game. So most likely at about 12:20, 12:25, give or take, the stream will be up tomorrow for the commencement of day 3 of this main event here at PlayLive, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. Ragazzini finding the Queen 10, heavily dominated hand against the Ace 10 off Shem. In the cutoff, he's going to elect to fold, round to Rich. Can he find anything this time around? Didn't even put them over the reader. He puts them straight in the bin. They were that bad. Jerome Tan in the small blind, 28 bigs to his name, 835K. And just for those people, the calculation is 15.6% of chips in play.
It's insane.
It's just absolutely outrageous for Nelson on the outer table. He just said before has 5.7 million in his stack, so
Definitely going to be the favourite to take it out from here. I mean,
it'd have to be.
solid player, and with a stack like that, it's going to be hard to bust. So
And Jensen Rojas finding the king queen off. He flops top pair after calling the raise from Shem. Shem's picked up the gut shot, needs to find the king.
could be dangerous. Also having the ace of spades as well
True.
really gives Shem, opportunities to triple this one off, and having range advantage, having nut advantage.
Jason going to check his option. First to act out of the big blind. Action back around to Shem. Does have that gut shot. Can find an ace too to take this one away from Jason for the time being.
Yeah, this is a pretty clear C-bet here. Jason in the big blind just has a lot of stuff that just wants to fold. And obviously, you do have ace high, which is beating that, but you do kind of want to just deny some equity for some hands like, 8-7 and stuff like that that can make you do lose the pot on the turn. So I do think we'll see Shem come with a bet, maybe around 80,000 here. And he does check back, so maybe I got no idea what I'm talking about, but I think I would have preferred a bet here. Because we do see a 5, so Jason's going to now start betting this one. I do think that Shem potentially gave up the betting lead here, and now Jason's going to be able to pounce. Obviously, does have value here, but if he was bluffing, it does make ace high quite a hard spot if you're getting double barreled. So he is definitely going to have to call one. And potentially on spade runouts, he may go for the jam, but when you're this shallow and your opponent has top pair, it's going to be pretty hard to make them fold. So Jason does elect to bet here, and he comes with about half pot, so 85,000, slightly less than half pot.
Chris Gately coming in with a question there. What level are they on now? I believe this is level 20. They will be bagging up and coming back tomorrow at the end of level 22. So approximately 2 hours, give or take, from now, they'll be bagging. We did have a 2-hour hand-for-hand bubble, which did make a small delay in things. So it looks like we'll be kicking on to at least, let's call it midnight or just slightly after midnight, I'd imagine, before they bag up. And they'll be coming back tomorrow at midday to play out the conclusion of the main event here at PlayLive Melbourne. $1,500 buy-in, $472,580 in the prize pool. First prize is a six-figure score, $106,180. As you can see from the event ribbon at the bottom of your stream there, showing all the payouts. Shem's got a bet 200K at the river when the 4 of clubs peeled off. Shem got nothing more than ace high on a paired board. Also got 11 bigs to go with his name, so I can't imagine he's going to flick in a call here. I'd imagine he's just going to lay it down and find a better spot. He needed to find an ace or a king on the flop. Sorry, on the turn or the river there to complete his hand. Did not find it. Ran out 5 of diamonds, 4 of clubs. As you can see from the action on the left-hand side, so check on the flop. Bet from Jason, call from Shem on the turn. Jason's decided to fire one more bullet or barrel here at the river, and the 4 of clubs peeled off, completing basically nothing. Shem's got a decision to make here to call with ace high, but I'd imagine he's most likely going to flick this into the bin and find a better spot. Blinds are 15K, 30K, 30K. Sound number 38 since we started this stream at 8 p.m. There was 2 hours of hand-for-hand play when we were down to the final 43.
We've been on a break yet, have we?
We have not been on a break. Yeah, we've gone all the way through. I'd imagine the players will be going into a break relatively soon. Shem does find the fold. Jason Rojas is going to get that one done and pick up a pot there. You might even ask the studio downstairs if there's a possibility of maybe moving that camera that we've got the feed on at the moment out to the outer feature tables to see if we can see what's going on and who is remaining in the field. For those people who are interested in that information, we might be able to actually get that at the break as Liam Juhu just takes a seat. So earlier I was talking about whether or not Liam Juhu would still be in this event. I did see him with close to 1 million chips about 5 or 6 hours ago, and obviously he's able to continue with those chips all the way through till 10:30 approximately local time as he takes a seat in seat 9 here at the feature table. The big man himself, LJ. So he's going to join this feature table here, and all of a sudden we've got a few absolute elite crushers at this feature table. As we get back to the action here, this is the main event, day 2, live on a 20-minute delay at PlayLive Melbourne, 129 York Street, South Melbourne, on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. As Jackson Young's just moving his mic around a little bit just to get himself a bit more comfortable.
I've just realised that Winston and Jerome are on the same table. Don't know how often that would have happened in their poker journeys, but that'd be quite a cool moment, just being final 3 tables in a main event.
Bit of a vamos in the chat there for Jensen Rojas. Jason Rojas finding the 7-4 off. Another Jason actually walking by us right now who just got eliminated out of the mixed game event that was on. There was a 9-game on today brought to you by Shannon Vandenberg, the Prince of Poker. I believe they're down to 5 players. We can sort of see the table from our commentary booth there. Party Tricks in the mix.
I would love to get good at mixed games. That seems really fun.
MJ's out there as well. A couple of players. I think they're down to the final 4. Anyway.
This could get interesting, I think.
Raise from Liam and a call from Daniel Lee.
Liam going to be C-rating this one. Pretty much pure with the ace on the flop. Obviously having an ace helps, but Daniel Lee with a gut shot here and no backdoor flush draw. So we're going to see how he proceeds with this one.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty hard to check raise this hand just because, your opponent does have a lot of ace X. It makes it a little bit more easy if it does come like, maybe like Queen 8-4 or something like that.
Daniel checks it. Liam's got a bet 50K. Action back on Daniel. Apologies. Sorry, Jackson.
No, that's fine. I think coming with calls quite a standard play here, and just hope you can bink.
Oh
the
my God, he
magical
makes it
8,
on the
which
turn.
he-
Have a look at the turn card.
which he does. I think this is actually a little bit of a mistake here from Daniel. I think just snap checking and flow is something that people do just because that's sort of what they've been taught, growing up. You just check to the pre-flop razor, right? But I think Liam's going to identify this, that this sort of has the big blind all over it. The big blind now has all the 2 pairs, all the straights. There's 10-7, there's 9-6, 9-8, all of that stuff. So this is either going to be like a bet fold from Liam, but I'd probably just prefer him to check. He does come with bet. But I do think once Daniel raises, this comes a bit of a gross spot. And I think that if somehow Daniel just chooses to check and call, Liam will check back the river. He's probably decided that not only does Daniel have a lot of 2 pairs and stuff like that, but he also probably picks up a lot of pair plus straight draw and stuff like that. So he has like a lot of 9-7, 8-7, 6-7, 10-8, 10-9, all that kind of stuff that has picked up some additional equity that can't fold. So I think Liam's targeting that portion of range. And if Daniel does raise here, it gets a little bit gross because I think these are some hands that, like a 6-7 or an 8-7 can be turned into bluffs. And that makes your ace-x really, really gross, put in a tough spot. So Liam's obviously a very good player and a lot more experienced than I am. I probably would have found check here, but Liam obviously knows what he's doing. So let's see what he ends up doing. I think for Daniel, we just got to raise here. We have the nuts, or essentially the nuts, and our opponent has a lot of ace-x here as well as played. So it looks like he's coming with raise. He looks like he's going to go quite small. Looks like 375.
For those people who are watching the stream at the moment, the green chips are worth 100K, the orange are worth 25K, and the blues are worth 5K. As it looks like a spot on the money, Jackson Young.
Yeah, so he does elect to raise, and this is kind of gross. He has actually made it quite large. So
makes it 505K.
Yeah.
So background to Liam. He's looking at a call of 335K to make this call here. Did flop the best pair with the second best kicker.
I think what I'm thinking if I'm Liam here is my opponent capable of turning a hand like 6-7, 8-7, which, blocks straights, blocks 2 pairs, and turning those into bluffs? Or is my opponent just doing nuts only, as he does decide to make the call and the board does pair? So this may slow action down a little bit. I mean, I still think Daniel's got a very comfortable value bet here, and Liam does have 925,000 behind, so it is still a roughly 80% pot size bet. You're right, Chris, in the comments. He could have something like King 8 of diamonds as well, but Daniel just does jam, and this is a little bit of a gross spot for Liam.
Yeah,
obviously,
totally agree.
Yeah, obviously ahead of all the bluffs. But does now lose to 9x as well if he did check raise a hand like 9-7 as a semi bluff. But yeah, it does ask for a count, as you mentioned, Monkey, and this is not as easy as it looks. Obviously, we can see the cards and we can see Daniel has the nut straight, but
he does like to lay it down. So Liam did push those cards, I believe, to the dealer. So he's going to fold that one, and Daniel's going to pick up a decent sized pot there from Liam Jehu, who just sat down in that seat, believe it or not, with the gut shot on the turn, helping make that straight and getting it done. We do have a feedback here from Demetrius in Facebook Live saying just a kind request to make the names and it says attack, I believe. The names and stack. I think that should probably be names and stack at the top of the screen a bit bigger. Size, font size. I might talk to the studio downstairs and see if they can do that. I think they can, so I'll see if we can bring that to you. I know that once players do get eliminated from this feature table and we're down to less players, I believe it actually automatically kind of balloons out and makes it a bit bigger. But I can ask the studio downstairs the next time we're at a break. We've gone hammer and tong here in the comm booth for 2 hours and 34 minutes without a break. So I'm assuming the players will be coming into a break relatively soon as Sean Ragazzini finds the ace-jack off, 13 bigs, 388K to his stack, raises up, makes it 60K to go. And Jerome Tan, okay, finds the queens. The pocket ladies, 28 bigs or 835k to his stack in the cutoff. Jackson, what's your thoughts here? Come in for a 3-bet and making 275 or something to go, or
it's a pretty comfortable 3-bet. I'm making it 5 big blinds, so I'm making it about 150 to 170.
Okay.
In that range. Don't need to go too big. You still want to have some perceived fold equity here. He does go with 140, which is, a little bit smaller than I said, but this is just going to get probably a snap fold from Sean. I mean, he has made it tiny, so it is a little bit gross, but this is quite a polar 3-bet from Jerome. He's not doing this with like Queen 10 suited or something like that. So he's going to ask himself, is Jerome bluffing here enough? And if so, maybe this plays nicely as a jam. Or just a fold here. But he has made it really small, so.
For the studio downstairs, there was a question, or comment, I should say, in Facebook Live talking about, is there a way we can make the writing of the names and the chip stacks, the top part of the screen, a little bit bigger? So if the studio could do something about that, that would be great. Just make the font a few more points bigger, if you don't mind. If it can be done, if it can't be done, just let us know. That's fine. Demetrius is coming in with a little bit of feedback that it's a bit small for him to be able to read. It is a little bit small for us here in the commentary booth, but that's okay. We can handle it.
Does find the fold. He's just really
good is
solid. He's a rock, man.
Absolute rock.
Just understand. Usually when people are under bluffing and have the strong hands, he is just finding some nice folds.
Yep. I think also Steve was saying that the microphone keeps hitting something. I think that might be you.
Yeah.
Jacko?
The arm's broken a little bit, I think.
Do you want me to help you out? It's a little bit of a cooler of a situation. Let me just help you out. So if you go, if you have it like that, so I have it kind of like, do you understand what I mean? Yeah. And then you just got to turn this up. So a bit of a microphone cooler here for Jackson Young in the comm booth.
Yeah.
So we do apologise if you are getting a bit of knocking noise coming down the microphone. It looks like the arm on the microphone up here has got a bit weak.
A little bit broken, but that's okay. I'm just going to hold it from now on, so apologies.
We'll fix it at the break nonetheless.
So we see Liam come in with a raise with the pocket 2s from +2. And Jason in the cutoff with pocket 8s. I think this is a pretty clear call here. Don't really need a 3-bet this. It's a little bit of a gross spot if we do get 4-bet. So I think Jason's going to make quite an easy call here from the cutoff. And Daniel
finds the jacks,
okay.
right? So deuces, pocket 8s, the three side Ash Guptas, ... pocket 8s for Jason Rojas. And Daniel Lee picking up the jiggity jacks on the button. Daniel Lee's the guy there with the Balenciaga maroon sort of coloured shirt on, with that chip stack in front of him.
This makes for quite an easy 3-bet, obviously. I think I want to go about 7-ish bigs here. So I want to see about 210 to 240. I think somewhere in that range is quite nice. Let's see what he elects to come with. He does go 160.
And have a look at Shem. He's picked up queens.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God. So it's been raised to 60K from Liam Jehu with pocket 2 deuces. Jason Rojas finding the 3-side, 8-8. Pocket 8s. Daniel Lee, after actually Jason making a call, I should say, for 60K. Then Daniel Lee's found the pocket jacks, made a 3-bet to 160K. And you can't make this up in a fairy tale, but Shem's picked up the pocket queen. So there's 4 pocket pairs in this particular hand.
Unbelievable.
What an unbelievably sick situation we are looking at the moment. Pair.
I'm not sure what.
And it looks like Shem's got to jam it all in.
Of course, yeah. He
Which
only
does,
has
8.8 bigs, yep.
265K. By the looks of it, I'm not exactly sure. He is leaving a chip behind, which is obviously quite fine. He is effectively jammed. I'm not exactly sure with Daniel's size. You do want to have some fold equity, and he's sort of made it 5 big blinds over an open and a call. So, yeah, they can both make pretty easy folds, Liam and Jason. And
Liam's got to fold the deuces, and Jason's got to fold the pocket 8s around to Daniel.
This is like
a pretty sick hand, actually, to be fair.
I mean, this is an insanely easy call. He's jammed for 100,000 into a pot of 600,000. So I think Daniel's just deciding whether to put it all in or just flat call and leave him some chips behind. But he does end up jamming, and we are going to go to a run out with 2 queens versus 2 jacks.
So Daniel trying to find a jack ball into the corner pocket. I believe they're both live.
Yeah.
And the flop comes down king 8-9. No help to the jack so far. Daniel still need to find the jack. He can find a 10 now.
ball.
And he finds it. Unbelievable. He finds the
my
four-side 10 at the river, makes
goodness.
it straight with the pocket jacks. And Shem's going to be eliminated there with the best hand. He does take a photo to show his friends later on about the bad beat, queens versus the jacks. And the 4-liner comes in, the 7 on the turn, the 10 at the river, hitting the straight for the pocket jacks. And Daniel Lee just busting out Shem with the pocket jacks versus the queens, finding the 4-liner at the river, and the jacks are going to get the straight. And that's all she wrote for Shem, straight into the car park, straight back home. We're down to 25 players all of a sudden. Jackson Young out of 365 entries into this event. We did have a 2-hour hand-for-hand stone-cold bubble when we were down to 43 players. They went for 2 hours, and all of a sudden we're down to 25 players just like that.
It's quite sick how quick it goes, and unfortunate for Shem, I think, played quite well, and yeah, finds an unfortunate river against Daniel, who has just got so many big blinds now. He's not even close to Nelson still, but does have 100 big blinds almost with 2.7 million, which goes to show you how much big blinds that Nelson does have. So, yeah.
Oh, my God. And Rich has now picked up kings. So we've had 5 pocket pairs.
In a row,
literally in a row. There's 4 in the last hand, deuces, 8s, jacks, and queens. The jacks got it done there with a 4-liner at the river. And now Rich has picked up second best hand in No Limit Hold'em, pocket kings, the Cowboys. He's got 1 million to his chip stack, 34 bigs.
And he's raising a little bit bigger than I would probably say. I think he's gone 3x. So as Sean's probably picked up as well, when he raises bigger, he's actually gone 4x almost, right? So this is why, guys, I think something that you can take home to your game if you do want to come play tournaments a little bit more and you do play with some professionals. If Rich just was raising to 2x with all of his hands, I think this makes for a pretty easy jam spot for Winston. But when you've seen Rich open up for 4x and he is on the older side, like, I know that sounds rude, but it is the reality. It is all about understanding all the information available to you. I actually would have really liked to see Winston fold this one, but he does only have 8 big blinds, so it is what it is.
Yeah, he jams it in the big blind, and obviously he's going to see the bad news. Rich has snapped him off with pocket kings, so it's kings versus the ace-jack. Winston all in at risk, needs to find an ace or some cards to help his ace-jack hand. Here comes the flop. It comes the 9 of diamond, 6, and a queen.
10 ball.
Needs to find queen on the turn, and Winston needs to find the ace, and the ace only couldn't get it done. GG's in the chat for Winston Tan, who is eliminated now as Rich gets those chips off Winston with his pocket kings on a 6 queen, 9 queen, 8 board.
Yeah, so I was just going to say, if Winston did have, say, 12 or 13 big blinds, it goes from like a very easy jam spot to, if he opened to 2 big blinds, to now a very easy fold. As Sean showed that exactly in the last, maybe like half an hour ago, where he did open like 3x and Sean with ace-9 offsuit just made a pretty easy fold. Obviously very, very hard to find in game, but understanding the situation. And I think Winston, if he had 12 or 13 big blinds, would have found the same. But when he has 8 big blinds and already has 1 invested in the ante and the big blind, it makes just kind of, we have to run our equity. And even against pocket kings, we are doing okay considering our pot odds. So I definitely think that Rich is waking up with some monsters. And
the KKs, the killer kangaroos from Kiwi Special, putting that into the comments there as OK Matt also jumps into the Facebook Live chat there. How are you, OK Matt? I hope you're well. GG Winston, I would agree. GG's to Winston, who just got eliminated there with the ace-jack versus the kings of Rich, getting the job done. Kings and queens. Round 2, Jason Rojas, who did fold the jack-5 suited. Daniel, the giant killer at the moment, up to 2.8 million now, 92 bigs. As have a look at this. Nicky Oberman, the man, the myth, the legend, he's coming in. Nick Oberman, he's an absolute crusher in No Limit Hold'em. I've played a lot of poker with Nick. Don't think I've won a hand from him ever. So he's an absolute soul crusher coming in, obviously, into that seat 5. As Daniel comes in for a raise for 65k with the ace-4 of diamonds, round to Sean Ragazzini in the big blind with the queen 9. Natural 9 for those people who like to play Baccarat, picture 4 side. Question coming in from Adrian. Are they allowed to use their phone at the feature table? The answer to that question is no. They put their phones into like a little tub just before they enter into the feature table. So no phones allowed here at the feature table. Just makes for a better stream and makes sure that people are concentrating on the game as opposed to playing Clash of Clans or whatever game they're playing on the phone.
Bit of RuneScape, yep.
Yeah.
For those at home, you know.
Yeah, Ragazini decided to make the call from the big blind. Rag is going to check his option. I believe he's already put the check out there, so the camera should pan over to Daniel shortly. He did raise it up pre-flop with ace-4 of diamonds. He does have backdoor straight and diamonds draw potential. And the 4 of spades on the turn, so Daniel hits gin on the turn, making a pair. Raggers is going to check it one more time with 2 overcards to the board. Needs to find one of the 6 remaining outs, top right-hand corner of your screen, as Daniel picks up a pair of 4s on the turn.
I was just going to say on the action of this hand, I think that Sean potentially could have started bluffing this run out.
Wow, he just makes it anyway. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, he just finds it. But obviously, once again, Sean is a much better player than I am. But this is just a really nice hand. You obviously have not a heap of showdown just having queen high on the turn, and you have a lot of top pairs and 2 pairs and straights and stuff like that on this flop and this turn. So I may have elected to put in a small bet on the turn and jam river if I bricked. But Sean picking up the top pair on the river now makes for a very, very easy value bet. And he's probably going to come with a size that can get ace high to call, which is sort of what Daniel's repping. So I'd probably say he's got about 300K.
75K, give or take?
Yeah, look, you can go polar and go all in here.
Yep.
Just like being like, I've got the nuts or nothing. And it's like a bit of a merge. Or you can go similar to your size. I want to say 75 to 100K and just target that ace-X portion of range or, something like that. And we are on the money, both of us. So he does go 85K.
Right in between, yeah?
Pretty
give
much
or
right,
take.
and literally in between, right? 70 and 100. So this is quite a nice size. I think he could probably split his sizes here and do a milky size with like, say, 6X or 7X or, Queen X in there as well. And then have a polar size, which is 2X pot almost. And that's repping like 2 pairs and straights. And he probably doesn't have any sets as he would have jammed them pretty most likely. But I think this is quite nicely played. I think I may have elected to bet the turn, but Sean knows better than me. So maybe take notes from him instead of me here in the commentary booth, not in the main event with 24 left, as we do see Daniel deliberating here. You do have a pair, obviously, so you don't just have ace high, but you do sort of have similar hand strength. Sean would have to really be bluffing a 2 here. And Daniel turns his hand into a bluff, which is bizarre. I'm not saying I don't like it. I just did not expect it, definitely. This is quite insane. This is a 6 spot for Sean. It's gone check, 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 check. And now Sean's bet for value with his top pair, and Daniel's just jammed it in his face. This looks like super trappy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Sean fold here, which sounds bizarre. But I think Daniel's just repping like, I don't even know what he's repping here. This is quite insane. I'm not sure if Sean's going to be able to sniff this one out. I can see the cards, so I'm automatically a little bit biased here, but Daniel's actually turned his hand into a bluff here, and Sean's in the absolute blender. So we do get a comment from Frenchie in the Facebook chat. Anyone play no look? I don't think this deep in a main event, these guys are playing no look. Frenchie, maybe you would do that if you were still in, mate, but you are a bit of a sicko in your own right. As Monkey's just started playing some rock and roll music and walked out of the room. D King in the YouTube chat. What a stacked deck this is. I mean, this is more of an absolute sick play, and Daniel putting Sean, one of the best players in Australia, to the absolute test here. Rivering top pair, betting for value, and is in the absolute blender. So if you're Sean, you would be thinking, well, I assume my opponent would be betting flush draws at some point in this hand. I assume he'd be betting a hand like 8-9 as an open-ender at some point. Is he really going to be turning, like if you open up 4-5 suited from the cutoff, is he going to be turning that into a bluff because now he has some showdown? He beats some bluffs that I have. So this is quite a gross spot as Monkey rolls back into the commentary booth.
I can see the Frenchies come in there, yeah?
Yeah.
Anyone play no look or only cheaters, yeah?
Yeah.
I know that Hugo likes to play no look. I like to play no look too.
Someone pulled me to the side yesterday and goes, that Frenchie guy, he was beating everyone because he was just going all in blind and they were beating him with 7-0 and stuff, and they were so mad. And
Well, you don't bring out the ding merchandise if you can't hit the boards.
Yeah, that's
Sean
it.
Ragazzini. What happened here? Daniel's just jammed it all in. Is that correct?
It's gone check, 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 check. Sean has bet for value
yep.
on the river, and Daniel's just jammed it in his face, and not for much more. Like, there's not a ton of fault equity, and I'm sure that Sean is in the tank thinking, this guy surely understands that I have this board smashed as I'm the big blind, and he does call.
He does call and flick the cards over the Queen 9, the natural 9 for Frenchie at home watching the stream, gets it done. The natural 9, picture four-side, getting it done, and Daniel's going to see the bad news as his bluff did not work.
Well played, Sean, I think.
Ragazzini up to 25 bigs, Jackson Young.
Yeah, this looks mega trappy, and Sean probably snuffed it out and was like, if he did have some sort of value hand, I feel like he would have bet flop or turn a lot. Even as Lost Cabbage has pocket fours, do you not think that Daniel would potentially bet that on the turn? So because there's a flush draw, there's straights, there's a lot of stuff that can be action card killers, or some four-liners can come in on the river. So I think that this is a really weird hand, and he either just has like the nuts or nothing here. Obviously, it is polar, even though it's like such a small pot in relation to the stacks. I just think he sniffed that one out, and
Ragazzini, who's been on the short stack most of this featured table, all of a sudden up to 25 bigs, can do some damage from here. So watch out, all those people who are Sean Ragazzini lovers, the Rago lovers out there. He's now got 746K to his name, 25 bigs, as we do know that Nelson on the outer table, like he said, no more than half an hour ago, has got 5.7 million, or approximately 15.6% of chips in play, with 30-odd players remaining. I know we're down to 24. Might be able to get an update, as Jackson's probably going to send a message over to him. You beauty.
I'm going to have a look quite soon.
And there's Shannon Vandenberg coming in on the chat on Facebook Live. For those look for MGA 9-game updates, we have 3 players left. Party Tricks, Rayner and MT. And he's given a link to their live page if you want to keep abreast of the 9-game action that is going on just outside the commentary booth up here at PlayLive, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. Daniel Lee finding the four-side 9-9. Going to raise it up and make it 65K to go under the gun +3. Nick Obern's going to fold. Christian's going to fold the 8-2 off. Round to Sean Ragazzini, the 10-6 offsuit in a small blind who just won the last hand. It's going to flick in a fold there. And Liam Juhu is going to fold the 9-2. One card only. If you play blackjack, 11 double down, face down, please dealer. And he's going to put that into the bin. Geez, it would be good if we can get Frenchie on a feature table one time.
Man,
Jacko,
if we can get him and Mr. Richmond on the same table, oh boy, that would be a lot of fun.
Bring out the ding merchandise to go along with the Play Live merchandise. All the we'll get the. You know what? I don't even think the commentary would be required. We just turn up the table mic,
just let them feast.
Yeah, let them go at it. And maybe if we had the golden opportunity to get Foddy in there as well, I mean, geez, that'd be the dream scenario. Just need them both to run good one time.
A little bit of insight, a little bit of inside mail. Nelson is going to be joining the feature table very shortly, guys. So if you want to see, he's obviously, I'm not sure if you keep up to date with him, Monkey, but he's got like 20,000 followers now. He's become one of those really successful content creators, and as a coach and a content creator who makes a lot of poker educational content as well as some vlogs and stuff like that. He is dominating the space at the moment. So I think a lot of the people in this chat will probably know Nelson. And yeah, he is going to be joining the feature table shortly. I believe we are going on a break, it does look like.
Daniel Lee did make the raise.
As
Sean Ragazzini picks up the kings. Right, okay, so Daniel's made a raise to 70K with the pocket sevens under the gun +2. And Sean Ragazzini on the button, finding the Cowboys. So like I said before, Sean with some chips can do some damage. He's looking off stacks here and looking down at his chips. He's going to try and come in here for a reasonable 3-bet, I would imagine. Picks up one of those green 100K chips and a couple of orange 25K chips and chucks on a couple of blues for good measure. And he'll be putting in a 3-bet on the button with pocket kings as Liam Juhu folds from the small blind. Round to Richie. He's going to fold the Jack 10. Background, I should say, to Daniel, who did make the initial raise here to 70K with the pocket sevens. And it looks like the players might be going on a break after this particular hand.
Stay tuned. This could be a big one. Obviously, sevens v kings. I think Daniel has potential to take all three options here. He can elect to call. He can elect to jam. And he can take a super passive route in folding. I think Raggers has actually made it quite big. So Daniel's opened up to 70K and Raggers has made it 6 point. I'm not even just saying this. It's genuinely 6.7 big blinds. So
And Daniel's elected to come along. So it's sevens versus pocket kings. Ragazzini miles in front at the moment, 86% equity. Can Daniel find the last seven? I think a seven was folded pre-flop. The flop comes down Jack 4-5. Like I said, that seven of hearts was burnt pre-flop by in somebody else's hand who did fold it. So Daniel looking at finding the case out, the seven of diamonds. Otherwise, Ragazzini's got this one basically locked up. As you can see, 90% equity in his hand with the pocket kings, the over pair to the board. Came Jack 4-5 rainbow, Badoogie, if those guys like to play Badoogie, as Ragazzini is going to come out with a bet after Daniel checked his option back to Sean on the flop. And here comes Ragazzini with a bet. He's got about 120K.
yeah, you want to go very small here. The pot is, I believe, about 475,000. So Sean does elect to go quarter pot, which is quite solid here. You don't need to go too big. You don't want him to hero fold a hand like pocket sevens. So, yeah, definitely don't want to jam here.
Right, and so Daniel's going to come along. Doesn't believe Ragazzini for 1 second. Calls. Turn card comes the three of spades, so it does bring in that gut shot.
Yeah, picks up a little bit more equity now.
For Daniel. Picks up a few more outs to go. So an extra three more outs. He only had a 7 to hit on the flop. Finds the three of spades on the turn. Picks up three more sixes to go with his pocket sevens to make it straight. Should that card peel off. Anyway, action back onto Sean Ragazzini, 14 bigs, 411K to his stack.
He's going to be thinking, do I want to milk or do I just want to play this one as a jam? And I think if he's balanced, which he probably does want to be, he's probably just going to play this one as a jam. He could actually potentially check back here, but this is one of those hands, guys, where there's multiple options. Obviously, you want to have some checks here, but with pocket kings, you're obviously never getting a jack to fold, which is great. So you do want to put it in, but we need to ask ourselves, if we jam here, do we get a hand like pocket sevens to fold? So it does look like Sean's actually going with a small bet by the looks of it, and he's just going for maximum milk.
It's like 180K, give or take.
Yeah, I think maybe like 210 or something like that, which is just an absolute milking hand. And Daniel's alarm bells are potentially just going off right now. Yeah, like this is weird, and I am sure that Sean would have some bluffs here, but Daniel's got to be thinking to himself, what does this guy have? He's bet 200K into 700K and left himself 200K behind. So, like, is this ever a bluff? And against hands that are not bluffing, I'm performing quite poorly with pocket sevens. I probably likely only have outs to a 6 or a 7, and I'm not ahead.
Daniel finds the call. He flicks it in,
Does not care. And we do find a queen on the river, which is not a great card for Daniel. If Sean was turning a hand like, I don't know, queen 10 of spades or something into a bluff, I really doubt he would have that pre, but this is a very polar spot. When you're 3-betting off, I believe 20 big blinds, you're pretty polar to like ace-x and, some absolute nutted hands, like some weak offsuit aces and stuff like that. So we're going to see Sean definitely jam here or leave some chips behind to give himself some playability if he does.
Does look like Sean actually has more. Pardon me,
you're right,
Jackson. Yep. Have more chips than what's indicated in the bottom left-hand corner.
Way more actually. So this changes everything, obviously.
So it looks like he's got 250 on the right-hand side, which looks like cut down in threes. So it looks like 150 in oranges plus a stack of blues, which is 250K.
350 back, yeah.
Plus another stack of blues, give or take. So it looks like he might have 350K behind, not 196K like is indicated in the chip count bottom left-hand corner next to his name with a check mark next to the kings.
Makes a bit more sense on his sizing on the turn.
Yep.
He did, instead of jamming, it would have been about 1 SPR and is now gone really, really small. He went like 20-ish%, 25%-ish on the turn, and now has left himself with, we believe it's 350K behind. So sets himself up with a really nice 1/3 pot river jam size, and there's no world in which Sean is not putting some chips in here, unless he feels like Sean can be willing to bluff off and not call down. I feel like I'm definitely choosing to bet here instead, and I don't think Sean... I think Sean may be just Hollywooding here and
And he checks it behind. He
Whoa.
doesn't even go for the value here from Sean, so he just checks it back just in case Daniel has top 2 pair, I'd imagine, or a set on that particular board and he's getting trapped. But Ragazzini's going to see the good news with his pocket kings and get it done and ship some chips over to Sean Ragazzini up to 1.341 million now, 45 big. So chip stacks might have been off for a few hands there, as you can see now, up to 45 bigs and basically second in chips here at the feature table. Now, just to let everybody know, we have been told from the studio downstairs there's a very short break as that hand actually went almost halfway through that break. So we'll be back in 8 minutes' time from now. Call it 8 minutes past the hour. So at 11:08 p.m., we'll be back in the booth to call out the remainder of the action before they bag and tag and come back tomorrow at midday.
Stop guessing and start studying like a professional. Welcome to the Vault at Octopi Poker. The Vault offers powerful study tools and data drawn from real tournaments. We've cataloged the action from the highest stakes arenas, including Triton, the WSOP, and PLAYLIVE. This isn't just a library of random solves. It's a curated archive of the most pivotal hands played at the world's most prestigious final tables. These are the hands that define careers. For these hands, we've provided comprehensive pre-flop and post-flop simulations. You can see exactly how the world's best navigated these high-pressure spots. Compare the actual play against the theoretical GTO baseline. Analyze the frequencies, the sizing, and the EV of every action taken under the brightest lights. Studying the Vault allows you to move beyond abstract theory and see how poker is actually won at the highest level. Boost your edge by studying reality, not just theory. Sign up today at Octopipoker.ai. I'll see you inside.
Hey, do you want to get the table audio on? Is that working?
No, I don't. I forgot. I think I might have forgotten to do it. Anyway, we're back live here.
We back.
I was trying to fix your microphone during the break.
Well, it's it looks all right. Yep.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
good. There
Actually,
we
hang
go.
on.
Bring the table a bit closer so you can low ride.
There we go.
Everybody who's stuck around, we were doing that live. We were actually on the mics. The mics were hot there in the commentary booth just for a second. But we are back to the conclusion of day 2 of the Play Live Grand Prix Series or Grand Prix Series. For those people watching, that's Billy the Crocker Algaros in the feature table. There he is in seat number 8. The man, the myth, the legend himself, Billy the Croc Argos has found himself a stack in this main event, playing for $100,000 up top. And the cards are getting off. We're often going, I should say. Sorry, pardon me.
A new cast on the feature table.
Yep.
And suss out some new play styles, as we do mention. Nelson having the stack sizes are wrong. So he actually has 4.6 million in chips, which is not the 5.7 million that he had, but still a lot of chips. So as you can see there with that absolute tower of chips, he does look to dominate this table and take a nice score potentially if he can ride this one out.
Nelson obviously got an extra 0 there. So like you said, 120 bigs, not 12. We'll get that adjusted slightly. Welcome back to day 2 here at Play Live, 129 York Street, South Melbourne, of their main event. $1,500 buy-in, $472,580 in the prize pool. First is $106,180. And that's packet of Tim Tams. Tam Trung, sure. Jack 5, put that in the bin. Billy the Croc Algaros, he's got that crocodile sitting next to him. That's his card protector. He's got a couple of other crocodiles and he likes to wear that FootJoy golf T-shirt wherever you see him. Nathan Ong sitting in seat 9. He's the guy with the cap on at the moment on stream. We are down to the final 24 players out of 365 entries. We are playing one more level tonight before they all bag up and come back tomorrow at midday, and we'll be doing the stream tomorrow from the get-go. About 25 minutes past midday tomorrow, the stream will be up and live. We'll be streaming it from the commencement of play tomorrow, which does start at midday, but there is a 20-minute buffer for us here in the commentary booth to protect the integrity of the game. So we'll be back on the stream tomorrow at approximately 12:25 p.m. as Nathan Ong picks up the King 10 offsuit, raises it up, makes it 100K to go from the small blind after it was folded around to him. Tom McMahon finds the King 6 off. Alex to call. Please disregard Nelson Dong's chip stack like Jackson alluded to before. Add an extra 0 onto his chip stack. He's got 4.6 million or 120 bigs. Flop comes down Queen 9-7 gut shot for Nathan Ong. He can make the nut shot, as they call it nowadays, if the jack peels off. He did raise it pre-flop from the small blind. First to act here. Tom in a bit of a world of hurt. Needs to find a 6-ball and a 6-ball only at this stage. 2 outs for Tom, as now Nelson's going to come into this pot with a bet, a C bet after he raised it pre. And Jackson Young, you're thinking about shooting into a bullet downstairs. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've been told that there is a mystery bounty on tonight and the max late rego is in roughly 20 minutes. So it is a very shallow, deep max late reg, which is perfect for me as someone who wants to get in and get out. If I spin, great. If I'm out, I can come back into the commentary booth
Beautiful.
quickly. So I'll be popping out in about 15 minutes, seeing if I can get lucky, maybe win some bounties or something like that. And if not, I'll jump straight back in here and ride it out till the end of the night. But very, very keen. This probably won't play down to an FT, obviously, but as Phil has asked in the Facebook chat, they are playing down till, you said, one more level, so just not a specific player count.
That is correct.
Daniel does fold the ace-9 offsuit under the gun +1, which seems fine. Ace-10 off, we probably want to start opening now, but ace-9 off a little bit too loose.
A little bit of a funny thing I just found out here. Patrick Vo, the guy who's sitting in seat 5, was actually the winner of my giveaway a couple of nights ago. Yeah, to the main event.
I was actually going to ask you,
that's Trutzy.
Is any of the players in?
That's it. That's Trutzy. Trutzy, who won the food and beverage package
Wow.
worth $200 into this main event.
Good for Patrick.
has made the feature table here down to 24 out of 365 entries into this event. Each player at the moment locking up $4,520. And so good on him. He's done very well with that giveaway that I gave him a few nights back. He cashed it in today and has made it down to the final 24 of 365 entries. So good on Patrick Vogt, also known as Trutsy in the chat. I don't think he will mind me telling that part of the story. He has 27 big blinds as Billy the Croc's going to raise it up and make it 100K to go with Jack 10, my favourite, and Key Zoo, which I believe is a player in seat 2 there with the white jacket on.
Just wanted to touch on one thing quickly before this hand gets 3-bet. They are actually playing 2 more levels, as we've just been alluded to by the guys downstairs. So we're playing
Beautiful.
this one and then the next one, and then we'll be bagging up for the day. So we should probably get to the final 2 tables by then, as we do see Key come with a 3-bet non-all-in to 250, which is very, very standard here. And Croc's just sussing him out, but we'd probably see him want to fold this one, having unsuited Jack 10.
Thank you very much for that, Jackson. We did get that notification in the studio up here that we are playing 2 more levels. So it's this one and 1 more. And they'll be bagging and tagging, coming back tomorrow at midday. The stream starting at 12:20 or 12:25 roughly tomorrow. So if you guys want to tune in tomorrow, might even give away something tomorrow. Maybe a few giveaways tomorrow.
Wow.
Jacko
more.
into the Berserker. Why not, mate?
More generous. Insane. Berkey.
Berkey coming on. Good on you, boys. Appreciate that, Berkey. He's up in Canberra at the moment. Just handling a few issues up there. But big shout out to my co-conspirator in the You Can't Make It Up podcast. Now, we have done a podcast with that last Monday with Terry. And that will
She's great, man.
Yeah, that'll be coming out
great.
shortly. I feel bad for not being able to do the editing on that video yet, but I'll hopefully get around to doing that sometime soon. As Daniel finds the Queen 9, the baccarat just for you, Berkey, the natural 9, Queen picture card 4 side. He's going to fold. Patrick's going to fold the half price on 6, deuce 4. Tam Trung, one of my all-time favourites, picks up the 7-5 suited in hearts. He's going to put that in the bin. Crocky, Queen 6 off. Picture 3 side for those people who like to play baccarat. And Nathan's picked up my second favourite hand actually in poker. I prefer it in diamonds, but clubs will do. 8-6 of clubs. We do apologise that we can't get you any table audio for the time being. I did have an 8-minute window to see if I could figure it out. I unplugged and plugged everything back in, but unfortunately still nothing. So we might have to try and play around with that later on tonight, if not early tomorrow before the stream goes on, so you guys can hear the table audio as Tom McMahon picks up the ace-queen suited in spades on the button, raises it up, makes it 80K to go. Kizu, who won the last hand with pocket kings, is going to fold round to Nelson Dong, who does have 4.6 million in his chip stack, not 462K, as Jackson Young alluded to earlier. You can basically see that visually right in front of you. He's definitely got way more than 462K. He's found the pocket 3s here in the big blind, so it's 40K for him to call.
This is a very easy all-in and a very easy call from Tom. So we're going to go to the races here. For those wondering why not just flat the 3s, you just want to have some fold equity. As we know, it's very hard to flop any good flops with pocket 3s except a set. So this just denies equity, and when called, we are flipping. So we'll see if Nelson can take this one down, as he needs to fade an ace, a queen, or a spade.
And here comes the river down to dirt. He needs to find that ace-queen spade, like you said. The 8 of hearts, not going to get it done for Tom. And Tom is going to be eliminated from Nelson, who absolutely holds with these pocket 3s on a king 7-4, 8-8 board.
GG, Tom.
And Tom McMahon's going to be busted on this feature table. So all of a sudden down to 23 runners out of 365. Chip stacks will be fixed after this particular hand. So you'll see a slight adjustment, or quite a large adjustment, I should say, to Nelson Dong's stack.
He's going to be having around 5 million in chips now, which is just absurd at this stage of the tournament. Like, obviously, the highest one is Tam, and Tam always seems to have a lot of chips. It's actually insane. Every time I'm on a commentary or watching a stream, he just has all the chips. It's just
Tam Trung, also
he's not afraid, hey?
known to be as Tim Tam, double coated. The guy's absolute Teflon. It's very hard to get him out of any tournament. He somehow finds it every single time, and just a gentleman too. I've got a lot of time for Tam, so big shout outs to the big man, Tam Trung there.
We can see Nelson's chip stack updated.
There it is.
It is almost like telephone numbers. 5.377 million, good for 134 big blinds. So he's just absolutely dominating. He probably just took a lot of chips from that bubble that went on for 2 hours. And Kizu picking up the pocket nines. And this is going to be an interesting one. Does he want to come with 3-bet? Does he want to come with call?
Peter Anthony coming in saying, who are the 23? Are you able to tell us who's still alive? We are on a 20-minute delay, Peter. So unfortunately, if I was to get that information now, I'd be spoiling if there has been some bust outs, I should say, between now and 20 minutes ago. So it's hard for us to actually bring up that information. I can maybe ask the studio downstairs who was remaining in the field when we just came back from the break, and then we could deduce it from there if you would like. As there's a race to 80K from Patrick, also known as Trutzy, under the gun with the ace-10 suited. Kizu's found a 3-bet to 225K with a pocket nines.
Nelson
Dong
wow.
picks up the ace-king suited in diamonds. So a bit of fireworks here. Nelson, the gentleman right there with the slick back hair, perfect. Perfectly manicured. It almost looks like he's come straight from the barber, straight into play live. Picks up the ace-king of diamonds. Absolute monster hand. He also has the chip lead
I think
at this feature table and in this tournament, I should say.
Yeah, I'm actually quite interested to see what he does here. Ace-king suited makes for an easier 3-bet non-all-in, where ace-king offsuit, you just do want to jam out of position. But you can just jam all in, obviously. He is the chip leader, so he probably can look like he is getting a little bit out of line to the others. Patrick can make a pretty easy fold here with the ace-10, and now we get Kizu. And obviously, we can see the cards, guys, but I do think this is quite a standard call from Kizu. I don't even think he needs to think about it when Patrick does find a fold, which is, I would assume, coming any second now. But onto Kizu's decision. Nelson would be jamming pocket 8s for sure here. Potentially pocket 7s and just want to, in the small blind out of position, just ride the equity and deny the variance here. You just want to get hands like, King, Queen and stuff like that to fold if you're Nelson. So that's why you do want to jam like some of these pairs like 6, 7, 8, 9s. And obviously better as well. But as we do see, he has the ace-king. So Kizu's going to be... It looks like he wants to fold this one. I definitely think that's a little bit of a blunder. Obviously, we are playing for a lot of money, so you do want to make sure every decision is, at least in your strategy, to close to perfection as possible. But yeah, I do think that he would like to call that one. And moving forward, I think if Nelson had a hand like aces or kings specifically, he wouldn't have actually gone all in there. He would have 3-bet. So you can actually eliminate a few of the overpairs from Nelson's range, and that does help you when you have a hand like pocket 9. So
Mr. Jono actually coming in with a really good comment there on YouTube saying, get all the info and tell us in 20 minutes. Tell you what, I've taken a page straight out of your book and I've got the information and I will tell you in 20 minutes. So good shout for Mr. Jono. So at 11:45, I will tell you local time who is remaining in the field. Well played from Mr. Jono. I don't mind that approach. As Patrick Russell also comes into the chat there. Hello, Jackson. How are you? P. Russell, one of the all-time best in the game.
how are we, Paddy?
Part of the Kings Sydney group. I love it how he gives you a hello and I get absolutely no donuts in the chat, but that's all right. Good on you, Paddy.
I think everyone's just accustomed, Monkey. I'm the new kid in town, so I think they want to give me a little bit of love, which is nice.
You got plenty of love here, Jackson. Everybody loves listening to your insights. Nice little comment coming in there from Derry B. Maybe you can read that one out, Jacko, for me. Otherwise, it looks like it's pointing straight at me.
Derry B, what is Josh's hourly rate? Well, I can't answer that one because I have no idea, Monk.
No. The one above that, I think, is probably more.
Oh, yep.
Fair enough. She's gone for the double down, it looks like.
Josh's voice is so soothing. I listen to him every night. Does he do home calls? And what is his hourly rate? Yeah, I have heard a few people mention that they do like his voice. So what is your hourly rate for home calls just to get people to go to sleep, Monkey? You offer that service?
I'm not Matthew McConaughey, but I appreciate everybody enjoying listening to me talk a little bit of rubbish here in the booth alongside Jackson Young. as Nelson Dong finds the all-in triangle with ace-jack.
So Kizu's opened up from the cutoff. Nelson has jammed the button, and that is good for 25 bigs effective. So that's actually quite a big jam, but, you know, ace Jacko doesn't really want to do a lot. It can 3-bet fold versus some earlier positions, I believe.
Nick Fern's coming in saying Kizu's getting bullied.
Yeah.
Seems like that from Nelson, no doubts about it. Back-to-back hands, essentially. He's put in a raise and had to fold, so he's getting bullied a little bit.
Fish Fryer says 9-9 good fold. Yeah, look, I probably potentially would have called myself. I just think Nelson, as the chip leader, is jamming a bunch here as well, and you obviously dominate some hands, you're flipping against some hands, and I think it's a spot that I would have possibly taken, as we see me looking at Nelson's stack on the 20-minute delay there. Curly in the chat. Curly, how are we doing, mate? Unfortunately, neither of us could get a nice little double today. We're on the same table for a bit there, so yeah, we busted both pretty quickly, I believe. So unfortunately for both of us, Monkey, you should do audiobooks. You have the voice for it.
See what I can do as Happy Mel comes in there. Hey there, guys. Happy Mel in the Twitch chat. It's a bit of a shout out to you. I'm just getting some information about the players still remaining in the field. I can give you that information shortly.
Croc waking up with the king-queen suited here. We're going to see him open for sure. Just looking at the stacks, we do see Tam, Choc, Nathan, and those three in the middle of the pack there, with Dan, Key, and Patrick sitting in that shorter stack range, with Nelson just with one of the biggest stacks I reckon I've ever seen in my life. He's sitting at 6 million chips now, just shy, which is absurd. And
we have like 18% of the chips in play, essentially.
Oh, it's
pretty close to it anyway.
Yeah, it would be something along those lines, right?
So Billy does make that raise to 80K under the gun with the king queen, like you said, suited.
Nelson finally folds a hand, so the consecutive streak is over, as Tam will probably want to fold this one, but Tam's a bit of a sicko, as we know, so maybe he does want to come along here and make it tough for Croc, but he does elect to fold.
Peter Anthony saying, agree, Monkey. Yes, good voice. Appreciate that. You're listening to me, Josh Monk, alongside Jackson Young, who will be ducking out in about a minute's time to jump in downstairs, I believe, into the mystery bounty.
Yep.
Max late regging it with how many bigs?
I think it's 6.5.
Sure, that's good. 6.5 bigs, that'll work. And if he busts that stack, he's going to jump straight back into the comm booth and
the most likely scenario is I sit down, play 3 hands, and I'm back up here, guys. So hopefully we can get a double and a triple. But we do see Krilly put in the chat 9-9 is a pure fold, Jackson. Okay, interesting. Obviously, you know more than me, so I'll believe you there. I just think that I thought that Nelson potentially could be jamming some weaker holdings there, and could then put ourselves in a pretty good position to find a nice double and have a 50 big blind stack, but I guess not. So listen to Krilly, guys.
hold the fort.
We see Patrick wake up with the ace king offsuit here off 22 bigs. Nelson's opened up 10-9, and he's going to look to see Patrick get a 3-bet in here. I think from the button we can potentially 3-bet induce. Just because Nelson is the chip leader and he's going quite crazy at the moment, I definitely would prefer to see 3-bet induce here with ace king specifically. If we had ace king suited, it definitely is easier to 3-bet induce. But with ace king offsuit, I still think too good here. And hoping that Nelson does go over the top with a 4-bet. But Patrick does elect to just jam this one in himself for 22 bigs, which isn't definitely a mistake or anything like that. I just think, again, specifically the chip leader, who's going to be making your life hell, you can just 3-bet induce here. And if he does end up calling, you can take a flop here with ace king high, and on some favorable runouts can take really nice pots down. So as we see Manda taking out 2 people with pocket 9s tonight, so maybe it is a lucky hand for tonight. But we do see Patrick just whack the 22 big blinds in there, and Nelson is going to snap fold this one.
Too funny, Jackson. What just happened there? You can't make it up, I swear to God. I've got to try and get the information from downstairs from the iPad about the out-of-feature tables for this main event, day 2. Brought up the old camera app on the phone.
Your mug just
And
parked up right there.
And no, it was actually kind of funny because as I'm taking a photo of it, the exact same time the iPad logs out. Yeah, you couldn't make it up, man. So I've taken a photo of all the apps as opposed to the players remaining in the field. I'll give you that information shortly when we are down to a few more players. If we do find some eliminations, I can give you an update of what's going on in the outer tables.
There's my alarm monk. I'm going to run downstairs, brother.
Go do your thing, baby.
I'll
6.5 bigs. Yeah, run it up.
6.5. I'll catch you guys in most likely 5 minutes. Let's be honest. We'll be back soon. Cheers, guys. Hopefully we see some action here while I'm gone.
Thanks very much, Jacko. Appreciate your time here in the commentary booth alongside me, Josh Monk, a.k.a. Monkey. I'm going to be calling this solo. So for those people who like my audio book voice or newsreader voice, I'm going to be calling this solo as it gets around to Tam Trung. 10-7 offsuit on the button. As he puts on Crocky's glasses, it looks like Crocky playing a bit of fun and games at this feature table. He's known for those types of antics. Tam's got to raise it up and make it 80k to go. Crocky's picked up the ace-jack. He's handed over the glasses from his head, and he's almost certainly going to find a 3-bet here from the small blind with the ace-jack off. Kiwi Special saying, damn, it's 1:30 here. And I'm starting to feel a bit tired, so we'll be back tomorrow, approximately 13 hours from now, 25 minutes past midday tomorrow. We'll be back on to see out the conclusion of this main event. 2 more levels to go for today before they all bag and tag and come back tomorrow at midday. Isaac coming in saying, took Croc's glasses and raises Croc's blinds. Say that quickly, just quietly. So took Crocky's glasses and then raises Croc's blinds. There you go. So Crocky here is going to come in for the 3-bet like I thought. Now the question here is can Nathan find a hand in the big blind? He doesn't. He finds the deuce 4 of hearts. 3-bet to 350k. Glasses go straight off the head of Tam, straight back to Billy the Croc, who's eyeing each other down. They have played quite a few hands of poker together, these two. I can assure you of that. And Tam's going to fold the 10-7 Daniel Negreanu's hand straight into the bin as Billy's going to take that one away from him. And his glasses back from packet of Tim Tams, Tam Trung. Nelson Dong, 147 bigs. Gee whiz. Eat your heart out. 5.8 million. Tam Trung second in chips at this feature table. 52 bigs, 2 million. So Nelson with a very commanding chip lead in this tournament, not only at this feature table. MSP saying, where is this game being held? You know the answer. I'll say it one more time, just in case people are playing a drinking game at home. It's 129 York Street in South Melbourne in Victoria. So if you want to come down here to the Play Live Melbourne headquarters, that's 129 York Street, South Melbourne. As Tam Trung here picks up the King 9. He does like to play baccarat, so he's squeezing out this hand. Picture foreside. The baccarat players at home. Finds the King 9 off. He's going for the glasses again from Crocky. So I like these antics. I wish we had the table audio working for you, but we will get that up and going tomorrow. I've been told from the studio we'll fix those problems early tomorrow before we go to stream. Raised to 80k from Tam. Billy the Croc doesn't have ace-jack this time. Finds the Queen 8 suited in hearts. He's going to fold that on the button. Nathan finds the King 8, heavily dominated, but he's going to fold out a small blind. Matty Marshall saying, am I on the comms tomorrow? Yes, sir. I'll be on the comms from the commencement of play tomorrow. So if you like my dulcet tones here in the comm booth, I'll be here and I'll be giving away maybe a couple of seats into the Berserker tomorrow night. So if you want to tune in from tomorrow at approximately 12:20, 12:25, give or take, tomorrow, local time here in Melbourne, give yourself an opportunity to win a few more dollars out of my own back pocket to go towards that Berserker event, which kicks off tomorrow at 6 p.m. as Kizu finds an all-in jam here for 695k with the King Jack off from the big blind. Action back round to Tam, who's wearing Billy the Croc Algaros's glasses with the King 9 offsuit. It's going to cost him 615k to call, I should say. I'd imagine Tam's going to put the glasses in the bin. He wants to throw them away. They haven't worked for him twice. He's going to hand the glasses back to Billy the Croc as he puts the King 9 in the bin. Kizu's going to pick up that pot and those extra chips from Tam Trung. Shout outs to Jackson Young too, who's done a phenomenal job in the commentary booth. W's in the chats for Jackson, who was here in the com booth last night until 3 a.m. calling the action there when Jordan took down that event, and then got up relatively early today to come in and play the main event, busted out of the main, came straight into the com booth, and has called the action with me since 8 o'clock, approximately 3.5 hours ago. So good luck downstairs to you, Jacko. As Daniel Gabriel with Queen 7 of Diamonds under the gun. Probably not good enough to come in for a raise, so he's going to fold that under the gun. Patrick Vo, also known as Trutzy Online, was the winner of my giveaway, the food and beverage package, a few nights ago into this main event worth $200, is now sitting at the feature table, so good on you, Paddy. And to Billy the Croc Algaros. He's got 1.9, he's going to fold the cutoff. He forgot to put his cards over the reader, so apologies for those people trying to find what hand he's got. Round to Nathan Ong. Ace 5 off on the button, 40K to call. And he's electing to raise it up on the button in position with the Ace 5 off. Kizu finding the Jack 10. My favourite hand if it was suited in clubs. Elects to fold. Round to Nelson Dong. He can't continue with the 9-4, so Nathan is going to take that bad boy down. Blinds at 20K, 40K with a 40K big blind ante. This is level number 21, I believe. They'll be playing level 22, then bagging and tagging and coming back tomorrow. So I'm just going to find out whether or not I've got all of this information correct here for the outer feature tables. And I do have that information. I'll bring that to you shortly. Approximately 12 minutes from now, I can share that information with you as Patrick folds the 9-3 round to Tam Trung. Finds the 4-side, 3-side, the 10-8 of clubs. 2 million in his chip stack, or 50 bigs. He's electing to fold that under the gun. Billy, Crocky, as people like to call him, as his nickname. In the hijack, can't find a call, nor can he find the RFID reader just quietly. We haven't seen his hands twice. I don't think he can find the little mark on the table that says put your cards over this particular reader, hence the reason for why we can't see his cards. Might get the studio to tell the dealer downstairs to make sure that Billy can do that so we can see what he's folded. Round to Nathan Ong in the cutoff, 1.9 million or 49 bigs. Finds the King Jack off. GC11 in the YouTube chat saying Jackson's commentary has been elite. I totally agree. I love being in the com booth with somebody who has an elite poker brain like Jackson. And so he's going to just jam the sixes here. So it was raised in the cutoff, I should say, by Nathan Ong to 80K. So he's found the sixes on the button. He's going to jam over the top. All in for 815,000. Nelson's going to get out the way with the Jack 6 off. Daniel Gabriel has picked up King Jack offsuit, which is essentially the exact same hand as what Nathan has raised in the cutoff with. And he's going to fold from the big blind. And the action's going to go back round to Nathan Ong here, who's got a decision to make to call 815,000 by key with his King Jack. Obviously, the King Jack of Daniel Gabriel has been folded, so a couple of outs burnt for Nathan. Looking over call here at 735K. Peter coming in saying, Monkey, what is your favourite restaurant in Melbourne? My favourite restaurant in Melbourne is called Biblos. It's in South Wharf. It's a Lebanese type of restaurant with a whole bunch of tapas style stuff. Believe it or not, the first time I found the restaurant, I ate there 4 nights in a row. That's how much I loved it. As Jackson Young is run straight back up the stairs 6.5 bigs, not enough for Jackson to get it done. He's going to come straight back into the booth here. One hand, Jacko, or? Three hands. Okay, so Jackson coming straight upstairs. And coming straight back into the booth. As he played three hands in that mystery bounty, he max late regged it for 6.5 bigs. Couldn't find a stack. And that is all she wrote. Jackson coming straight back into the combo booth now. Jacko, couldn't get it done, mate?
Unfortunately not. Did run king, queen into kings, so not going to win a lot of the time when that is the case. But that's okay. $600 well spent and straight back in the comms.
There we go. To Nick Fern's approval too. Jackson's also been respectful of everyone's opinion, so well done. You're getting a bit of a shout out. I gave you a bit of a shout out. And the crowd's come on board for you.
Much appreciated, Monkey, and much appreciated in the chat. I've actually been talking to Krilly a little bit while I was at the table for about 5 minutes, and he's a lot better and more studied than I am. So I'm going to do the best I can moving forward to give some better insight. I think a couple of things were a little bit off, so I have given not crazily bad advice, but I have given a little bit of wrong advice. I think specifically with the pocket nines where key folded, and I said I probably would have gone with it. That's actually pretty silly for me to do that. I think Nelson's range is a bit stronger than what I perceived in ICM dynamics specifically. So going to do my best to up that moving forward, guys. My apologies. But yeah, anything I missed, Monkey, or pretty standard procedures? It was only 5 minutes.
No, pretty standard. Nothing, you didn't miss much, to be fair.
Yeah, beautiful.
So, Peter, just to answer that question, so it's BYBLOS Biblos. It's a Lebanese restaurant in South Wharf, across the road from Crown Casino, not too far from where we are here at PlayLive 129 York Street, South Melbourne. Does that Lebanese type food, and I'm a big fan of it. Chicken on skewers and lamb on skewers and all of that type of stuff, along with dips and salads and halloumi and whatever. So if you like that type of food, I'd strongly suggest going down there and having a feed down at Biblos. We're not affiliated to them whatsoever, but I did get asked the question, so had to answer honestly. That is my favourite restaurant in Melbourne. Jackson Young joining us back into the comm booth. You heard his dulcet tones just a few moments ago. He went downstairs, played the mystery bounty, played three hands. Max Lake reached it with 6.5 bigs, played three hands, and that was all she wrote. Straight back into the comm booth to call the action out for the remainder of this evening.
It was a great spot. There was like 25% of the field left. So it was a great spot. It was almost in the bounties already. So I thought I had a chance there with the king queen. I did flop ace 10, so had some outs, but didn't find it, unfortunately. As we see Nelson with the king 8 of hearts, going to open this one up pure. He is facing Dan Gabriel 11, Patrick 25, and Tam with quite a solid stack 50 in the big blind. So going to be some maneuverability here.
Nelson Dong here, raise it up, make it 80k to go in the cutoff.
Oh, wow.
Patrick's going to fold. Tam, here he is, double coated, packet of Tim Tams, the chocolate flavour. Finds the ace king suited. He's asked for the glasses again for Billy the Croc. Can third time be lucky for Tam Trung as he picks up ace king offsuit, 1.9 million in his stack, 48 bigs. I've played a lot of poker with Tam. I've lost a lot of pots to Tam. So we go back quite a bit. And he's just a very friendly guy. Got a lot of time for Tam. Just a gentleman too. Actually spoke to him about 7 hours ago when I was here at Play Live before I had to duck out for dinner. And he seems like he's having a lot of fun down here at Play Live and running quite deep in a few events too. So shout outs to my man Tam Trung down there on this feature table, finding a 3-bet to 250k with ace king offsuit. Action background to Nelson, who's got a WSOP type stack in front of him. Jackson Young. Look at the chips he's got in front of him there. Nelson up to 5.7 million in chips, 144 bigs. He's basically got something in the vicinity of 18% of the chips in play for one player with 21 players remaining. Now, talking about the 21 players remaining, I've got some information about that, and I'll bring that to you now for those people who are wondering who is remaining in the field. So we have 21 players remaining out of 365. Liam Juhu coming in there saying, how'd you bust Jackson? So maybe you might want to answer that one quickly. for Liam Juhu.
He knows how I busted. He was on my table, which means
Ah,
what does
there
that
we
mean
go.
if he's on my table? Means he's not in the main event, which is very exciting for me as a true Liam hater. So yeah, pretty happy with that one. And who's on the last 21 monkey?
So there you go. So a little bit of inside information. Liam Juhu has been busted from this main event. He did have a huge chip stack earlier today when I saw him when I walked in the building. That was approximately 2:30, 3 o'clock. He had probably 800K, but obviously has been busted. So the outer feature tables, we've got, let me just make sure that we don't have the same players on this particular feature table. Just want to make sure we get this correct. Okay, so on the outer feature table, table 2, Jerome's still out there. Jason Rojas is still out there. Daniel Lee. Nicholas Oberman is out in the field. Christian Downer and Sean Ragazzini. So the feature table that we were calling the action on before they've changed it over to this particular format, or these players sitting at the feature table that you're watching at the moment, they're still out there. So that's Jerome, Jason Rojas, Daniel Lee, Nicholas Oberman, Christian Downer and Sean Ragazzini out on table 2. And on table 3, we've got Charlie Hu, Runan, Wonky, also known as Vincent Wan, is out there. Dean Blatt, Georgie, and the OG, Idris Hassan, is out there too. Right, okay. So Wonky's still in the field. He's a bit of a crusher, good friend of mine as well. That's Vincent Wan. Dean Blatt's out there. George is out there. Idris Hassan, Charlie Hu, Runan, Jerome, Jensen Rojas, Daniel Lee, Nicholas Oberman, Christian Downer, and Sean Ragazzini as Billy the Croc Algaros finding the pocket queens after Tam has decided to make a raise from the small blind with King 5 suited in hearts, and Billy's found a premium in that of queens. So I'd imagine that Billy's going to put in a 3-bet here. Jackson Young.
Yeah, I'd like to see a 3-bet here, but not too big. I
Yep.
think we just want to go like 6-ish, 6.5 maybe. Obviously, we are in position.
265, something like that.
I do take it back. I did think the big blind was 50. So Tam actually almost made it 3x. So I probably actually want to see something along the ranks of 300,000. So yeah, 3x is raised, a little bit less potentially. We are in position, so don't need to go too big here. But yeah, obviously with a premium hand like queens, there's no other option than to 3-bet this one. I probably prefer 300 if I was to exactly count out my stack here. And Tam's a bit of a battler, so this could go any way. He could call, he could 4-bet. You've played with Tim Tam, as you call him, quite a bit. Is this a hand that he usually wants to go with, or
No, he won't go with this if it comes for a raise from Crocky. But
he'll respect Croc sort of?
no, he does. Yeah, he respects a lot of Croc as he puts in that 3-bet to 350K. So we're pretty close.
Yeah, pretty close. Slightly bigger than I would have gone, but I do think that going bigger isn't bad at all, and potentially thinks Tam's a little bit stickier. And if so, going bigger is the correct play for sure.
They've played a lot of cards together. Tam's not sticky enough, I don't imagine, to call with King 5 of hearts here, but I have seen Tam make some very unique decisions in poker previously at home games and the alike. So he could flick in a call here, but he most likely will find the fold to Billy the Croc. They're going to eye off each other again and have a bit of speech play. I'd love to be able to pick up the table audio. We will get that fixed for you guys tomorrow, as Patrick Russell is asking me to ask you, Jackson Young, did you try your best in the tournament downstairs?
I really did.
He tried his best. Well, there you go, Paddy. There's the answer. He tried his best.
Paddy, you tell me, mate. I have King Queen of clubs in, I think it was like the low jack of 8 big blinds, and I put them all in the middle. I think that's playing quite well, but I'm unsure. So if you have any feedback for me, Pat, please let me know, and I'll adjust my game accordingly.
So he's tried his best, like my mum used to say and still says to this day, as long as you try your best, you can't do any more than that. So that's the little insider joke from Paddy Russell. That's all we can ask for. You tried your best and lost. Such is life. Back over to Tam, who's still pondering a decision here against Billy the Croc Argoros's 3-bet to 350K. And have a look at this from Tam. So
He does go with something creative.
Right,
it looks
okay.
like. So we were both wrong. Does go for the 4-bet. This is actually maybe a good hand selection to go with. A suited king, and Croc just doesn't even think about it and snap calls. So
you got to love Billy the Croc here. He doesn't believe it for a second. Puts out a whole handful of chips to make the call after Tam decided to 4-bet him to 675k. Crocky going nowhere, obviously, with pocket queens. And Tam needs to find a king. And he's a genius at finding these cards as the flop comes down, ace 9-4. It's actually going to help Tam's range here. So I'd imagine Tam is going to come out with a C-bet here and probably take this one away from Croc after 4-betting in pre, but you never know.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit bigger from Tam pre. I just think the size is really, really small. I maybe wanted to see like 800 at least from Tam. Nonetheless, does come with 675, and this is a flop where you can probably easily C-bet here. I think that Croc's not going to fold queens, especially with a club on the flop, but can get a little bit dicier on turns if it is non-club.
Tam obviously working with one overcard to the pocket queens, that being the king. Also can get there with backdoor straight potential and hearts working for him.
I don't think you need to go, I don't think you need to go too big here. I'm thinking like 450, somewhere along those lines is something that I would probably bet here. He does go 350, so a touch smaller than I would have gone, but that's probably still fine. Just as long as we don't go too big. Can't see Croc folding a hand as strong as pocket queens to Tam, who is known to be a bit of a bluffer. But I would assume with the club, it definitely helps his case for continuing here. And
he does find the call. So great shout from you, Jackson. And Tam needing a lot of help on the turn, needs to find a heart or a king. The gin card. Here comes the turn. Brings in the 4 of spades. So Tam's still needing to find 2 outs at the river if he decides to continue with this hand. But I imagine he has to shut down here on the turn.
He's probably
or make one play, and that one play just jam it all in here on the turn and try and get Billy the Croc to fold. But I can't imagine Crocky's going to fold after calling the flop.
So
and a blank on the turn.
I'd say that Croc, I mean, I don't know Croc that well, but I'd assume he'd just probably whack ace-king pre-flop, unless I'm wrong. So we can eliminate ace-king from his range. We also do block that, which is something of note. But, you know, specifically with our hand here, it feels a little bit blasty to just triple this off. Now, we can potentially put Croc on a range of pocket pairs lower than ace-x. So if we don't think that Croc is 3-betting ace-queen, ace-jack, ace-10 enough of the time, there is a potential that we just put him on, you know, maybe not kings because we have a king, but queens through to 10s, say like that. And if we think that we can get him off by the river, potentially we can set up a bet here, then we can jam turn, and it is complete just going for it here. But sometimes we need to like disassociate ourselves with blockers and stuff and just go with our gut, as Tam does come with another bet, and Croc you can see in the corner taking off his glasses. Tam comes with an incredibly small sizing of 350 into a pot of 2.1 million. This is interesting, and I think what he's doing here is he's just setting up a river jam.
Yeah.
And let's say Croc calls, the pot is now 2.7 million. Tam's going to jam for 700K, which is like less than a third. It's like almost a quarter. So it's going to get really thin, and the bluff really like doesn't need to work a bunch. Croc just needs to be right. Like, I don't know the exact percent here, but only probably like 20% of the time on the river. So he probably needs to make up his decision now is, am I willing to call down a river to a jam, which is what Tam is setting up.
Yep.
Because I don't think there's any way that Tam bets 350 here and doesn't follow with the river jam. So this is quite a sick spot for Croc. You've been 4-bet pre, so our opponent is saying we have a strong hand, something like ace-king, something like aces, kings in that vicinity. We can now probably eliminate a few hands on the flop. So can we eliminate pocket kings from our range? I think we can. I don't think pocket kings would bet flop and turn. So we're now sort of like, okay, our opponent is now bluffing a bunch or just has ace king, or he's bluffing with like an ace-x, like an ace-5-0 or ace-5 suited, or like an ace-jack-o or something like that. We obviously have 2 queens as well, which does mean that we double block ace-queen. That would 4-bet. And if we actually look at the suits of our hands, and I'm not going to say I'd find this in game because I'm not that smart, but we can actually see the suits of our hands means that there are 2 suited ace-queens available, so ace-queen of diamonds and ace-queen of spades. If Croc actually had, like, say, ace-queen of spades and diamonds, there actually can't be ace-queen of clubs available, so therefore there's only one combo of ace-queen available. I know that sounds like nerdy, but it is something that these top pros do think about in-game. I definitely don't. I'm not that advanced, but if Croc can maybe sniff out, okay, I double block ace-queen, I'm losing to ace-king and something like that, as Isaac says in the Facebook chat, ace-queen would 4-bet versus Croc. So we do double block that, which is great if we are croc. We can sort of eliminate a fair chunk of our opponent's value combos there. And let's just say Tam let's say Tam was bluffing with like ace 5 suited, for example. Is Tam going to bet flop, bet turn, jam river with a hand not as weak as ace 5 suited? It still is obviously top pair, but croc can still have some strong hands here. So this is very, very interesting, and it's very rare to see a hand as strong as queens fold to such a small bet, but he does let it go, and I think he just says to Tam, don't show me.
Yeah,
really nice, Tam.
Tam gets that done. As you can see, he bet 350K on the flop, didn't size up on the turn, went 350 again on the turn. Jackson gets Billy the Croc to fold the queens on the turn. So
street poker at its finest.
Well played from Tam, who takes a pretty decent chunk away from Billy the Croc. Billy, one of the most friendliest guys in poker. He is in the Hall of Fame, the Australian Poker Hall of Fame. From Cormac, he said, is he in the Hall of Fame? Correct, he is in the Australian Poker Hall of Fame. Billy the Croc Algaros. Crocodile does find the fold there with the queens, which was the best hand, but hats off to Tam, who put in the 4-bet pre-flop, bet the flop, and didn't size up on the turn, bet an extra 350, like you said, setting up for a river jam. Gets the job done. So there's Tam playing that kind of unorthodox style that he's known to do.
It's hard to play someone like that. Like, you really have to be certain with your reads and just be willing to call a guy down if you do know he's capable. Mr. Richmond in the comments, don't think suits of queens relevant as ace queen offsuit are also for betting BBB. You are correct, Richmond, and this is why I'm not a top pro. I was just counting these suited combos for sure, but you are right. He can have some offsuit stuff as well for sure. So good pick up there, Mr. Richmond. This is why you are a great player and take down some tournaments here. He did win, I believe it was the 3K at PlayLive not too long ago. Beat Cooper Feltham heads up, actually, which was...
He did.
I mean, he did have 100 big blinds to 10, so a 10-1 chip lead, but nonetheless, still did beat a final table full of some really good players. So, yeah, good to see some well-done analysis from Mr. Richmond.
Idris coming in also saying, wow, interesting hand from Idris, the OG. The man, the myth, the legend himself. We just did a little shout-out to him. We saw him in the outer feature table earlier. So good on you, Idris. As Derry B7979 saying, does Josh have any merch we can buy? Not me specifically, but if you do like the PlayLive merch, come straight down here to 129 York Street, South Melbourne. They've got all the merchandise behind the registration desk. You can pick up a hoodie, heavy tee, light tee, a cap. They've got all the stuff down here at PlayLive if you want to be repping their gear. Or if you're lucky enough, tomorrow if I do another giveaway, might be able to give away some of that merch to one of the lucky winners of the monkey quiz or the monkey giveaway I'll be doing tomorrow. It's going to kick off tomorrow at 12:20, 12:25, give or take tomorrow when we're calling the conclusion of this main event. This is day 2 of the main event here, live on a 20-minute delay at PlayLive across 3 different platforms, Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. It's a $1,500 buy-in. It's $300,000 guaranteed in the prize pool, but $472,580 was generated in this particular prize pool. First prize, a 6-figure score of $106,180. As Billy the Croc on the button finds the ace-3 off, raises it up now to 100K. Kizu in the big blind, as the small blind was folded, has found the 7-8 of diamonds. Got 23 bigs or 915K to his stack. He's going to find a fold, and Billy's just going to collect the blinds.
Jam or just open?
He just opened.
And he folded the 8-7 of diamonds?
He did.
Wow. Okay, that's surprising. I definitely think these suited connectors, like, it's not like you're in the field, right? If you're, cut off or something like that, pretty easy fold if someone opens, but you're in the big blind, you've already put in an ante and a big blind. There's a small blind there that's dead. I think you definitely want to peel a hand as strong as 8-7 suited. You can make a lot of straights with that hand. You can make a lot of flushes with that hand. And, when you do hit 2 pair against an overpair, you're getting all the chips. So I definitely think even with some bluffing run out potential, there's just a lot of things you can do. And especially against Croc, who is probably a little bit steaming and might get a little bit tilted, I think you might be able to take some chips off him. So I definitely don't know about that fold there.
Yeah, good shout from Jackson. He is a seasoned professional and a Hall of Famer, Billy the Croc Algoros. So he doesn't tilt as much as other players. He has been playing this game very seriously for at least 30 years. I know that for a fact. As Patrick Foe, also known as Tritzy, who won my hospitality package into this main event, finds a fold there. Back round to Billy the Croc, finds the King 8. 23 bigs or 915k to his stack. Going to chuck that in the bin. Nathan finds the King 10 suited. That should be good enough to open on the button. As we get ourselves a little bit more comfortable here in the comm booth. Deep into the evening as it's just ticked over to the new day, Monday. So for those people wondering when these players will be coming back tomorrow to finish this tournament, be 12 hours from right now at midday today, Monday, the 16th of March. Nathan did find that raise on the button with King 10 suited to 80k. Kizu's going to fold the King 5 from the small blind. Action back round to Nelson Dong, who is next to act. His cards haven't appeared quite yet from the RFID reader.
Look at that chip stack, man. That is amazing.
He finds the Jack 9 suited, so he's not got to go anywhere with the Jack 9. And he elect to call, and here comes the flop. It comes King 10-6, so absolutely Christmas Day for Nathan Ong, who flops top 2 pair on a Badoogie board. Nelson Dong does have that gut shot to make a straight. Needs to find a queen ball. No queens were folded pre-flop, so there's 4 outs clean for Nelson to complete that straight if one was to peel off on the turn. So I'd imagine Nathan's going to come out with a C-bet, which he does, and Nelson with a huge chip stack.
I would like to see Nathan go really small on this flop as he does. Obviously, when we have a king and a 10 ourselves, we sort of block a lot of what our opponent can have from value. I was just going to say, interested to see if Nelson comes with raise or call, and he does elect to come with raise, maybe with a backdoor flush draw. Let's say the 10 was a spade or something like that. Potentially wants to check raise a bit more as we now have some additional equity on some runouts. But maybe just wants to play this quite snug. Nathan has 50 big blinds, which is quite a good chunk there. So takes the passive approach, which is definitely fine, as Nathan's going to look to fade a queen here to take home a nice little pot.
Men coming in there on the YouTube chat saying, I wonder how many of the final table, I'm assuming final table players, are calling in sick right now for tomorrow. I'd imagine that every single person that's playing in this main event, if they had work on tomorrow, they'll be taking the day off one way or another. As the blank 2 of spades peels off on the turn, a Badoogie down on the board, all 4 suits down there. Complete brick on the turn. Check from Nelson Dong.
Nathan comes with bet again, so I think you want to go small again here, which he does. He goes
155 and gets the job done.
Yeah. Just maybe even smaller. You do sort of target just draws now. Obviously,
Isaac on Facebook Live calling for a queen. Unfortunately, there was no queen to be found as it was a bet and fold on the turn. Isaac wanting to see a few more coolers or bad beats here at the feature table. We have seen a few. Jacko?
We have. There's been quite a couple over our session. We did start this at about 8 p.m, so 4 hours in. It's been quite fun. We did cop a little bit of a cooler, having hand for 2 hours. But besides that, we've had some action.
Yep.
We saw no one bust in 2 hours, and the next 2 hours we saw, I believe, 25 people bust. So it does show that the power of that bubble, and that's why Nelson has built such a massive chip advantage, is because no one wants to bust on that bubble. Obviously, as we mentioned, there's a $3,000 pay jump between the guy that busts and the next guy. So all the good players are really going to be the ones to take advantage of that, as we do look like we're getting a table redraw here. So we're probably going to stop action for a few minutes, 3 to 5 minutes, I would say, while these players get seated in their new stacks. So I think Monkey's going to read off some schedule-related stuff.
Great shout, Jackson. You can hear the paper coming straight up to the microphone. Russell. Yeah, good on you, pal. Anyway, for today, Monday, March 16th, because it has now just ticked over to the new day. So Monday, March 16th at midday, the main event players are going to be coming back. The stream will be on at about 20 minutes past the hour, so 12:20, 12:25, give or take, after the players have taken a seat. We've corrected all the chip stacks and made sure that everything works upstairs here in the commentary booth to bring that action for you. The redraw is going to take approximately 5 minutes. As you can see, Tiger bringing in some racks for the final 18 players or the final 2 tables of this main event. Deep Freeze Day 2 starts at 3 o'clock. That does have a registration for tomorrow into the Deep Freeze. So if you weren't able to play the Deep Freeze today, you can come in tomorrow, or today I should say, Monday at 3 p.m. That's an $1,150 buy-in, so $1,000 plus $150 go into that hospitality package. You start off with $200K, 40-minute levels, $75,000 guaranteed in the prize pool for that particular event. Now, it is a Deep Freeze, which means it is a freeze-out tournament. You cannot re-enter. You get 1 bullet and 1 bullet only in that Deep Freeze. That's starting tomorrow at 3 p.m. And then at 6 o'clock, the Berserker, for those people who want to try and get out in the get out. The get out event, penultimate, the Berserker tournament at 6 p.m. It's a $400 buy-in, given away actually to Thanks Bra earlier. I gave him a buy-in into the Berserker, chosen at random. And I found out actually who Thanks Bra is. It's Nick Mooney, believe it or not.
Yep.
So he's got a free buy-in into the Berserker, courtesy of yours truly. It's a $400 buy-in, 330 plus 70, 50K starting stack. 15-minute blind levels until the end of registration. And then once registration closes, 20-minute blind levels is a 25K guarantee on that. So that's Monday, March 16th at 6 p.m., the Berserker. So if you want to have a last chance at trying to win some money down here at Play Live during the Grand Prix Series, there's 2 events for you guys to jump into tomorrow. The Deep Freeze, if you've got some deep pockets, that's an $1,150 buy-in, like I said, starting at 3. Or the Berserker at 6 p.m., which is $400. And that $400 buy-in gives you access to a 25K guaranteed event, the Berserker, starting at 6 p.m. And that will finish probably somewhere in the vicinity of 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. So if you do come in to play the Berserker after work, factor in that the final table of that probably concludes somewhere in that vicinity of 1:30, 2 o'clock, maybe 2:30, depending on how many runners. As Wildcard Poker saying, what time does the stream end here? We are playing 1 more level, and then we'll be concluding and bagging and tagging and come back tomorrow at midday. So roughly about, let's call it an hour from now, Wildcard Poker, roughly speaking.
22 levels, right?
Correct. The end of level 22. So I know that they have this level to play. As Vincent Wan, Wonky, the man himself, who did win the Aussie Millions, the last Aussie Millions, I think.
He is the reigning champ for like 6 years, I think.
That's
like
true.
That, yeah.
So Wonky is taking a seat down here on the feature table, and I'm going to really enjoy myself in the commentary booth calling the action for Wonky, because I've played a lot of cards with Wonky, and better than that, I'd love to see how he plays, especially under the lights of this feature table. He is an expert poker player and has been in the scene for, a very long time. I would say give or take 20 years, maybe a fraction more than that. He's had some very good fortune go his way at Crown Casino. He's won a couple of Royal Flush jackpots at Crown playing No Limit Hold'em, and he's also taken down the Aussie Millions and been the reigning champion of that, like he said, Jackson, for the last 6 years, mainly due to the fact that there hasn't been an Aussie Millions for the last 6 years. So he's been the longest reigning champion ever. Aussie Millions obviously kicking off towards the end of April into May. And during that time, if you do not have the bankroll to be able to play down at Crown Casino, you can always come in here to Play Live, who do have their 1-year anniversary since they opened the doors. They've got a mini series on, I guess you could call it, or the Birthday Bash series coming out during the same time as the Aussie Millions. So if you bust out from the Aussie Millions or you want to play some smaller events, Play Live has everything you want down here at 129 York Street, South Melbourne, during that Aussie Millions time period. Just having a quick look at what else I can discuss here. We did discuss, Jackson, that you shot a bullet into the mystery bounty with 6.5 bigs, found 3 hands. And
I was feeling quite confident. So there was about 80 entries, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like 22 left. So, we're getting pretty deep. And top 20% are accessible to the bounties, right? So I really only need a couple of spots and blind steals, and everyone else will bust out, and then I'm in the bounties, right? So pretty shattered. I've actually never in my life peeled the bounty, which is quite insane considering how many tournaments I play. So I think bounty tournaments may not be for me. I just can't seem to find a stack in any of them. I did play a GG $525 US buy-in tournament online one time with my friend Paris, and we both bagged 90 bigs, which is, huge. I think average was like 35 or something like that. So we bagged infinite. And I woke up at 4 a.m. to play, and I busted at 4:25 a.m. So unfortunately didn't find a lot of luck in that tournament, as I have no luck in a lot of bounty tournaments, but that's okay. Just maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a skill issue, not a luck issue, which is more than likely the case.
As Bob Job comes in there saying, Wonky has played 20 plus years. He made sure everyone knew when he was discussing the deal.
That's very infamous, hey?
Yeah, it is very infamous what happened there. I've heard Wonky's side of the story. I've heard Gary Ghost Pepper's side of the story. It's quite interesting what transgressed during that particular final table deal. Nonetheless, it's not for me to talk on anybody's behalf. That was a deal made between the last three players. That was deep into the morning too. I think it was like 4:45 in the morning.
They would have been so wrecked.
It was.
You get delirious at that point.
You
hey?
do.
Like,
it was like a 12 o'clock start, or like 11 o'clock start, something like that.
Yeah.
I think it was like 4:15 in the morning. Wonky said he was seeing, it's like in a delusion, essentially. But Wonky's out there going for the main event here at Play Live. I'll tell you what, the way that guy runs, he would be my pick of the yard. And probably my second pick of the yard would be Nick Oberman, who's out there also. They're good friends, Nick and Wonky. They're good friends of mine too, so shout out to those two boys. And a big shout out to UK Matt too, just quietly, who's asked me to do a little bit of a shout out. He sent me a text message and he said, where's my shout out? So there you go, UK Matt. Big Matty boy, who's been railing a little bit here and listening to myself and Jackson Young call the action for the last 4.5 hours, give or take. So shout out to the big man, UK Matt. Maybe we might be able to go down to the Garnies at some point and have a feed.
Mate, there'd be nothing better than having a nice, massive feed right now.
Oh, geez, tell me about it.
Like,
Straight to sleep, yeah?
Oh,
how good would that be?
Put me in a food coma and send me to the rail. Literally, send me to bed.
That's it. I totally agree. Anyway, so there is a seating redraw. So for the people who are just logging into the stream right now on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch, there's been about a 5-minute intermission here as we're doing a seating redraw for the final 18 players in this main event. This is day 2 of the main event here at Play Live, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. $106,000 up top and a bit of change. Sure, eat your heart out. That a $300,000 guarantee. Don't worry about that. $472,000 and change in the prize pool. As we get back to the action here, Daniel's going to find the fold with the 5 deuce off under the gun +2. Nelson Dong.
And look at that stack.
Who's got a monster stack. Looks like Joe Hasham's WSOP stack when he won it all.
It's a good problem when you don't know how to stack your chips. You have that many.
Well, you can't push them forward,
Yeah.
anymore because he'd block the RFID reader.
Yeah.
So anyway, he gets folded all the way around to Andrew Freer. Finds a raise on the button with the ace-jack. Wonky's going to fold and Sean Ragazzini can't continue with the 9-4 off. I can't imagine, but what would I know? Ragazzini probably going to flick it in, which he does. So he flicks the cards in. That's all she wrote. Freer's going to take down that pot. Got a bit of a star-studded lineup, so let's go through them. So Nelson, obviously, like you said before, 20,000 followers or whatever it might be on Instagram. I'm not a huge social media guy, so I can't really tell you what's going on there.
I can help attest to that. He has done more of a vlogging sort of, I wouldn't call it influence, I don't like that word, but like, content creation kind of path the last year or so. He's found a lot of success, does some coaching and stuff like that, and helps out a lot of people. Has like a free newsletter that you can sign up to as well. So I think he's just really good for Australian poker. And, a lot of we take the mickey out of him a little bit because I was actually joking one time I walked up to him and asked for a photo, obviously a good friend of mine. So just having a little bit of a laugh and literally 3 minutes later, someone walked up to him and asked for a photo and was being genuine. So it's pretty cool because he does have that effect that people do want to take photos. They find him quite inspiring and stuff like that. So he's definitely been great. And we were in Vegas together actually, and he was actually not playing tournaments to do his coaching, which was quite funny because it was like, we're in Vegas, play some tournaments, but he was taking it that seriously. So good on him.
On Q2, finding the pocket 10s, four side. For those people who like to play Baccarat, finds the pocket 10s here. Has been a question put in there from Wildcard Poker, who won the mini main. I'm going to let you answer that bad boy, Jackson, because it was a good friend of yours who took it down.
Yeah, my good friend Jordan Battis did win it, 48K. I think the opponent, Maysam, got quite a little bit unlucky in a few spots. There was a hand where he was pretty much 3-outed for the trophy, and then Geordie climbed his way back and won some pots and stuff like that. So, yeah, quite lucky there.
Just quickly, it goes back around to Daniel, who found the ace-queen off. He's going to jam it all in for 450K. Can't quite see that at the moment in the booth, but it looks like a jam for 450K. Round to George. George has found the three-side, ... the Ash Guptas. He made that hand very famous in the 2025 World Series of Poker, one of the side events, not the main, and he peeled it up, the three-side ... Found a full house on the turn and got it done. Came third in that event, or fourth in that event, for $640,000. So shout outs to my boy Ash Gupta as the action goes back round to Nelson Dong. George did find the call for 410K. He's got 75 bigs with a pocket eights. Round to Nelson, he's got the tens.
Yeah, I don't know if I love this from George. You have Nelson behind you, who's a chip leader, or who's the chip leader. You obviously got a quite healthy stack yourself. It's gone open, Dan's 3-bet, jammed, and you've called from the big blind. So I think this is a little bit too thin. You don't necessarily want to cold call 3-bets at all unless there's unique situations, and I don't believe this is one of them.
As Nelson finds the call. So three-way action, the flop comes down Queen Jack 4, 2 spades down there. Daniel taking a commanding lead at the moment, 75% equity in his hand with the ace queen. Flopping top pair, nut kicker.
So there's no incentive for George or Nelson to do anything but check this one down unless they are to drill something, because there is no side pot at the moment, right? So, yeah, they just want to take their showdown, and this will just go check, 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 check.
Pretty interesting turn card, actually, because George now picks up a flush draw. Nelson's got the up and down, and Daniel's got the gut shot to make the straight.
And he just finds it.
And Nelson,
he doesn't find it.
He doesn't find it. So Nelson ends up finding a set at the river. That's no good. There's a 4-liner down plus a flush draw potential. So Daniel's going to take this one away as the 10 rolls off and he makes that Broadway straight. Nelson can't believe pocket 10's hitting a set at the river, but that's no good. Ace Queen will get it done. And like you said, it's going to go check, 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 check. And that's all she wrote. And Daniel's going to take that one away from the two boys who had better starting hands. That Nelson Dong, who had the best starting hand with pocket 10s, and George, who had the second best starting hand of pocket 8s, essentially flipping against Daniel's ace queen. And Daniel's going to win that hand with the ace queen, flopping nut, nut. Nut pair on the board with the nut kicker.
Yo, Jacko, my man, has Asian aces. Of course, it's a call. 8 is Asian aces, right?
That's correct, Wade. Yes, that's what they call it.
Yep.
8 is, in Asian culture, the, what do they call it? The most fortunate number, I think, in there.
And what's the opposite? It's
4.
Is it
4, yeah.
What's 13 then? Because like in elevators, in hotels, there's no level 13.
Well, actually, wouldn't know. That's a good question for the people in the chat.
Or maybe I'm delusional. If anyone knows what, like, I've been in multiple elevators where I believe it's 13. There's like no level 13, so it'll be like level 12 and then level 14, and they just skip it completely because it's like bad luck or something. And in a certain culture, do I just see Sean Ragazzini have 87 big blinds? He got it in for 6 big blinds against Josh Foster, ace 5 versus ace 8, binked to 5, and now has 87 big blinds. One of our tournament chip leaders. That's insane.
Well, there we go. We've gone to the chat and they've come in.
Okay, so I was kind of right.
The Irish O'Reilly, yeah. The elevator thing is hotels don't have a 13th floor, usually out of their own superstition.
1
looks
plus
like
3 equals
4. So might be a bit of the Asian culture there also coming in with 1 plus 3 equaling 4. So maybe the floors 13 are out and floor number 4 might be also out. There you have it. But I do know that their lucky number is number 8 and their unlucky number is number 4 in that culture. I've spoken to quite a few of my friends who come from that descent, and they've told me that is why 8 is super lucky. And I believe 88's even more lucky than just a bare 8, but maybe somebody in the chat might be able to help me along with that as the flop comes down. Queen, deuce, 6, 2 diamonds as Sean Ragazzini picks up the gut shot and a flush draw.
Interesting flop, this one. I definitely
And
think this could be a fun one.
Yeah, Kizu picking up second best pair.
This is the beauty of being the pre-flop aggressor, also being in position. Although Sean has a very nice draw, does have just 5 high, and for the reasons that I mentioned just before, is going to probably win this pot a lot of the time because Sean's going to be able to just double barrel this a lot of the time, potentially triple barrel, and Kizu's going to be stuck with a pair that is middle pair right now, but most likely going to be third best pair on the turn, and then potentially fourth worst pair by the river. So definitely going to see a call here on the flop, but it's going to get a little bit tricky for him moving forward in this hand.
Right, okay, so Adam Burke actually coming in here. We'll just call the action first and then get back to Adam Burke's comment, which is quite interesting as the 2 repeats on the turn, no help to Sean Ragazzini.
This is the worst card in the deck for Sean, obviously now. It's harder to have bluffs. Your opponent can have some 2x as well. But more so it just makes your life harder in terms of winning this hand because you can't now. People do get more sticky on paired boards, so yeah, it makes it a little bit weird. But I definitely think he can win this pot still. If some nice stuff goes on in the river, obviously he can just continue barreling here on turn and then hopefully get a 6 or fold by river. If Key does have a queen, he may have actually check raised the flop, so potentially Sean's eliminating some queen X from Key's range. So that does make it a little bit nicer. And he does look like he wants to bet here.
So we're getting some really interesting chat going on in YouTube. We'll get to that in just a second. Quite interesting stuff as Sean Ragazzini is looking at going for another barrel here on the turn. He only has 5 high, but he is drawing to a straight and a flush. Looks like he's put out a bet of 225k and to Kizu, who I imagine is going to peel one off here too because he did call the flop bet. And the deuce of spades actually helps him more so than it would help Sean Ragazzini. So I imagine Keys.
Sean can have some 2x obviously opening from the button, so it's not like he cannot have 2x here.
Sure.
But I do like his size. He's gone 225 into like 350, so he's gone a little bit larger.
Kizu does fold that hand there. So Sean Ragazzini is going to pick up those chips there, Jackson Young. And I might get back to what Adam Burke said in the chat here, which I find quite interesting on YouTube, saying the number 4 in Mandarin has the same pronunciation as death. So that might be the reason for why the 4 is unlucky.
Yep, okay.
And then is it Jonathan there in YouTube saying 13 is unlucky in Christianity because Judas was the 13th disciple. So
Yeah,
I didn't know anything about that, but
it's a conversation I do not know much about.
either do I. So hopefully that information that's been brought in by both Berkey and from Jonathan is accurate. I have no doubts to doubt what they've put in there. That's very interesting. I might actually look that up myself. That's fascinating stuff. I never knew where that unlucky 13 came from. So, Jonathan, if you're correct there, I'm very interested in what you had to say and your comment there. I might look into that a bit later on. It's just a foldathon, essentially. Jack 6, 8, 3, 7 deuce was in there. George picked up the 7-4 offsuit on the button. He's going to put that in the bin. Kizu, who just lost the last hand, 7-6, which was the best hand on the turn, but was facing 2 barrels from Sean Ragazzini. Did lay that down. Here comes Kevin. He's going to call from the small blind for 25k, round to Daniel Lee.
Yeah, this is definitely quite standard and definitely a hand you do not want to raise off 14. I'd rather jam than raise fold, but I think limp's quite an attractive option here. Lead here would be nice and take this one down, but he does want to check and I think, as we mentioned, Monkey, whoever takes initiative, he's going to take this one.
Yep. As the Queen of Diamonds peels off on the turn. Obviously no help to Daniel. Key still out in front with 10 high, believe it or not. No pairs have been made by both of these players.
Probably would have seen, like to see a bet on this turn now.
Me too.
It does pick up some equity as well to a jack. And Daniel doesn't really look like he's interested in this pot, so I would probably like to take it down. Obviously, you do have a slither of showdown value, but he's just going to show down the 10 high and beat the 8 high with the unsure on the river, but it is a 10 on the river, so he actually makes a pair and it goes checks down. So looks like he's playing a very passive game at the moment. And
there's a wildcard coming in for your mate, by the way. Hope someone is checking in on old mate who went from 50 bigs to bubble this event. That was Mackenzie, who did bust out with aces. Actually, he busted out with aces versus the king queen, king high flop, queen on the turn. The aces went down in that particular hand for Mackenzie, and he was busted. And I think a couple of hands earlier, was it the ace six that he jammed all in and walked straight into the kings of...
he jammed 40 effective, and the small end woke up with, I believe it was like 27 big blind or something with kings, and just snapped him off. And
yeah.
Pretty unlucky. It was quite a masterclass he was putting on for those few hands there, but did get cut short.
Damien comes in with some more good banter there in the YouTube chat. We appreciate all the comments and everybody sticking by us, seeing the conclusion to day 2 of the main event. We'll be coming back today, Monday, at midday at approximately 12:20, 12:25, give or take, for the conclusion of this main event. The players will be playing this last level, which should conclude approximately at the top of the hour at 1 a.m. local time. So about 35 minutes from now, give or take, as the action looks like Daniel was called under the gun +1 with the king jack off. Got folded around to the small blind with Daniel Lee, who's limped in with pocket nines, and Nelson's checked his option. So it's king jack 10-9, king jack 10-8, 9-9, and the flop comes ace 7-6. No real help to anyone. Nelson's got that nut shot. He needs to find one of those 2 remaining nines. So obviously Daniel's got a pocket pair of nines in his hand. Daniel out with the lead at the moment with a pair of nines. Daniel Gabriel has whiffed this flop after flooding under the gun +1 with king jack off.
Dan Gabriel limped +1?
Yeah, he did.
Was that an accident? Was he trying to raise?
I'm not sure, but according to the graphics, he did limp in under the gun +1 with king jack off.
It makes sense that he limped because Nelson wouldn't. It does make sense if it was an accident. But very, very, very strange one. I don't think, I know Dan quite well, and I know he's a professional, and I don't really think that he plays a limping range here at all. So interesting to see how this one plays out. But this is going to get really interesting now. I think that Dan Gabriel has quite a good chance to win this pot, obviously. When 2 people do call, you maybe do feel like they are weighted towards ace-x, but you do block the strongest ones. Like, obviously there was no aggressive action pre, so you can sort of understand they don't have the strongest ace-x. You also have king-jack, which does have some equity. It just does suck when you check it down and you lose to a hand like pocket nines that may have folded to some barrels, but he's probably just worried someone does have an ace-x, which is probably a reasonable assumption considering that both players have called. And I think if I'm Nelson now, I might like to take a bet here. I think we can rep some hands. I think, we have no showdown, obviously. Daniel has some showdown. Gabriel has a very small amount of showdown. And I think here with 10 high, we can get creative and go for a bet, potentially rep some 6x, potentially rep a couple of, queen x and stuff like that, or maybe some weak ace-x. And he does come with bet. Looks like 200,000, which is just slightly over half pot, which I do like. I think with no showdown, we do just want to bin this if we're Dan. And then Daniel Lee's in a tough spot here, so he needs to think, does my opponent have much 6x? And if not, is my opponent betting this size with a weak ace or a strong queen x sort of hand? So he might get looked up here, potentially, depending on Daniel's thoughts. So we'll see. We'll see what he thinks. He does look curious. He does at the moment, so...
Liam Murray coming in there on Facebook Live saying, hell of a spin up from Raggers. I totally agree. He was all in with ace-5 against ace-8. Found a 5 on the flop. Doubled through there. I think he was up to I think he had 3.5 bigs or whatever. Went up to, 10 bigs, give or take, after that hand. And somehow has found himself a stack of just over 3 million, 74 bigs. So hell of a spin up. I totally agree with you, Liam Murray, who joins us back in the Facebook Live chat. For those people logging in right now to see what we're up to down here at PlayLive at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. This is day 2 of the main event. There was $300,000 guaranteed in the prize pool for this particular main event, but don't worry about that. They got 472,000 and change in this main event, I should say. 365 entries. We are down to the final 18. They will be playing out this level, and then they'll be bagging and tagging and coming back tomorrow at midday for day 3.
Probably got about half an hour left, Monkey, right?
Yeah.
We are on the home stretch, which is quite sad because it has been an action-packed last couple of hours, hey?
Yeah, well said. So very likely we'll be finishing up probably in 30, 40 minutes, give or take, as Ragazzini, the guy who has spun the crap out of his stack, let's just be honest.
Man, what a
Up to
spin
3.7 mil, 74 bigs.
Got
finds
lucky
the
to
king
be
10.
in still, and
Correct.
now he's got infinite.
Yeah, raises it up, makes it 100K under the gun plus 3. Fold it all the way around to the big blind. Jason Rojas. He's the gentleman over there with the green shirt on. Finds the 9-7 off. Sean Ragazzini got both of his suits covered with the king 10 off. And Jason Rojas is going to see a flop with the 97. Here comes the flop down and dirty.
Ooh,
Pretty decent one
this could be a fun one. I
for
think
Mr. Rojas here.
I don't think Sean's going to go too crazy on this flop. He might bet as he has that gut shot. But understanding that the big blind has this range pretty nice and tight here. Obviously, we both have all the sets. But in terms of straights, only the big blind does have that, which therefore gives us the range, the nut advantage. So Jason might actually lead here, which he does do. If you lead, you do usually want to go quite small. So I'd probably want to see like 125 or something along those lines. It does come with 90, which is probably quite good. This is just a nice little merge hand here. You've got some equity if you are against some overpairs, but you do just have some 9x as well. So you are actually ahead of some flush draws. So you're achieving a couple of things. You're getting some value when, you know, they're drawing, and you're getting some equity denial in other situations. So Sean comes with call from the looks of it, and is hoping to bink a 7, which is going to be quite unlikely, or he also can just hit a king, which he does, and just finds it. Hey,
I swear to God, I was about to say, it wouldn't surprise me at all if Sean finds the king or 10, sorry, pardon me, a king or the 7 there, and just peels it off on the turn like it was just like a $1 chance on sports bet.
Yeah.
Finds the king of hearts on the turn, takes the lead away from Jason here.
This becomes a little bit gross for Jason. Having a heart would be really nice. If we had like 9-7 with a 7 of hearts, it would become quite nice. But because we now have found ourselves with no heart, we sort of just want to check here and realize that we need to sort of turn our hand into a bit more of a check call mode instead of let's bluff this off, because our opponent can have some flushes. So we don't just want to go ballistic here. Our opponent can also have, as we mentioned, a lot of sets and stuff like that too. Also just can have some king X like we see here as well. So we do see Sean come with a bet. I think this is going to be really small. This is going to be like 135,000. That's my prediction. I got no idea what he's got. Hopefully I'm even close to being right. Oh, okay, I'm completely wrong. Gone with 225K, so has gone a little bit bigger than I have mentioned. Not having a heart, he probably just wants to bet a little bit bigger here, extract some value. I think this is potentially a leak in my game that I'm needing to fix, and maybe it's just a couple of hands or whatever, but these boards where there can be a lot of pair plus straight draw, so like 8-7, 9-7, 6-7, 10-9, 10-8, those kind of hands, even those hands with or without a heart, if we go a little bit bigger, we can call, but is it just a little bit of a disaster if we get check raised here on the turn and Jason turns his hand into a bluff? Because now we have king 10 with no heart and we're sort of in no man's land. So if I'm Jason here, I'm probably have all three options on the table. Actually, probably not fold. Fold's probably out of the question. So are we calling here and sort of realizing our equity? We have a pair, we're beating bluffs. We also do have some open-ended straight draw outs if we do need. And on the other end, we could just jam. We do block some sets. We block some 2 pairs. We block straights. And he does. Does he jam or did he just ask?
He's asking how much he's got, 225. So it looks like he's got to flick in 225.
Yep.
That is correct. 2 greens and 1 orange chip for the call.
And this is the unfortunate thing with a hand like Jason's is you're going to have to check fold this one now.
Yeah.
Unless you're just going to lead jam here, which would be quite peculiar, I would say. I think you're just going to check this one and hope he's got, I don't know, what you don't even really beat anything now, unfortunately. But Sean's probably just going to snap check this one back unless Jason's got some devious intentions here, and he doesn't. So I think Sean's going to mull this one over and check this one back pretty quickly. as he does.
He does. And he's going to see the good news. King 10's going to get it done. So top pair on the turn for Sean, outdrawing Jensen, who did flop top pair with the up and down draw. Couldn't find the 10 or the 6 to help his hand, or another 9 for that matter. And Ragazzini taking down another pot up to 4.195 million. I mean, you almost can't make that story up. He was all in no more than 3 hours ago, I'm guessing, something like that, in or around the bubble, where he had less than 5 bigs.
It was actually just after the bubble popped. So
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. So he does find a nice spin up from when he was completely dead almost, and
Raggers doing Raggers things, yeah?
put himself in a great spot to win this tournament and come out with the trophy.
Good shout. Andrew Free is going to put that in the bin. Vincent picks up the natural. Ace-8 of spades. It's going to come in for a raise to 100K under the gun +1. Sean Ragazzini finding the 6-3 offsuit. He's going to put that in the bin. George finding the 4-3. That's in the bin. Kizu finding the ace-queen off in the hijack.
Yeah, this is a hand you definitely want to be getting in.
Yep, totally agree.
Yeah, no point of flatting here. You only have 16 big blinds. If you've got like 22 bigs here, there's maybe some deliberation whether we want to 3-bet and then 3-bet fold this hand. But I just think with our stack at the moment, this is just a pretty clear jam. We just deny a bunch of equity, and he does come with jam. Hopefully can fade one of the blinds waking up with a monster here, and he's going to... And on cue, Nelson just wakes up with jacks. Happy Gilmore accomplished that feat no more than an hour ago.
Yeah.
What a great movie that is, man.
It's an amazing movie.
That's an all-timer.
Whenever we make a comment about what happened with a poker player 3 or 4 hours ago, that's Adam Burke's like tagline.
Yeah.
Happy Gilmore accomplished that no more than an hour ago. If you've seen Happy Gilmore, it's absolutely hilarious. Anyway, Key has gone for the all-in jam with the ace queen after Vincent opened it to 100K with the ace-8 offsuit, ace-8 suited, I should say, and Nelson finding the jacks on the button with a commanding chip lead too, just quietly. 5.2 million or 104 bigs. Eat your heart out, poker lovers.
Shout out to Dean in the chat. But yeah, we just going to, as Nelson, look at the stacks behind us and make sure no one's got like 100 bigs or something like that, or 80 bigs even. And this seems to be a pretty easy jam, 28 effective, and he does go with jam. So Nelson just running quite pure at the moment. If he can win this flip, it would be quite a top up to his stack. And he is going to have, I think, like 6.5 million after this hand if he does win it.
So Queen 10 was folded. So Queen's been burnt and an ace has been folded by Vincent Wan. So Jack's looking pretty to take down this pot, but we'll see the flop shortly. And here it comes. The flop comes down 10, ace, 8, finds the 2 out of ace on the flop. And a queen on the turn. Okay, fine, fair enough.
Yeah.
Needs to find a 9 board or a jack, Nelson. Can he get there? No, he can't. The deuce of hearts at the river does not help Nelson whatsoever, so he's going to lose a few chips there. To Key, who did pick up the ace queen, flopped a 2-outer on the flop with an ace ball. Found a queen on the turn too, just for good measure, which actually helped Nelson pick up a few more outs.
Gave him a lot more outs actually. So
could find a jack or a 9 at the river, and no can do for Nelson. But that's okay. Takes a small hit to his massive chip stack. He's got that huge WSOP chip stack. He's the gentleman sitting in seat 1 with piles of chips, so much so that he almost can't push them forward. Otherwise, he would be blocking the RFID reader. And we are still with 18 players in this event. Approximately 25 minutes, I'd imagine, left of play before we conclude day 2 of this main event here at Play Live. Appreciate the studio downstairs bringing you all of this action, and all of you by sticking by us across all 3 platforms, Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. Seeing the conclusion of day 2, we'll be back tomorrow, 20 minutes past the hour at midday, so 12:20, 12:25, give or take, after they take their seats and we confirm all the stacks, so on and so forth, to bring you day 3 of this main event here at Play Live, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. As Kizu, who doubled through last hand, picks up the ace-4 suited in spades, raises up, makes it 100K to go, round to Nelson Dong. He's going to fold the 9-6 suited. Jason's got to fold the Michael Jordan, deuce 3. Daniel Gabriel has found the king 10 of spades. And he's got 24 bigs to his name, or 1.2 million. Looks like he's going to flick in a call, which he does. Andrew Freer is the gentleman sitting to his left or on your screen to your right. Guy with the glasses on, perfectly manicured hair and the black shirt. And he is going to call from the big blind. So it's king 10 versus queen 5 of hearts versus the ace 4 of spades. So some spades down here could be a disaster for Daniel. Nonetheless, here comes the flop, and flop comes down 8, 7, 9. Complete rainbow. Daniel Gabriel picking up an open ender. Andrew Free's got backdoor hearts working for him and a gut shot to the rag end, which is no good. Obviously, he doesn't know that. And Kizu has picked up backdoor nut flush outs only. And it's going to go check, check, check. Here comes the turn. Brings in a repeat 9. Still no help to anyone. Kizu still out in front at the moment with ace high. He's got 47% equity in this hand. Daniel's going to check his option. I'd imagine Andrew's going to check his option too. As I might be getting cooled and putting the commentator's cursor on. Forget about checking it. Andrew's going to come in for a bet. Looks like he's got about 115K, give or take. Blue chips in this particular event are worth 5K. The orange chips are worth 25K and the green chips are worth 100K. He's got about 120,000. He gets Kizu to fold and action back around to Daniel. It's going to cost him 122 call. His open ender.
I quite like this bet, actually. We do have a lot of 9x from the big blind. We do have a lot of straights here as played as well, not wanting to bet the flop. So I think this is quite nice. And I think with this hand specifically, we do want to just double barrel this one for sure. Daniel can have some jack X, some 10x.
Daniel does come in for a call. So here comes the river. Brings in the deuce of diamonds. Absolutely no help to Daniel, who was up and down on the flop with a couple of overcards. Couldn't find any of the outs. Is Andrew Freer going to go for another barrel here? I almost certainly think that he will.
Yeah, you can't be checking down.
No, impossible.
Checking down queen high here. So definitely going to want to bet this one, and Dan's going to snap fold this one. So well played from Andrew. I definitely think this is a good hand selection. And for the viewers at home, like, you can't just always win just making hands, because it's very, very hard to make hands, as we know, right? So good of Andrew to take some initiative there and take a nice little pot off Daniel.
I'd love to be able to take a photo of Jackson Young in the commentary booth here. He's got the shoes off, socks up on the table. Yeah,
he's fully relaxed.
Absolutely low riding it here.
To be fair, the microphone is low, so I have to low ride a little bit. But I
love it. You look very comfortable. Yeah,
I found a comfortable position here on the couch at Play Live, so no complaints from me.
Well played by Jackson Young, who's joining me, Josh Monk, aka Monkey, in the booth, calling the day 2 action. I'll be back to call the action again tomorrow at 20 minutes past 12, roughly, for day 3. I'll be calling that with Josh Abatey and then some special guests throughout the evening until we can conclude the main event here at Play Live at 129 York Street, South Melbourne. We appreciate all of you people who have joined us on Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch to see the conclusion of day 2 of this main event. Bit of a shout out to thanks, brah, Nick Mooney, who did win the Berserker package from me earlier, to the value of $400. He'll be playing in that event tomorrow at 6 p.m. So if you want to try and get out in the Get Out event, it's tomorrow, the Berserker at 6 p.m., 25K guarantee in that event for a $400 buy-in. So if you've got nothing to do on a Monday night, come down to Play Live and play the Berserker. That is where you can get some money or hopefully some ROI on your investment of $400. I'd imagine that prize pool is going to get quite big too. Jacko?
Yeah, man, for sure. I definitely think that with the amount of viewership this main's getting and the amount of people that are seeing it from our social team, it's going to get a lot of buzz. And this is what we're doing the streams for, guys. Like, the more people that can check out Play Live and then want to come down and play it, the more the prize pools are going to get and the more that people are going to be able to win. So this is definitely a win-win. Just want to get to the hand quickly before I lose track. So I really like this 3-bet from Daniel. He could have come with jam if he was maybe like 15 bigs effective or something like that, just because Nelson is chip leader and he is hijack. So, a little bit wider than, say, under the gun. But this gives you leverage to 3-bet fold now. So Nelson's not going to do anything here bar jam, as he does right on cue. And Dan can make a pretty easy snap fold. So well played from both players, and this is why those two are some of the best professionals in the game. And Nelson just extending that chip lead after taking a little bit of a hit after he lost a flip versus Kizu not too long ago.
So we haven't lost a player since we went down to the table redraw. So 18 players still remaining out of 365 entries into this event. We are playing for $472,580 in the prize pool. Eat your heart out, poker lovers. First prize is $106,180. $65,600 for second, $40,600 for third, and the remainder of the payouts you can see at the bottom of your screen in that little event ribbon. As George folds the 7-6 under the guns, he's going to fold the worst hand in poker, 7 deuce, around to Daniel Lee. Under the gun +2, he's going to fold the ace 7 off. Nelson's going to fold the jack 3 of hearts, round to Jason Rojas. Can't find anything to do with the queen 4. Daniel's going to get out there with the king 3 off. Round to Freya, who just won that last hand with the queen 5 or 2 hands ago, I should say, who basically outplayed the other 2 players. Took down that pot. Vincent can't call from the small line with the 8-2 off. He's going to put that in the bin. So Ragazzini just going to pick up basically Vincent 1 small blind and play on off to the next hand. The blinds are 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind ante. We are live on a 20-minute delay here at Play Live across 3 different platforms, Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitch. Appreciate everybody sticking by us to hear and see the conclusion of this particular event. We will get that table mic fixed for tomorrow's stream. I'll work with the boys on that tomorrow morning to make sure that we can bring you some table chatter, bit of banter maybe. And that'll be kicking off at approximately 25 minutes past 12. Or thereabouts. If you haven't already, like and subscribe to Play Live on Facebook, YouTube, and on Twitch. We do very much appreciate all you guys liking and subscribing to the stuff that we do down here at Play Live. It also keeps you abreast of all the updates and when we're going live and schedule drops and so on and so forth. So best way to keep yourself abreast of that is obviously to like and subscribe to those pages. As there's been a raise by Nelson Dong under the gun +2 with the ace-10 off. Fight around to Sean Ragazzini in the small blind, the 7-5 he can't call. George Zhang finds the king-10 offsuit in the big blind. I'd imagine he is going to play this hand.
Yeah, this makes quite an easy call here.
Yep.
Don't need to do
Flicks them
anything.
in.
I think 3-betting like sometimes with some similar hands maybe okay as a 3-bet bluff, but I think with king 10 specifically, just want to play chill. Don't need to go too crazy against that chip leader here.
And here comes the flop. It comes 8-5 deuce. Complete rainbow. Badoogie on the board. Nelson miles out with the lead at the moment. 90% equity to take down this hand at the moment. George is going to check it out of the big blind. Nelson's got to check behind for a bit of deception.
Yeah, I do like this check as well. Like, we're just in a gross spot. George can have, 3-4 suited, 7-6 suited and offsuit, all combos, some hands like 9-7 and stuff like that. So if we bet a hand like ace-10 on the flop and get check raise, we're in a little bit of a tough spot here. So I think the way Nelson's played this hand is quite solid and is going to probably win this one now because George believes he's got a little bit of showdown versus, say, something like king 7 suited or something like that. So yeah, nicely played from Nelson and does take a very small pot, but all these small pots do add up, and I'm sure that Nelson understands that and he's trying to play as optimally as possible. So yeah, 100 bigs back to Nelson, which is quite impressive considering of the hit he took.
Yeah, just short of 5 million, 99 bigs like Jackson Young was alluding to. Sean Ragazzini, you almost can't make that story up. Up to 84 bigs, he was all in. I know I've said it ad nauseum, but he was all in with ace-5, heavily dominated by the ace-8. Finds a 5 in the window, doubles through, gets up to like 10 bigs, and somehow has made his way all the way down to this final 18 players and has a stack too to contend with. 84 bigs for Sean Ragazzini. 4.4 million give or take. So Ragaz right in the mix here to take this one down. But he has got some absolute elite poker players to try and get through to take the ultimate prize here in the main event. One of them being this guy right here, Vincent Wan. Absolute soul crusher. Who does make a raise with the ace-7 offsuit in the cutoff. Raggers is going to fold. Round to George Yang. He's going to fold from the small blind, and Kevin obviously can't continue from the big blind with the worst starting hand in Texas Hold'em, the 7 deuce off. And Vincent's just going to pick up the blinds there, get that job done. There's the pre-flop raise percentages. So Nelson obviously at 34%, which is kind of standard considering
Using that chip lead.
using
to
that
his
chip lead.
advantage, yep.
Yeah, spot on.
And it's quite interesting to see that Sean is creeping up on that stack. Sean with 84 big blinds and Nelson with just shy of 100 big blinds. So it's crazy how Nelson had 5.7 million and Sean had, I think it was 300K, and now that's completely flipped. And he actually had less. He had like 200K. So that's completely flipped. And we do see Sean now with 4.2 million, which is just absurd.
So just getting a little bit of a confirmation as Vincent Wan, I'll get back to that in a second. Vincent Wan picking up the ace-king offsuit and hijack. He raises up, makes it 100K to go. Sean Ragazzini's going to get out the way. Same with George. Kizu's going to fold as well. Daniel Lee finding the ace-queen. Bit of a disaster for him considering Vincent Wan's got the ace-king. Yeah, we just muted the mic there for a second. TY, just needed to talk to Jackson very quickly and the studio downstairs about how much longer we've got in the booth here before we bag and tag for tomorrow. We have been told it's approximately 29 minutes. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. So just about half an hour, guys, with us left. And quite interested to see Daniel actually just flat the ace-queen off. I don't think this is bad by any stretch, but I do think that there's worlds where you can 3-bet this hand from the big blind against a mid-position open from Wonky. And does like to take the passive route, and is probably going to get away with a cheap one. Might peel one, just having the ace of spades.
Yep.
Yeah, just some backdoor flush draw stuff. Obviously, ace high, you do beat his bluff. So queen jack, jack 10, even some just C bets like pocket eights. We have a lot of equity again. So this is definitely going to be a call on the flop, and see how we can proceed on further runouts.
There is the call. Wonky obviously flopping nut pair with the nut kicker. 5 of hearts on the turn, no help to Daniel.
Yeah,
He's going to check his option, I imagine, from the big blind.
Yeah, I think this is too strong of a hand to lead. I mean, if we had a hand like, some more low cards that we can, some rep, I think I would like to see that. But I don't know if I love this bet from Wonky. I think that this, from the big blind, obviously we have ace king, right? I'm not saying we're too scared, but from the big blind, we sort of do have all of the straights and two pairs and stuff like that. And if we get check raise here with ace king, it kind of becomes a little bit gross. So I don't hate the bet, definitely not. But I just think we can potentially play some checks and let him bluff off on some rivers, or play some value bets on some rivers as well. So
he's never betting there to protect, like just in case he's called with jack 10, for example, with spades. And
you can. But then, like, for example, if you get check raise, it's a little bit gross, right? He makes it like 1 million. And then you're in like a dicey spot. Now you're literally only beating bluffs, right? So
yeah, right.
A hand as strong as ace king obviously is a very, very strong hand, but you necessarily only have a bluff catcher when he does play some aggressive action. So I'm not saying it was a bad bet at all. Definitely still fine to bet. I'm just saying can play some checks there. A little bit of deception, as you mentioned on before. Dan can now start bluffing if he has got a hand like a gut shot or something like that on the river without you getting put in a complete dusty spot there. So definitely feel like that was fine. I just think potentially can find some checks.
A few people in chat making some comments towards Vincent Wan and his deal back in the Aussie Millions. There's a video out about that. But I was actually there on that particular night. You've also got to understand that there's 16 and a half hours worth of play, and they were deep into the morning, and everyone was a little bit delusional, so don't be too hard on the bloke, especially playing for a lot of cheese up top in that Aussie Millions. I'm not defending any actions or condoning anything, but I'm just saying factor in.
You're playing for a lot of money.
Yeah,
like you kind of actually like the way he went about it was a bit questionable, but I definitely understand, like, you're delusionally tired, right? You've been playing for 16 hours straight and there's $1 million up top even more. So yeah, I can understand how he probably didn't come off how he wanted to, but you know, as you said, you can't judge someone off one video when they're
Of course,
delusional.
100%.
So, yeah.
Georgie here raises it up with the Jack 10 to 100K.
Really like this 3-bet from Kizu once again.
Daniel Lee's just found the Jacks too.
Daniel does find the Jack. So we do just want to jam this one. We only have, actually, let me just double check. We have 40 big blinds, so don't have to jam. We only have a 3-bet of 5.5 bigs from Kizu, and we do have the chip leader behind us. So we can actually potentially just click it to like 10 or 11 big blinds here and then fold to a jam if Nelson 5-bets us, which would be a crazy strong move. So we'll see what Dan actually goes with. I think in game and Krilly actually told me something similar about this. Very similar spot a couple of days ago. So shout out to Krilly for all the insights he's been giving me. And Daniel does find it, which I really love. He does go 14 bigs, which is a little bit bigger than I suggested, but not actually jamming gives you some room to fold if Nelson jams. And specifically against Kizu, you're just never folding here. It's not like the greatest spot in the world if he does jam, but you're not folding this, I don't think. So I would have gone a little bit smaller just because now it looks like we have a little bit more fold equity. So if I went to, say, 580,000 or something like that, it does look like we potentially can be bluffing. Where when we go to 700,000, it does look like we just have no fold equity and therefore more weighted towards value. But I do like that he didn't jam, and I would prefer 14 bigs over jam. But I think 11 bigs was probably the sweet spot there, in my opinion.
Comments from the super coach over here, Jackson Young, bringing you all of that elite level thinking here at the final 17 players. We actually have now lost one on the outer feature table. We might be able to get some information from the studio downstairs who was eliminated in 18th. For those people who are wondering, Nelson Dong coming back to his seat. Got in just in time too to be dealt in, so nice hand there by Nelson, who finds the seat just before his hand was mucked. Background to Daniel Gabriel, DG, we should call him because there's another Daniel out there in the field, Daniel Lee. He's going to fold. Andrew Free's going to fold. Vincent Wan folds the Daniel Negreanu. He's going to put that in the bin. Sean Ragazzini, 8-4 off. See you later. Georgie Yang, King 3 of Hearts, bin. Kizu, the pocket jacks that Daniel Lee just had the hand before. Now Key's got him. So he picks up the pocket jacks in the cutoff. Likes to raise it up. He makes it 100K to go. Daniel Lee's got the Jack 10. He's going to put that in the bin. Nelson can't continue from the small blind with the Doyle Brunson, and Jason Rojas, I can't imagine, is going to call for 50K with 9-6, and he does elect to put that in the bin. Kizu picking up that hand with pocket jacks.
Just a little adjustment there. So if we're in, and I want to say this in a non-nerdy way if possible, in Chip EV, which Chip EV basically means we're not considering, the tournament dynamics at play and the pay jumps and stuff. 9-6 offsuit to a min open is a very, very easy defend. We just have so much. We only need to call one big blind to win a total pot of something like 5 big blinds or something along those lines, because we've obviously got the ante in there, raised a small blind and now big blind. So it becomes a pretty easy call. But with ICM dynamics, you just really want to save those chips, and chips that you lose is way worse than chips won, right? So if you have 20 bigs, you bust, and you lose 20 bigs, disaster. If you win 20 bigs, great, but not as good as not busting. So you can start folding like these sort of cuspy hands, as we do see Jason. Understand that in game and fold the 9-6 offsuit. So good for him. If there was, say, 200 people left in this tournament, that would be a pretty clear call. But with 17 playing for 110 knuckers up top, going to be letting that one go.
Question coming in there. Hand is mucked after second card is dealt if you're not in the seat, or do you need to be in the seat before the hand is dealt? I'll get confirmation from the guys downstairs about that, but I'm pretty sure there's a little bit of leniency down here at Play Live in terms of that. I believe that it's to the conclusion of the deal. You need to be seated as the cards are being, or the final card being dealt to you. So if you miss the first card and you're taking a seat in between, but before the conclusion of the deal, I believe your cards are still active, but I can get confirmation from the boys downstairs at Play Live. It might be an in-house rule, but I can get that information for you if you would like. Maybe the studio can help me out. Do they need to be seated before the first card, or is it to the conclusion of the deal that they need to be seated in their seat?
Yeah, what
for
I've
their
been
hand
told,
to be active?
What I've been told is if you're within arm's reach of your chair, so as long as you're right there, then it's fine. But that's
Once the first card's been dealt to you, or before the first card's
even
been...
the second, yeah. As like
Right, okay,
as
yeah,
long
there
as
you go.
you're like, you know, within arm's reach of your chair, so like, you know, you're not behind the rail or something like that, then yeah, you can.
Well, there you go.
Do it. But we do see a nice little 3-bet from George against Sean Ragazzini, both having quite nice stacks this deep into the tournament. So as Berkey alludes to, within arm length of the chair by the last card dealt.
Yeah,
So
that makes sense. Yep.
I like it. A little bit lenient. I just don't like the ones that are the super, super strict, but obviously is some integrity rules. But I think this is a nice balance between strict but also, you know, lenient.
Which I think is a fair rule. I think that's completely fair for all the players, especially if you're running back to your seat and you can see the cards in the air. So shout out there to Berkey, who gave you the answer for you there, men, in the YouTube chat. Ragazzini finds the 10-5 off. He's going to put that in the bin under the gun +1. I'm going to try and spice it up here for the last 20 minutes. Georgie finding the 6-3 suited, offsuit, I should say, puts that in the bin. Kizu, 7-5 suited in spades. See you later, Daniel Lee. Pocket sixes in the hijack. 50 bigs, 2.5 mil in his chip stack. 50K to call. Blinds are 25K, 50K with a 50K big blind to ante. This is hand number 34 of this feature table since we started at 8 o'clock. That could be incorrect, but I might get that corrected from the studio downstairs. Does put a raise into 100K. Ensign Rojas is going to fold one of those sixes, King 6 of spades, and Daniel Gabriel picking up the Ash Guptas.
Yep.
Three side, dot.
Very nice jam spot here for Daniel.
And he
Don't
does.
need to do anything tricky here. Just want to get this one in. You are from the small blind, so out of position. You just want to be getting this one in. Running your equity. I think this is a pretty easy fold from Andrew, which he'll sniff out once he deliberates for a little bit.
He's going to put... Yeah, I can't imagine he's going to come along. So he's going to flick that into the bin, like you said, Jackson. So it's 8s versus sixes most likely, unless Daniel can find the fold.
And I do think you actually can find the fold. So Dan's jammed for...
He doesn't?
Yeah, he doesn't. So I think you can find it.
Daniel looking away in disgust after he makes the call. So it's pocket 8s versus pocket 6s. Daniel all in at risk at the moment with the pocket 8s.
Yeah, I'll give you my
Daniel
thoughts on
Gabriel, I
that
should say. There's
after,
two Daniels in here. So I might call it DG and DL. So DG all in at risk as the flop comes down. Queen, Jack 10. Complete rainbow. Turn card brings in the 9 that gives us straight to DG. And that's GG's for Daniel in this particular, Daniel Lee, I should say, in this particular hand, as Daniel Gabriel will take that by making a straight on the turn. Absolutely no outs to win for Daniel Lee except for chop outs. Could have hit an 8 or a king. Was not found at the river when the 3 peeled off. So the straight gets it done for DG as DL goes down.
Oh, they've brought some food for the guys there. Man, I wish I could.
It looks like a late night Macca's
Yeah.
order. Yeah, it is too.
Oh man, I hate Macca's, but there is not much better than a late night Macca's drive-through with the boys just smashing some absolute gross food at like 4 a.m. But
Good shout.
Dan finding that nice double up, Dan Gabriel that is. So he's going to go from potentially out to 27 big blinds, which is not too far off our average stack. I believe our average would probably be about 40 to 45 big blinds if I had to assume. So he's not too far off that mark anymore and keeps his tournament dreams alive, which is great. Just back to the pocket sixes hand, I do think we can potentially fold, as I do mention. I'm not exactly sure, but I think just as I mentioned, chips saved is better than chips won, and I think that would have been nice to see him potentially most likely flipping or dead, so electing to fold may have been the play I would have gone for. But we do see Key just have ace-king off here, and we'll see if he can find any action. Obviously, he's hoping to get jammed on by something worse, like ace-queen or something like that, but it is just going to fold around to Wonky in the big blind and see if he's going to get some action. And Does look like
Finds
he's
the
going to
tens.
find it, yeah. So
Now, funny little thing to add into this particular hand. I don't know if you noticed, Jackson, but Sean Ragazzini and George Yang both had ace deuce.
Yeah.
They both had the same hand, just different suits, obviously. So a couple of aces, I can tell you, already have been eliminated in this hand. So Vincent finding pocket tens, the four-side. 1.6 million in his chip stack, 32 bigs, finding the pocket tens in the big blind. And here comes the re-raise. He's going to jam it straight in the face. And he's going to snap call it off.
bigs.
So it's pocket tens versus ace king. Vincent all in. And Key also all in. I think Vincent's actually got him covered.
Wow, so this is a
So
60
Key
big blind
all-
pot, guys.
yeah.
3 million chips.
So
just
Key,
shy of.
Key all in at risk here with a couple of aces already burnt. He needs to find a king or the case ace. Deuce on the turn, no help. Vincent out in front. Here comes the river down and dirty. He brings in the 7 of hearts. And Vincent, he's going to bust out
Yeah.
Andrew Lee. Who was
Key
busted?
Zoo.
Key Zoo was
We
just
do
busted out
lose,
as
yeah.
the big man Vincent Wan gets his tens to hold on that board.
That's quite stiff. I think, yeah, all options were at play there. I think he could flat pre because obviously Key is opening from early position, but he does just select to whack the 30 big blinds and just run it. And I think 3-betting juice might have been okay. I think jam may be okay. And I think flatting pre also setting a trap and potentially preserving some chips against overpairs if he had it is okay as well. So does like to go to the aggressive route, and we do lose Key Zoo in 17th.
Yeah, it has been confirmed from the dealer there. It's Shane O'Mac dealing the cards here on the feature table as he pushes all of Key's chips over to Vincent Wan, also known as Wonky. That is his nickname. I've got him in my phone as Vincent Lucky. One of the luckiest guys I've ever had the privilege of watching live. And Dean coming in there saying, old mate smashing Maccas is making me hungry. I totally agree. I'm starving up here in the commentary booth. And the guy's just smashing some Maccas in the back right-hand corner of your screen.
It's making me so hungry.
Vincent Wan, however, he's hungry for some chips and did pick them up to 63 bigs now, 3,130,000 to his stack. And he's a threat, a big threat. I can tell you that much for free. He can do some damage here. He knows how to win in big tournaments. He did win the Aussie Millions. I think it would have been 2020, give or take, 2019.
Jan, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the last one. Actually, no, he did win that one. Yeah, I was going to say it was at 2019, but they did run 2020, I believe, because we all went into lockdown about March, I think. So that one would have been over by then. Man, we're just seeing a lot of monsters here in the last 15 minutes of this final two tables, and Nelson just with 2 jacks.
I think, but I'm not 100% sure. I think Daniel might have had the pocket sixes and folded them pre.
Good
So
fold.
good fold from him, out of position. Nelson finding the pocket jacks here, raises it up, makes it 100K to go. Jensen Rojas with the ace-5 offsuit and the hijack. He's the gentleman there sitting in that green cashmere sweater. He's going to get up and alleviate himself for a second. Daniel Gabriel is going to fold. Andrew Freer. Got the deuce 3, the Michael Jordan suited in clubs. As Sean Ragazzini picks up the king 4 in the big blind, suited in clubs. A couple of clubs have been torched already, and Nelson also has a club in his hand with the pocket jacks. Ragazzini going to come in for a call from the big blind. So it's Nelson Dong versus Sean Ragazzini. Battle of the elite minds. Here comes the flop. It comes ace, 8, 4. Pair of fours for Ragazzini, but he's obviously behind to Nelson Dong's pocket jacks on an ace, 8, 4 board. Ragazzini needs to find 4 outs. You can see top right-hand corner. The king of hearts was eliminated in this hand. It was folded pre-flop. So down to 4 outs for Ragazzini. Needs to find a 4 or a king. As Nelson bets 80K into Sean Ragazzini. Did find the bottom pair here. So I'd imagine Raggers is probably going to float one, peel one off. Can't imagine he would be raising here after Nelson Dog showed a bit of aggression pre-flop by raising his pocket jacks. And here we go from Raggers. who does call, and then he finds it on the turn. Eat your heart out, Sean Ragazzini finds a king again. He found a king no more than probably 10 hands ago, maybe 15 give or take. The king 10, I believe, and he found the king on the turn.
Yeah, I think with his hand specifically, Nelson's just going to easy check back. If he did have a hand like queen 10 or queen jack, blocking our opponent's strongest hands, we might go for it. But just with jacks, we just have a lot of showdown now, obviously, beating 4x, 8x, flush draws, stuff like that. And no need to sort of try get an ace to fold on this one when you do have 2 jacks. So I think this is quite nicely played from Nelson. Does get quite unlucky on the turn, and it is a bit of a disguised 2 pair. So Sean's going to probably come out with a bet here. And whether he goes polar or not is unclear to me. He can come with a couple of sizes here. He can go with small. He probably has identified that Nelson's checked back on the turn on a double flush draw board with an ace and a king. So he's probably not super strong, because I think a lot of his ace X, like ace queen, ace jack, and then obviously all sets and 2 pairs would be betting quite big. I do think we can go large, like 1 point something X pot, like 1.3 X pot, or I think we can just go small. I think he has gone with a bigger option. So I think he's gone with 600K, which is 1.3x pot, 650. Okay, so he's gone massive. So what he's basically saying to Nelson is, I'm repping sets, I'm repping 8s, I'm repping 4s, I'm repping a hand like king 8, king 4, king 9, and I'm also repping my bluffs. So I do have some 6-5, some 7-6, some 3-2 suited, maybe ambitious, some 5-3, that sort of stuff. All these gutties that I floated with on the flop. And then I'm also combining those bluffs in with my very strongest hand, so 2 pairs and sets. So I do think this one's not as easy to as we think. We do block a few of his bluffs, so we do have a spade, which isn't good. We do have 2 jacks, which isn't good, because potentially a hand like queen jack may have floated the flop. Probably not, because queen jack of diamonds and queen 10 of diamonds would probably be the only ones that do. So we do see a nice fold from Nelson. And yeah, it does look quite nice when he does have the king 4, but when Sean shows 6-7 offsuit, you do look like a little bit of a banana.
T Law coming in there on YouTube saying, how does he do it? Nobody knows. It's Ragazzini doing Ragazzini things. Finds the 4 out on the turn. The king to make the disguised 2 pair. And Nelson, like you said, Jackson Young does make a good fold with the pocket jacks. 2 overcards on the board. Facing a bet from Ragazzini at the river. A 1.5x pot size bet at the river. Gets it done for Ragazzini, also known as Raggers, who was, like we said, all but out. Found a 5, up to 10 bigs, and now all of a sudden, up to 86 big blinds, 4.3 million. So how does he do it? Don't know. Hopefully he can write a book sometime soon and we can all read it and find out how he can peel out these cards on the turn and or run it as good as he does. Daniel Lai finds the 9-8 off. He's going to fold. Nelson's got to fold the Jack-7. Round to Jason Rojas. Get the 5-3 offsuit. As Keto's making a comment also in the YouTube chat saying, what? Sean's chips insanely increased. He's running so hot this series. He is running very pure. He also is playing very well. So we've got to give him a little bit of credit for the fact that he is an elite poker player and plays extremely good poker, but also running unbelievably pure in this particular main event. He was nothing but all out in this particular event, no more than 5 hours ago. And here he is with 4.3 million and 85 bigs. A serious contender to take down the main event here at PlayLive, 129 York Street, South Melbourne. Sean's going to call from the small blind. George is going to raise. Sean's going to just absolutely fold his junk hand and give a few chips over to Georgie.
Just on that comment quickly, Keto or Calto, I think when, you know, obviously in poker you do run good and run bad in certain situations and stuff, but, you know, we did also not see him for 2 hours as well. So we don't know if he was getting really lucky on the other table or just completely destroying everybody. So we can't just assume that he's getting lucky. Obviously, there is some element of luck in tournaments. I mean, a lot of element of luck in tournaments, don't get me wrong. And every single person that's still in with 16 remaining has definitely gotten lucky at some point on this journey into their main event. So I definitely think that, don't get me wrong, I think there is a lot of skill involved in poker, but also a lot of luck. And even the best players like Sean, for example, if he's running bad, he's going to lose. But if he's running good and he's as good as he is, he's going to start destroying. So that's the good thing about these poker players is that when they're running good, they capitalize on that and destroy. When they're losing, they capitalize on that by not losing as much as possible. As we see an absolute mammoth hand just pop into the screen right now. So Nelson opening up queens under the gun and Daniel 3-betting. After he's found that double, he's 3-betting 2 aces. And Andrew's woken up in the hijack with ace king off, which just looks like the most obvious jam ever. But man, look at this monkey. He's just absolutely run into it.
I should duck off to the toilet more often. Have a look at this for a cooler. Aces, queens, ace, king.
Wow.
4 of the most premium hands you can get in No Limit Hold'em, all up against each other. Unbelievable. So what was the action here? Was it raise under the gun for queens? Yeah.
Oh my, what?
Andrew Freer finds the fold with the ace king. Vincent's going to fold the king 8. What a fold.
I don't know how he's found that. That is unbelievable. I'm definitely never finding that. I mean, Nelson's opening quite wide.
Wow.
And Dan Gabriel is also 3-betting. Like he just 3-bet ace 10 offsuit before. So obviously he doesn't know that. But, wow. He just finds the fold with ace king. I don't know. I mean, we can see the cards and we can see that he would have ran into it. But like trying to be not results-based, guys, that is an insanely tight fold. And it is going to keep him in the tournament. But
I might have to ask the studio downstairs to confirm that he did have the ace king there. What an unbelievable fold from Freer.
Yeah.
Gee whiz.
It looks good right now. I think if we saw Nelson open up with king, queen offsuit and Dan 3-bet with ace 10 off, it would look like a disaster.
It's all in call, by the way. It looks like, yeah.
And Andrew absolutely fades what was an imminent disaster.
Geez, he must be giving himself a huge pat on the back at the moment. Andrew Freer as Nelson and Daniel are now all in. Obviously, Daniel all in at risk. Flop comes 10-4-3, no help. No diamonds for anyone, so Nelson needs to find a queen, doesn't find it. And Daniel Gabriel is going to get a double through with the aces.
And the pendulum shifts
And we have found out from the studio downstairs, confident the graphics are correct. So he did have ace king there. You can't make that up. What a fold from Andrew Freer. That's kind of like more impressive than the actual hand and how it ran out, to be fair. Queens versus aces, pretty disgusting spot for Nelson Dong. Awesome for Daniel Gabriel. Obviously, he picks up the aces there. And Andrew Freer, who had the ace-king offsuit, finds the bin.
He's kind of smirking right now and letting everyone know. We can't hear the table audio, but I do believe that he's pretty proud of his fold. I'm going to go back to my point before, and I really am unsure. There's like Nelson's the chip lead, or was the chip lead. He's opening up under the gun, sure. It is 8-handed, so a little bit looser than pure under the gun. But Dan Gabriel's also going to be 3-betting a lot of like ace-jack-o, ace-10-o, stuff like that. And bidding ace-king there looks like a genius in that specific hand. But if it was a different situation, like Nelson has, king-jack suited and Dan Gabriel has ace-10 off, you look like a bit of a banana, as I was saying before. So looking great right now. But, I don't know if I love that fold, and I think you just have to run ace-king at some point for 30 bigs.
Nonetheless, it's been folded around. Daniel Gabriel actually picked up pocket fives, the Berkey. A bit of a shout-out. That's his prop cards. Found the fives, folded it under the gun. Daniel Lee this time, picking up the ace-king of hearts. So we will be concluding this stream relatively soon and coming back tomorrow to see day 3 and the conclusion of the main event here at PlayLive 129 York Street, South Melbourne.
Oh, this is a big jam. Daniel's just jammed 40 big blinds in with ace-king suited. Maybe just not wanting to play Nelson out of position, but that's a lot of big blinds to put in with such a premium hand. I think you'd rather limp that one or raise that one. And if you do limp it and he raises, it is a nice hand to limp jam or limp 3-bet. But has just come with jam for 40, which I do think is way too many. And potentially just wants to bag for day 3, which is fine.
Yep.
Maybe he's just completely exhausted and just not in the right state of mind to play a big pot, which is like totally fair enough. I know how I'm feeling right now, and if these guys would be probably more wrecked than me because they've been thinking all day, right? So maybe just wants to bag knowing that this is one of the last hands of the night, and we just take it and we move on to day 3 where we can get a nice recovery sleep.
George Yang finding the ace jack here in the cutoff. We have been told by the studio downstairs this is the last hand of the night before they bag and tag for tomorrow. We have been told from the studio as well, tomorrow's restart is 1 p.m. They're going to give the players an extra hour of sleep because they went so long on the hand-for-hand bubble. So tomorrow's stream is going to start at 1:20 p.m. local time in Melbourne. So restart time tomorrow is 1 p.m. for those people who want to check in and maybe be part of that monkey giveaway. I might be giving away a seat or 2 to the Berserker event tomorrow. As there's a raise from from George Yang. I'm getting a bit tired. 200K in the cutoff, and Daniel Lee's found the pocket 10s on the button. Has elected to call. Here comes the flop. It comes 5-6 queen, complete rainbow. George Yang needing to find an ace or a jack. Daniel Lee out in front with his pocket 10s. It's going to go check on the flop. Here comes the turn down and dirty. Brings in the 3 of spades. No real help. Let's see what George decides to do on the turn after checking and not c-betting this flop. He's going to check again. And Daniel's going to check behind as well. So check. And here comes the river. Brings in the 4-liner for the straight. George's going to check, and Daniel's going to check as well. So pocket 10's going to get it done for Daniel Lee. And that's all she wrote for tonight's day 2 main event coverage. We will be restarting tomorrow at 1 p.m. The stream will start at 1:20 p.m., 20-minute delay, like we have said, across 3 different platforms, Facebook Live, YouTube, and on Twitch. Click the like and subscribe buttons, and we will see you back here at Play Live, 129 York Street in South Melbourne tomorrow at 1:20. That is all she wrote for day 2 of the main event, and we look forward to having you back with us tomorrow at 1:20 sharp on the dot to see the conclusion of the main event here at Play Live Melbourne.
Peace out.
Stop guessing and start studying like a professional. Welcome to the Vault at Octopi Poker. The Vault offers powerful study tools and data drawn from real tournaments. We've cataloged the action from the highest stakes arenas, including Triton, the WSOP, and PLAYLIVE. This isn't just a library of random solves. It's a curated archive of the most pivotal hands played at the world's most prestigious final tables. These are the hands that define careers. For these hands, we've provided comprehensive pre-flop and post-flop simulations. You can see exactly how the world's best navigated these high-pressure spots. Compare the actual play against the theoretical GTO baseline. Analyze the frequencies, the sizing, and the EV of every action taken under the brightest lights. Studying the Vault allows you to move beyond abstract theory and see how poker is actually won at the highest level. Boost your edge by studying reality, not just theory. Sign up today at Octopipoker.ai. I'll see you inside.